Welcome to the fantasy audiobook. I just want to destroy the sect. Why did I defy heaven and become a god? Chapter 41. In the entire vast heaven sect, except for Chu Cheng, the first person in the village who was backed by the great emperor, almost everyone was reveling in the victory of the vast heaven sect. The reason why it is used is almost because in addition to the great emperor Chu Cheng, people from the heavenly medicine palace are also there. Luo Yinger's heart was broken. How can it be? How could my senior brother Zheng Yu lose to that guy Chu Xinghe? Why should he can win? I, senior brother Zheng Yu, is a man of great beauty and should be the most invincible being in the world, but now I have lost to this thief Chu Xinghe. This thief must have used some despicable, shameless and dirty method to defeat the kind, generous, just and heroic senior brother Zheng Yu. Luo Yinger even did not attend Vast Heaven Sect's dinner because she was feeling unwell, and went alone to the alchemy room prepared by Vast Heaven Sect for the Heavenly Medicine Palace to practice hard. Luo Yinger swore that she would defeat that thief Chu Xinghe. Senior brother Zheng Yu's beauty will be guarded by me, Luo Yinger. However, Luo Yinger feels that Vast Heaven Sect is not completely without good people, such as senior sister Wan Lin. Although senior sister Wan Lin was very drunk, she still did not forget to visit me. Even in a drunken state, she also gave me a full-body relaxing massage for myself who had worked hard to practice alchemy. The technique made me feel numb even when I think about it. Numb and numb. Senior sister Wan Lin is such a good senior sister. Fortunately, Chu Xinghe was drunk and didn't know about this, otherwise he would have pointed at Wan Lin and shouted, "Let her go, she is still a child." After a night of partying, the next morning, Vast Heaven Sect was as usual. After Chu Xinghe had breakfast, he came to Medicine King Palace. Today, there were not only disciples from Ling Palace and Medicine King Palace, but also many people from other palaces who came to watch the excitement. The city of Martial Emperor was defeated, but the Palace of Heavenly Medicine has not yet left. Although Heavenly Medicine Palace cannot compare with Martial Emperor City in terms of strength and status, but just in terms of the world of medicine refining, Heavenly Medicine Palace also plays an important role, and it has often challenged Ling Palace in recent years. The Great Elder led Wu Qun, the Lord of Heavenly Medicine Palace, to sit in the Medicine King Palace. Although Wu Qun is the master of Heavenly Medicine Palace, his status is not high enough for someone like Jiyu Mingqiao to receive him in person. It is already a great honor to have the Great Elder following him. Chu Xinghe also came to the Medicine King Palace after breakfast. As soon as he entered the door, he saw Luo Yinger, who was as angry as a squirrel, staring straight at him. Next to her, junior sister Wan Lin seemed to be comforting her, but junior sister Wan Lin, why did you put your hands around when you were comforting her? Junior sister Wan Lin, could you please be more careful? You don't avoid people anymore, right? Galaxy paid homage to the Great Elder and met Palace Master Wu Qun. Chu Xinghe walked up to the Great Elder and Wu Qun and saluted. The elder looked at Chu Xinghe with a satisfied look on his face, and Wu Qun couldn't help but sigh, heroes come from young. After yesterday's battle, it can be said that Chu Xinghe is famous all over the world, and the saying that he is the number one among the younger generation has been spread outside. Moreover, Chu Xinghe is not only powerful, but also a wizard in refining medicine. He possesses the vermilion bird spirit fire and has the inheritance of Medicine Saint. His future in medicine refining is unlimited. It is a pity that such a person is not a disciple of Heavenly Medicine Palace. Wu Qun greeted the Great Elder politely, and the competition between Vast Heaven Sect and Heavenly Medicine Palace began. Wu Qun introduced his disciple Luo Yinger. Chu Xinghe also asked the elder to learn more about this talented Luo Yinger. Despite her young age, this little girl has a good reputation in the medicine refining world, even more dazzling than Chu Xinghe. However, no matter how strong Luo Yinger is today, he will definitely lose. When Chu Xinghe woke up this morning, the first thing he did was to conduct a deep self-examination. When you faced Zheng Yu yesterday, what were you pretending to be? We still have to output the level and the bottom line. A wonderful loss. What level do you have, what bottom line do you want, and what wonderful things can you do? So after a deep self-examination, Chu Xinghe vowed that this time he would never make the low-level mistake he made when facing Zheng Yu again, and would never give his opponent any chance to lose. It's better than refining medicine, right? As a former oven fryer, I would like to ask, what is a more reliable way to win or lose than frying the oven? No matter what this girl's level is, as long as she doesn't blow up the furnace today, she won't even think about getting defeated in my vast heaven sect. Wrong. Even if she blows up the furnace, there is absolutely no possibility of losing, because even if she blows up the furnace, she will definitely blow it up more thoroughly and more simply than she does. I'm going to lose completely in this battle. Even if God comes, there's no way he can stop me from blowing up the furnace. As the saying goes, you will not relax until you stick to the Green Mountains, and you will not stop until the alchemy furnace explodes. Although I don't know why Luo Yinger opposite is as angry as a little squirrel, but don't worry, even if you are so angry as a puffer fish, you will never take it from me, Chu Xinghe. Soon, the Great Elder announced the content of this medicine refining competition. 5th grade pill, Immortal Transformation Pill. This is a very rare elixir. Taking this elixir does not make you instantly transform into a fairy, but allows you to grow a pair of wings in a short period of time, allowing you to fly slightly off the ground for a period of time. However, because the elixir has a short duration and cannot fly too high or too fast, no one would refine this elixir under normal circumstances. Moreover, the refining method of Immortal Transformation Pill is extremely troublesome, and it is difficult for ordinary 5th grade alchemists to refine it, so it is even more unpopular. The choice of Immortal Transformation Pill this time should have been suggested by Wu Qun. Otherwise, with the Great Elder always acting as the mastermind behind the scenes, there would be no reason not to tell him in advance. But the Immortal Transformation Pill is also good. Although there are countless ways to perfectly refine the Immortal Transformation Pill in the Medicine Saint Inheritance, in terms of actual operation, Chu Xinghe has never refined it once. The first time I refined the Immortal Transformation Pill, it made sense that the furnace exploded, right? Soon, the refining materials for the Immortal Transformation Pill were prepared, and there was almost no difference in the material quality of the two pills. As a guest, the little squirrel Luo Yinger naturally made her choice first. Then the remaining portion was given to Chu Xinghe. But before the little squirrel could take action, Chu Xinghe spoke. Junior sister Luo Yinger, simply refining the Immortal Transformation Pill is too boring. Why don't we add something else? What to add? In addition to these specific medicinal materials, how about we each select a medicinal material for the other party, and this medicinal material must also be added during the refining process, and then we decide the winner or loser in the end. As soon as Chu Xinghe said these words, there was an uproar around him, and even the Great Elder couldn't help but frown. The various medicinal materials of the elixir have been summarized after hundreds of thousands of years of research. Whether it is one more or one less, it will cause unimaginable changes in the original elixir refining, so Chu Xinghe proposed this competition. The additional content is really confusing. Okay, Luo Yinger nodded and agreed without much thought. Without any unnecessary nonsense, Luo Yinger's hand flashed with blue light, and a piece of aquamarine appeared out of thin air. Luo Yinger put aquamarine among Chu Xinghe's medicinal materials. This was the medicinal material she chose for Chu Xinghe. When they saw this piece of aquamarine, the expressions of everyone around them who knew how to refine medicine changed drastically. You must know that the Immortal Transformation Pill is a fire-based elixir, and this aquamarine is a water-based medicine. Water and fire are not compatible with each other. It is not just talk. If the Immortal Transformation Pill is added to the aquamarine, it will explode on the spot. Chu Xinghe shed tears looking at the aquamarine in front of him. Junior sister Luo Yinger is really considerate. The reason why she put forward this statement is actually to give a more perfect explanation to the furnace. Now with the addition of aquamarine, no matter how you explode, it's as stable as an old dog. Since junior sister Luo Yinger is so kind and righteous, he cannot make junior sister Luo Yinger unhappy in any way. Soon Chu Xinghe also chose a medicinal material for Luo Yinger. Plantain. Junior brother Galaxy, are you crazy? When they saw the medicinal materials Chu Xinghe chose for Luo Yinger, everyone around them was stunned. Plantain itself is also a water-based medicinal material, and its medicinal properties are mild. It will hardly have any major side effects when added to any elixir. Luo Yinger chose aquamarine for junior brother Galaxy, but junior brother Galaxy chose plantain for Luo Yinger. What is junior brother Galaxy doing? How can I refine this Immortal Transformation Pill after adding aquamarine? Junior brother Galaxy Renyi. He probably thinks that Luo Yinger is just a little girl and feels that it is not good to bully others, so he deliberately uses this method to make it more difficult for himself. This is like what junior brother Galaxy did. He was afraid that the outside world would say that I, Vast Heaven Sect, bullied Heavenly Medicine Palace, so he used this method to block everyone's mouth. But this girl went too far and chose Aquamarine. Junior brother Galaxy chose Plantain for her, which has almost no great impact, but she chose Aquamarine for junior brother Galaxy, which has conflicting medicinal properties. How come there is such a huge difference between people? A group of senior brothers in the surrounding Ling Palace were talking about it. Not only them, Luo Yinger was a little stunned when she saw the medicinal materials Chu Xinghe chose for herself. When Chu Xinghe made this request, her first reaction was that the Galaxy Dog Thief must have a conspiracy. So I didn't hesitate to choose the most difficult Aquamarine for the Galaxy Dog Thief, but I never expected that the Galaxy Dog Thief would choose Plantain for himself. As a genius alchemist, how could Luo Yinger not know the difference between Plantain and Aquamarine? At this moment, Luo Yinger's heart was suddenly shaken, but soon Luo Yinger thought of senior brother Zheng Yu's beauty in his golden age, and her shaken heart became firm again. This Galaxy Thief must have a conspiracy. He must be afraid of losing to himself, so he uses this method that seems to make it more difficult for himself to make excuses in advance. That must be it. Luo Yinger, who had strengthened her mind and had no distracting thoughts, started to stir up the fire without saying a word. As the ground fire rose, blood-red flames emerged from the ground, and the flames gathered in midair into the shape of a unicorn auspicious beast. Qilin True Fire. This girl actually possesses Qilin True Fire. This is Qilin True Fire, which is similar to Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. This Luo Yinger is actually the inheritor of Qilin True Fire. Seeing the rising Qilin True Fire, the entire Medicine King Palace was shaken. For a moment, Feng Fei and others looked at Chu Xinghe with a hint of worry. You must know that among all kinds of flames, Qilin True Fire is not inferior to Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. If the Qilin True Fire fights against Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire normally, but junior brother Galaxy has the inheritance of Medicine Saint, it should be stable, but Heilun Shi's sudden addition completely broke all Chu Xinghe's advantages. This battle is difficult for junior brother Galaxy. The Great Elder also frowned, and even he was a little worried at this time. But when Chu Xinghe saw Qilin Junha, he almost jumped up with excitement. Although I had heard from the Great Elder that Luo Yinger might have controlled the Qilin True Fire, it was just a rumor after all. Now that it has been confirmed, Chu Xinghe is so excited. You will definitely lose this battle. Stable. Vast Heaven Sect is arrogant. Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire is defeated miserably by Qilin True Fire. At this moment, Chu Xinghe was even thinking about the external topics after his failure. Although this topic is not as exciting as losing to Martial Emperor City, Vast Heaven Sect just defeated Martial Emperor City on the front foot and lost to Heavenly Medicine Palace because of Chu Xinghe's arrogance. The topic will definitely not be low by then. And because he was arrogant and lost this battle, he also lost face to Vast Heaven Sect, so he asked the Great Elder if he could not punish himself. Can the sect leader not be furious? Will he be able to maintain his identity as a direct disciple by then? Can Vast Heaven Sect's reputation not take a hit? It's so easy to do so. With great joy, Chu Xinghe began to refine the Immortal Transformation Pill. All the materials were put into the alchemy furnace in an orderly manner. With the blessing of Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire, all the refining went smoothly. But I am not worried about the furnace explosion at all. The Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire is already violent, and coupled with the Vermilion Bird Furnace's violent temper, when the aquamarine is thrown into it later, you don't even have to act it out yourself, the furnace is still not stable. On the other hand, Luo Yinger's refining is no slower than Chu Xinghe. With the blessing of Qilin True Fire, although Luo Yinger's alchemy furnace is not as good as the Vermilion Bird Furnace, it is definitely extraordinary. Various medicinal materials are put in one after another. In the alchemy furnace, the refining of the Immortal Transformation Elixir was progressing smoothly. Soon, Luo Yinger picked up the plantain prepared by Chu Xinghe. She carefully looked at it for a long time. After confirming that there was no problem with the plantain, she put the plantain into the alchemy furnace. And her refining has finally reached its final moment. Waves of medicinal fragrance began to float out from the alchemy furnace. Along with the drifting medicinal fragrance, streams of purple smoke actually floated out from the alchemy furnace. Supreme grade purple smoke. This is a sign of supreme grade elixir. As expected of Qilin True Fire, even with the addition of plantain, can it still be used to refine supreme grade elixirs. Luo Yinger's medicine refining skills are so terrifying. Junior brother Galaxy may make a mistake this time. In the Medicine King Palace, everyone's expressions became serious as they watched more and more purple smoke coming out of Luo Yinger's alchemy furnace. Wu Qun's face was full of smiles now, while the elder opposite him looked at Chu Xinghe with a worried look. Even he couldn't understand what Chu Xinghe was doing at this time. Just suddenly propose additional rules. If the other party chooses aquamarine for you, wouldn't you also choose aquamarine for her? What does it mean when you give her plantain? Could it be that the Kid Galaxy is inflated because of yesterday's victory? Buzz. Luo Yinger's alchemy furnace trembled. The next moment, the alchemy furnace opened, and a purple light shot into the sky from the alchemy furnace. Luo Yinger flew up and grabbed a purple pill flying in the air. In an instant, the purple light scattered on the purple elixir, and along with the purple light, bursts of medicinal fragrance spread throughout the alchemy room. Supreme grade immortal transformation pill. It's really supreme grade pill. Luo Yinger was also excited as she grabbed the supreme grade immortal transformation pill. She quickly ran to her master Wu Qun and delivered the pill to Wu Qun. After reading this, Wu Qun nodded slightly and motioned for Luo Yinger to be sent to the Great Elder. Luo Yinger once again brought the elixir to the Great Elder and asked him to taste it. He didn't even need to look at it. With just one glance, the Elder knew that there was absolutely nothing wrong with Luo Yinger's supreme grade immortal transformation elixir. Seeing the Great Elder nodding, Luo Yinger had a bright smile on her face. At the same time, she also looked at Chu Xinghe, who was still refining over there. Galaxy Dog Thief. Stop being brave. Die. On Chu Xinghe's side, the refining of the immortal transformation pill is still in progress, but compared with Luo Yinger's refining just now, Chu Xinghe's vermilion bird furnace does not emit much medicinal fragrance at all, and this is not the most critical thing. The most important thing is that the aquamarine has not been put in yet. Just when everyone was worried about what Chu Xinghe would do with the aquamarine, Chu Xinghe finally reached the last moment of refining it. At this moment, he picked up the aquamarine and threw it into the alchemy furnace without hesitation. The moment the water-based aquamarine entered the vermilion bird furnace, the entire vermilion bird furnace began to shake crazily. The furnace is going to explode. Everyone back off. The vermilion bird furnace was shaking like crazy. Sure enough, the addition of aquamarine completely ruined the refining of the immortal transformation pill. This was the result of the furnace explosion. When the Great Elder saw the wildly shaking vermilion bird stove, his first reaction was to take action, but when he saw Chu Xinghe's expression, he stopped. Because at this moment, he found that Chu Xinghe's face was not in any panic because the furnace was about to explode. On the contrary, Chu Xinghe always had a smile on his face. Seeing this smile, the Great Elder was shocked. Could it be that this child had a backup plan? Just wait for yourself. But while the Great Elder was waiting, Chu Xinghe suddenly activated his spiritual power, and the vermilion bird spirit fire suddenly spurted out. Under the blessing of the terrifying vermilion bird spirit fire, the vermilion bird furnace, which was already shaking crazily, seemed to be unable to withstand the vermilion bird furnace anymore. The stress of bird spirit fire. Boom! A terrifying explosion sound spread throughout the Medicine King Palace. A huge explosion accompanied by terrifying flames filled the entire vermilion bird furnace, just as everyone was panicking to avoid the vermilion bird spirit fire that might be about to burst out of the vermilion bird furnace. A strange scene appeared. All the exploded vermilion bird spirit fire did not move too far away from the vermilion bird furnace, but all rotated crazily around the vermilion bird furnace. While the vermilion bird spirit fire was turning, the vermilion bird furnace suddenly flew into the sky. A ball of water light emerged from the vermilion bird furnace. The water light and the vermilion bird spirit fire were inexplicably intertwined at this moment. The water and fire became so harmonious at this moment. Water and fire merge. This is water and fire. Wu Qun was the first to shout. Along with his shouting, the Great Elder also opened his eyes in excitement. According to legend, there is a special technique in the world of medicine refining that can make various medicinal materials that are originally in conflict with each other no longer conflict with each other. It can even use the power of conflict to improve the quality of the elixir. This technique is also called the blending of water and fire, but this technique has always existed in legends. Even the medicine saint Lu Chengfeng was not able to fully master this technique, but there were some attempts and inferences about this technique. But isn't today's picture of the perfect fusion of water and fire outside Vermilion Bird's furnace the legendary method of merging water and fire? Buzz! The Vermilion Bird furnace shook wildly, but this time it was not exploding, but turning on. A golden light broke through the Vermilion Bird furnace and flew out from the Vermilion Bird furnace. That's an elixir, a golden elixir. And when the elixir soared into the sky, countless clouds suddenly appeared over the vast heaven sect, which was originally clear and clear. Thunder also began to flash in the clouds. Divine pill. It's a divine pill. When the divine pill is born, catastrophe comes from the sky. Wu Qun's eyes turned red. As a 9th grade peak elixir refining grandmaster, he has been refining elixirs all his life, but he has never refined a divine elixir once. Even the great elder has only refined it once in his life. And refining divine elixirs can be said to be something that any alchemist longs for in his life. Boom! A bolt of thunder fell from the sky, and the thunder directly blasted open the roof of the Medicine King Palace, and met with the golden divine elixir rising in the sky. Golden light and thunder merged together. Thunder wanted to tear the elixir into pieces, but the elixir seemed to have magical power. Under this thunder, instead of being destroyed, the elixir bloomed with an even more dazzling golden light. Boom! The thunder shattered and the divine elixir was formed. The golden elixir fell from the sky, and the fragrance instantly filled the entire Medicine King Palace. It was also the fragrance of medicine, but when the fragrance filled the air, everyone felt refreshed. Divine elixir. This is a truly divine elixir, and it is definitely not comparable to any supreme grade elixir. No one thought that today, Chu Xinghe, a 5th grade alchemist, would actually refine the legendary divine elixir in full view of everyone. Wu Qun was dumbfounded. The great elder's beard almost flew up with excitement. Countless vast heaven sect brothers looked excited. Luo Yinger's face was filled with disbelief. Only Chu Xinghe looked confused at the moment. What the hell is this? Where did this divine elixir come from? I just want to blow up the furnace. Why did the furnace explode a magical elixir? Vermilion Bird, you are playing me, right? But at this time, Chu Xinghe's confusion turned into calmness in everyone's eyes, a kind of indifference that was beyond anything else. Everyone looked at Chu Xinghe, who was standing in front of the Vermilion Bird stove. Look, this is our junior brother Galaxy. Even the divine elixir cannot make him have the slightest fluctuation. Junior brother Galaxy has already predicted everything. No wonder junior brother Galaxy is not afraid of aquamarine at all. It turns out that junior brother Galaxy has mastered the transcendent level medicine refining technique that blends water and fire. This must be what junior brother Galaxy understood from the medicine saint inheritance. This was something that not even the medicine saint was able to do back then. Senior brother Galaxy is really better than his master. Luo Yinger also stared at Chu Xinghe over there with wide eyes. She didn't know why. At this moment, Chu Xinghe's figure became so tall and majestic in her eyes. As an alchemist, no one wants to refine magical elixirs. Luo Yinger could only dream of it, but she knew she was still too far behind. And the Chu Xinghe in front of him, who personally refined the divine elixir, could still be so calm and composed. He even almost cheered when he exploded the furnace, but Chu Xinghe stood there without fear, as if he had already prepared it in advance. No, all this will happen. Yes, he must have mastered the legendary mysterious technique of blending water and fire. Chu Xinghe is simply unfathomable. For the first time, Luo Yinger felt that she was so small. The Chu Xinghe in front of her was like a mountain, weighing her down, and she couldn't breathe. At the same time, she looked at Chu Xinghe, who was standing in the Vermilion Bird spirit fire and watching the birth of divine pill calmly. For some reason, Luo Yinger discovered at this moment that senior brother Galaxy was so majestic. It turned out, senior brother Galaxy also looked so handsome. Ah, it's no worse than senior brother Zheng Yu's beauty. When the divine pill is born, disaster strikes. The sudden appearance of a thundercloud shook the entire vast heaven sect. Even the sect leader Ji Mingchao came from the vast heaven palace via the shattering void. Seeing the collision between the thunder and the gold core in the sky, even he felt a little moved in his heart. Today is the medicine refining competition between vast heaven sect and heavenly medicine palace. Ji Mingchao knows nothing about medicine refining, and the Lord of Heavenly Medicine Palace is not willing to let him, the Lord of Vast Heaven Sect, accompany him personally. So he did not come today. But I never expected that the divine pill would be born today and even attract thunder from the sky. In the Vast Heaven Sect, only the great elders' refined elixirs reached the realm of divine grade when he first broke through and reached the peak of 9th grade. It caused thunder in the sky and shook all directions. Today is the competition between Chu Xinghe and Na Luo Yinger. Chu Xinghe seems to be the 5th grade alchemist, and so is Luo Yinger. 2 5th grade alchemists have refined a divine elixir. Ji Mingchao took a few steps to reach the Medicine King Palace. Through the blasted roof of the Medicine King Palace, he saw the divine elixir suspended in midair and countless excited Vast Heaven Sect disciples jumping up and down. When seeing this scene, Ji Mingchao smiled. It's this kid Galaxy. It is indeed the inheritance of the Medicine Saint. Yesterday, one man defeated the entire young generation of Martial Emperor City, and today the divine pill, the inheritance of the Medicine Saint, was born. This child will always bring incredible surprises to people. Not only did they visit the Ming dynasty, but the elders from all the palaces also came from all directions when the thunder appeared. When they saw the golden divine pill and the cheering Vast Heaven Sect disciples, everyone realized what was happening. Vast Heaven, countless elders sang loudly. Ji Mingchao stood in the sky with his hands behind his back. At this moment, his heart was extremely happy. Vast Heaven, there is nothing wrong with this at all. 400 years have passed, and there have been numerous Vast Heaven Sect geniuses, but there has never been a transcendent level being as unique as the 10th generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor. Even though he, Ji Mingchao, is called the best in the world, there are many hidden masters in the world, as well as some old monsters who have never been born. Ji Mingchao knows that he is not necessarily invincible in the world. But today, Vast Heaven Sect finally released a character who can rival the 10th generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor. Wrong. To be precise, Chu Xinghe has surpassed the Vast Heaven Great Emperor back then. At this age, the Vast Heaven Great Emperor is definitely not as accomplished as Chu Xinghe. Ji Mingchao knew that it was really God who blessed Vast Heaven. Vast Heaven Sect was finally going to give birth to a truly invincible being. The thunder clouds dispersed, and there was a huge hole in the newly built Medicine King Palace. But when everyone looked at the hole, they didn't feel sad, but excited. Because this hole is a witness to the birth of Divine Pill and the rise of Junior Brother Galaxy. The Great Elder rose into the sky and picked the Divine Pill down from the sky. The Divine Pill exudes dazzling golden light. The Great Elder held the gold core in his hands and walked around it as if he were holding the most powerful treasure, letting everyone taste the Divine Pill. Everyone's eyes lit up when they saw the Divine Pill. This is the legendary Divine Pill. Finally, the Great Elder delivered the Divine Pill to Wu Qun. I would also like to ask Palace Master Wu Qun to comment. Wu Qun looked at Divine Pill, his face full of bitterness. The Great Elder is joking. Wu Qun has not been able to refine the Divine Pill in his life, so what qualifications do he have to taste the Divine Pill? After today's battle, I, the Heavenly Medicine Palace, am convinced. The Heavenly Medicine Palace does not know its own capabilities. Today, it is my own. It's a disgrace. When Wu Qun said this, the elder suppressed the laughter in his heart and kept saying how could it be possible? It would be good for everyone to communicate with each other. It's really good. Without communication, this kid Galaxy wouldn't be able to break through himself and refine the Divine Pill. Wu Qun was extremely bitter in his heart, but Chu Xinghe was just as bitter as Wu Qun. Why did Divine Pill come out? Where is the promised furnace? I just want to fry the furnace. I have thrown the aquamarine in. Isn't it natural to fry the furnace? What do you mean by giving me the Divine Pill? Vermilion Bird, are you taking revenge on me? Didn't I just bully you at the beginning? As for that, Chu Xinghe still looked confused. Senior Brother Galaxy, Luo Yinger is convinced today. Senior Brother Galaxy's method of refining medicine is enough for Luo Yinger to learn for a lifetime. After mastering the Qilin True Fire, I thought I could be on par with Senior Brother Galaxy. Only today did I realize that the gap between me and Senior Brother Galaxy is as big as Yuni, not only the way of refining medicine, but also the difference in character as the difference between heaven and earth. Luo Yinger was about to cry as she spoke. Senior Brother Galaxy put forward additional conditions. I actually thought that Senior Brother Galaxy had a trick. Senior Brother Galaxy chose herbs like plantain for me, but I chose aquamarine for Senior Brother Galaxy with evil intentions. But Senior Brother Galaxy has extraordinary abilities. Luo Ying, I admire you so much. What Luo Yinger said was like pear blossoms and rain, which made many senior fellow apprentices feel distressed. But Chu Xinghe didn't feel sorry for this little squirrel at all. You have an unshakable responsibility in today's situation. If you hadn't chosen the sea-shattering blue stone, would I have been able to refine the divine pill? Can I win? I, the little prince of furnace frying, just want to blow up a furnace, but why is it so difficult? But now Chu Xinghe has no solution at all. The divine pill has come out, what else can he do? I can only comfort the little squirrel in front of me. The Heavenly Medicine Palace, like the Martial Emperor City, was completely defeated in this battle. Wu Qun did not continue to stay in the vast heaven sect, but left with the little squirrel. However, before leaving, the little squirrel turned back 3 times, looking at Chu Xinghe with admiration, and asked Senior Brother Galaxy if he could come to Senior Brother Galaxy for advice in the future. Chu Xinghe said with a smile, "Welcome. In fact, in my heart, Fu, it's best not to come here in this life, and it's best not to show up in Vast Heaven Sect." Chu Xinghe felt better when he watched junior sister Wan Lin send the little squirrel away with tears in her eyes until she was outside the mountain gate. Come on, little squirrel, you don't even know that the Vast Heaven Sect is not only scary for the senior brother, but also the senior sister is even more terrifying. The hole opened by thunder in the Medicine King Palace was given by the Great Elder, and no one was allowed to repair it. This is a sign of the rise of Medicine King Palace, which is a symbol of Chu Xinghe's glory. So Feng Fei waved his hand and used the high-grade spirit stone as glass and attached it directly to it. It not only prevented rain but also emitted light, so that every disciple who enters the Medicine King Palace in the future can see the glory of Junior Brother Galaxy. Heavenly Medicine Palace is arrogant, Qilin True Fire is defeated miserably by Vermilion Bird Spirit Fire. Of course, the news of the birth of Divine Pill could not be concealed. After the news came out, the topic was similar to what Chu Xinghe guessed, but the roles were reversed. Vast Heaven Sect had just destroyed the Martial Emperor's Majesty with its front foot, and then destroyed the Palace of Heavenly Medicine with its rear foot. What's even more terrifying is that it was the same person who did all of this. Yesterday everyone said that Chu Xinghe was probably the most powerful person of the younger generation. Today everyone discovered that not only in terms of strength, but also in the art of refining medicine, Chu Xinghe is still the most powerful person of the younger generation. I don't know how many sect leaders are stamping their feet and beating their chests. Why does such an outstanding disciple have to go to Vast Heaven Sect? Our sect is pretty good too. It doesn't matter if a person is powerful, but his medicine refining skills are so outstanding. Why is the gap between people so big? On this day, I don't know how many young disciples were assigned the task of increasing the amount of training by the sect, and I don't know how many of them were miserable. However, Ling Palace is decorated with lanterns and decorations. There is no ban on drinking in Ling Palace tonight. The banquet did not involve the entire Vast Heaven Sect, but it filled the Crane Palace. Even the sect master came to ask for a drink and told Chu Xinghe not to be arrogant because of today's achievements, but to stay humble and move on. Chu Xinghe had a bitter smile on his face. I'm so arrogant. I want to die now. A grand banquet was held in Ling Palace, and people from all palaces came to congratulate. Everyone at the banquet was talking about Chu Xinghe's performance today. You don't know. When I saw Junior Brother Galaxy get the Aquamarine Stone, I thought that Junior Brother Galaxy was doomed. Now that I think about it, the reason why Junior Brother Galaxy put forward such additional conditions is because he is really benevolent and righteous. That's right. Junior Brother Galaxy doesn't want to bully that little girl. If you master the Qilin True Fire, the sky is the limit. Even if Junior Brother Galaxy gets the Aquamarine Stone, he can still crush her easily. Junior Brother Galaxy just doesn't like to bully others. He is very benevolent and righteous. He can obviously be defeated easily, but he is afraid that the outside world will say that our vast heaven sect bullies others. With that additional condition, what even so? In the face of absolute strength, who can fight? You didn't see it. When that little girl finally left the sect, her eyes lit up when she looked at Junior Brother Galaxy. She is not worthy of Junior Brother Galaxy. Yes, yes, how can Junior Brother Galaxy be worthy of her? Come on, come on. Raise a glass to Junior Brother Galaxy. Chu Xinghe was not drunk today because he heard from several senior brothers that when he was drunk, he was so frightened that he just wanted to fail and yelled about things. Fortunately, the content in his senior brother's brains helped him resolve everything perfectly. Fortunately, he didn't say anything more extreme. But I must drink less of this wine from now on, otherwise what if I get drunk one day and shout that I just want to destroy my sect? It's not that I look down on these senior brothers and sisters, it's not easy to think about. The dinner at Ling Palace lasted until midnight. Although Chu Xinghe didn't drink too much, he still pretended to be drunk. With infinite discomfort, he went back to the room to rest with senior brother Feng Fei. Lying on the bed, Chu Xinghe burst into tears after making sure that senior brother Feng Fei had slept like a dead dog. Defeat the Martial Emperor City first, and then the Heavenly Medicine Palace, what the hell have you done? What about the promised failure? But if you think about it carefully, can you blame yourself for this? The opponent is really too weak. Zheng Yu, you said you are too, can't you fight well? What kind of star-shifting technique are you doing? Move yourself away. The same goes for little squirrels. You choose something wrong. If you choose aquamarine, you are cheating, you know. With infinite resentment, Chu Xinghe finally fell asleep. A dreamless night, and Chu Xinghe was woken up by senior brother Feng early the next morning. After breakfast, a senior brother sent a message. He said that the Great Elder wanted to give him extra training. Chu Xinghe's brain twitched when he heard the news. Let's see, the bad news finally came. When the divine pill came out, the Great Elder felt like he had been given a shot of blood. In the past, it would be considered a failure if he could not refine supreme grade. In the future, the Great Elder should not set a limit for refining it. The ultimate goal is to fail even if you take out divine pill. What bullshit refining medicine, I'm really fed up with it. But after trouble, I had to go, but when I arrived at the Medicine King Palace, I found that the Great Elder was not waiting for me at the Medicine King Palace. After asking, I found out that the Great Elder had gone to the Vast Heaven Palace. It seems that Qin Shangqin, a branch president of the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce, reported something very important. The heads and elders of each palace were summoned to the Vast Heaven Palace by the sect master. Hearing Qin Shangqin, Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up. The blessed General Qin Shangqin is the only truly blessed general who does not cheat him. He is by no means comparable to the ungrateful fake blessed generals like Ma Liang. What news did Qin Shangqin bring this time that allowed the sect leader to summon the great elders and chief ministers? Discussed together. Could it be that something happened to the sect? Chu Xinghe suddenly became excited. Vast Heaven Palace, in the main hall of Vast Heaven. The sect leader Ji Yumingchao, the great elders and the heads of various palaces gathered here. Chu Xinghe's blessed general Qin Shangqin came to Vast Heaven Sect this time and brought some bad news. Vast Heaven Sect's #1 spiritual mine has exhausted its resources and has not produced another spiritual stone for more than half a month. Spirit Mine #1 is a supreme grade mineral vein obtained by Vast Heaven Sect hundreds of years ago. The rise of Vast Heaven Sect can be said to be indispensable to the #1 Spirit Mine. Even today, the spiritual stones produced by Spirit Mine #1 account for about 10% of all the spiritual stones produced in Vast Heaven Sect. Now that the #1 spiritual mine has been exhausted, this is indeed very bad news. And Ji Yumingchao summoned the first of each palace, and his purpose was also very simple, to discuss how to choose a new spiritual mine next. After all, the spiritual mine is an extremely important spiritual stone output for any sect. The Vast Heaven Sect family has a big business and consumes a lot of money, so the most important thing now is how to find a vein that can replace the #1 spiritual mine. Qin Shangqin, does the Chamber of Commerce have any clues? The Great Elder spoke slowly. Qin Shangqin said respectfully, back to the Great Elder, the number 1 spirit mine can be said to be the supreme grade among the supreme grade mineral veins. There are very few in the world that can compare with the number 1 spirit mine. Now I want to find one in a short time. It is very difficult to find a vein that can replace the number 1 spiritual mine. Many elders nodded. Qin Shangqian was right. Spirit mine number 1 is the most supreme grade mineral vein, and it is indeed not easy to replace it. This time the spiritual mines are exhausted. Finding replacement spiritual mines is the top priority. I wonder which of the elders is willing to personally go to the Spirit Vein Mountain to select a new spiritual mine. Ji Yu Mingqiao stood in the center of the hall and spoke. But after the sect master finished speaking, all the elders, including the great elder, fell silent. It's not that the elders are unwilling to contribute to the sect. The main thing is that the selection of spiritual minerals is no small matter. The cost of purchasing a new spiritual mine is astronomical. And if you want to buy a spiritual mine that can be compared with the number 1 spiritual mine, it will be even more difficult. In this case, if you make the wrong choice, it will definitely bring unimaginable losses to the sect, so even the great elder does not dare to speak casually about such a big matter. Qin Qianqian looked at the silent elders. He opened his mouth but stopped talking. Qin Shangqian, please rest in the sect first, and the sect will discuss this matter before deciding. Ji Yu Mingqiao also knew that this matter would not be easily solved, so he could only suppress it for the time being. Yes. Qin bowed forward and saluted the sect leader and all the elders before walking out of the vast heaven hall. As soon as he walked out of the vast heaven palace, he saw Chu Xinghe standing in the vast heaven palace in the distance, waving to him. Although there is no longer the vast heaven order, Chu Xinghe can still enter and exit the vast heaven palace at will. Let's not talk about the fact that Chu Xinghe often comes to vast heaven palace to consult with the sect master about vast heaven's fighting intentions. Let's just talk about Chu Xinghe's popularity in vast heaven sect. The senior brothers and sisters who are responsible for guarding vast heaven palace will not embarrass Chu Xinghe. Qin Shangqian's eyes lit up when he saw Chu Xinghe waving, and then he quickly ran towards Chu Xinghe. Although it hadn't been long since he and Chu Xinghe were separated last time, Qin Shangqian still knew everything that happened during this period. He single-handedly trampled the younger generation of martial emperor city under his feet. Zheng Yu, who had a 7-color glazed body, was defeated by Chu Xinghe. After that, he became the first refiner in the world in the medicine refining competition with the Heavenly Medicine Palace. 5th grade alchemist from Divine Pill. It shocked all directions. The younger generation is number 1 in combat power, and the younger generation is number 1 in alchemy skills. In a short period of time, Chu Xinghe's name has sounded in Qin Qianqian's ears countless times. Every time he thinks of Chu Xinghe, Qin Shangqian admires him in his heart. Senior Brother Galaxy is not only a noble character, but also has unfathomable strength. And more importantly, when he came to the sect to report the news of mine number 1 this time, he also had a bold idea. Because it was too bold, he hesitated to speak in the vast heaven hall. This bold idea is related to Chu Xinghe. Last time, Brother Galaxy knew that there was something wrong with the original stone just by looking at it. Qin Shangqian had never seen this kind of ability to control the original stone after working with it for half his life. This should be the ability brought by the legendary inheritance of the medicine saint. Therefore, Qin Shangqian felt that if Senior Brother Galaxy could go to Lingmei Mountain and let him personally select the spiritual mines, it would be a sure win. But Vast Heaven Sect also has rules of Vast Heaven Sect. For a long time, even ordinary elders have not dared to intervene in the choice of spiritual mines. After all, once the choice fails, the consequences will be too serious. This is also the reason why the elders were silent after the sect leader opened his mouth. Even the heads of the various palaces and the great elders did not dare to accept it easily. Although Senior Brother Galaxy had an extraordinary status in the sect, it was impossible for the sect to leave such a big matter to Senior Brother Galaxy. Regarding Chu Xinghe, Qin Shangqian didn't hide anything and directly stated the purpose of his coming and what was in his heart. After listening to Qin Shangqian's words, Chu Xinghe was silent for 10 seconds. What does it mean that someone gives you a pillow when you feel sleepy? What does it mean to provide help in times of need? What does it mean to be helpful? What is a good general? From today on, there is only one blessed general in this world, and that is you, Qin Blessed General. The last time I met General Qin Fu, he brought me the peak of 3rd grade cultivation. I had just been distressed by the defeat of both Martial Emperor City and Heavenly Medicine Palace. General Qin Fu actually brought such a great opportunity. That's a spiritual mine. How significant is a spiritual mine to the sect? What an astronomical price to buy a spiritual mine. Oh my God, if this creates a big hole for the sect, what a terrible loss it will be. Emperor Tian has paid off his hard work, and there is another village with bright flowers and dark trees. Chu Xinghe almost burst into tears. Isn't this the opportunity he has been waiting for? What makes Chu Xinghe even more gratified is that he doesn't need to be reminded. The first thing Fu Zhong thinks of is him. General Qin Fu, General Qin Fu, I know the rough stone of a hammer. Although there is indeed a judgment about the original stone in the Medicine Saint inheritance, I will lose if I take a look at it. Suppressing the turmoil in his heart, Chu Xinghe looked at General Qin Fu and said, Qin Fu. President Qin, have you told the sect master about this? Back to Senior Brother Galaxy, I don't dare to say anything. After all, this matter is too important, and I'm afraid of cheating Senior Brother Galaxy. You are cheating me. Chu Xinghe was really anxious this time. If he missed such a good opportunity, he would regret it for the rest of his life. Choosing the Lingquankang sect was simply a God-given opportunity. Once you make a wrong choice, the sect will be damaged and you will be promoted. If a sect suffers a loss, someone will always have to take the blame. For such a huge loss, Chu Xinghe feels that even if he is not kicked into the outer sect, his status as a direct disciple will definitely be lost. In this way, he will be punished and reap another wave. Where can I find such an opportunity? President Qin, why are you so confused? If such a big matter is really handed over to an elder who is not good at it, if something goes wrong, the sect will suffer huge losses. Let's go now. Go to Vast Heaven Hall. Chu Xinghe pulled Qin Qianqin and rushed all the way to the Vast Heaven Hall. Qin Shangqin had a wry smile on his face. In fact, he did not doubt Chu Xinghe's motives and ability to deal with the original stone. Mainly a matter of status. How important is the selection of spiritual minds? Only the first-level figures in each palace are qualified. Chu Xinghe is still just a disciple. Even if he is a direct disciple, will the sect really give such an important task to Chu Xinghe? Seeing Chu Xinghe pulling Qin forward into the Vast Heaven Hall, a group of big shots discussing matters in the Vast Heaven Hall were slightly startled. You brat, the sect is discussing business, how dare you barge in without permission? Get out. The elder stood up and angrily scolded Chu Xinghe. After hearing the great elder's words, many elders also laughed and said nothing. Even the sect leader Ji Yu Mingqiao smiled and said nothing. But Qin Shangqin was stunned. He had been so hastily dragged in by Senior Brother Galaxy that he had forgotten that when the sect leaders and elders were discussing matters, no one was allowed to intrude easily. Qin Shangqin knew that the Vast Heaven sect had strict rules. There was once a core disciple who accidentally broke into the Vast Heaven Palace. In the end, he was deprived of his status as a core disciple and entered the outer sect. But today Chu Xinghe dragged him into the Vast Heaven Hall, and the Great Elder just said, "Get out of here." Senior Brother Galaxy is a disciple of the Great Elder, so it's understandable that the Great Elder would protect him, but the other elders, including the sect leader, don't have any objections. This is really exciting. Others broke into the Vast Heaven Palace without permission and broke into the outer door directly. Brother Galaxy broke into the Vast Heaven Palace without permission. Why don't you get out of here? Qin Shangqin grabbed Senior Brother Galaxy and planned to walk out, but Senior Brother Galaxy threw Qin Shangqin away and kept him motionless. Great Elder, don't be anxious. Isn't this something important to report? Contradicted the Great Elder on the spot. Qin Shangqin was confused. Senior Brother Galaxy, the Great Elder told us to get out of here, so we just got out of here. If you contradict the Great Elder like this now, you will be severely punished. Qin Shangqin was so frightened that he could hardly hold his legs between his legs and pee. In the Vast Heaven sect, contradicting the Great Elder is a serious crime. Oh, since you have something to do, let's talk about it. Qin Shangqin, what the hell is this? Others broke into the Vast Heaven Hall without permission and broke into the outer door. Senior Brother Galaxy broke into the vast heaven hall without permission and contradicted the Great Elder. The Great Elder was not angry at all, so he let Chu Xinghe say it. At this moment, Qin Shangqin realized that he was wrong. He was really wrong. Senior Brother Galaxy's status in the vast heaven sect is already beyond his imagination. Today, if it were any other disciple, it would be absolutely impossible for him to walk out of the vast heaven hall standing up. I asked President Qin just now. The sect's #1 spiritual mind seems to be exhausted, right? Chu Xinghe said calmly. But as soon as these words came out, Qin Shangqin turned pale with fright. Brother Galaxy, you really dare to say anything? The matter of this spiritual mine is a secret of the sect. I tell you because I trust you, Brother Galaxy. But if you say it now in front of so many elders and sect leaders, isn't it crazy? Inquiring into the secrets of the sect without authorization is a capital crime. The Great Elder will definitely be furious now. He's dead today. Qin Qianqin was almost in tears, but just when he was waiting for the Great Elder to be furious, the Great Elder spoke. You're right, Qin Shangqin. What the hell? That's good, is it okay? Qin Shangqin felt that his mind was as messed up as a pot of rice porridge. Senior Brother Galaxy inquired about the secrets of the sect without authorization, and what awaited him was not the Great Elder's thunderous wrath, but a good statement. Qin Shangqin felt that his three views had been completely subverted. The depletion of the #1 spiritual mine is definitely the secret of vast heaven sect. No one is allowed to inquire without permission, otherwise if this matter is exposed, it may bring unimaginable harm to the sect. Only those at the head of each palace are qualified to know this level of secrets, and even ordinary elders are not qualified to know. And for inquiring into secrets of this level without permission, even if you don't die, it will definitely be the heaviest punishment. But now, what the hell is a good statement? Qin Shangqin thought he was going to die just now. Because it is a serious crime for Senior Brother Galaxy to inquire about secrets without authorization, but to leak such secrets without authorization will definitely lead to death. But what does it mean that all the elders and sect leaders are still smiling? Don't care at all. Galaxy, now that you know, tell me what you think. It was the sect leader Ji Yu Mingchao who spoke, and when the sect leader said these words, Qin Shangqin was completely dumbfounded. What does the sect master mean? Senior Brother Galaxy knew this secret, and not only was he not punished, but he also asked Senior Brother Galaxy to talk about his thoughts. You must know that matters of this level are major events that can affect the future of the sect. Most elders are not qualified to listen, let alone express their opinions. But the sect leader actually asked Senior Brother Galaxy to express his thoughts. Qin Shangqin felt that this must be a dream. But even if it was a dream, it didn't feel very real. Sect Master, President Qin just told me what happened. This spiritual mine accounted for 10% of the spiritual stone production in my vast heaven sect. It is now exhausted and has a huge impact on the sect, so I think it should be the first. Time has chosen a mine that can replace the #1 spirit mine. The sect master and many elders nodded, indicating Chu Xinghe to continue. I discussed it with President Qin outside. President Qin has an idea that he didn't dare to tell everyone just now. In fact, he has a candidate for the spiritual mine in mind. Who? The Great Elder asked, looking at Qin Qianqin at the same time. Although Qin Shangqin was sweating profusely, he still said quickly and respectfully, back to the Great Elder, it's Senior Brother Galaxy. What? Upon hearing Qin Shangqin's words, a group of elders were suddenly at a loss. But soon everyone seemed to have thought of something. Is it because of the last rough stone incident? Back to the sect leader, Senior Brother Galaxy has inherited the Medicine Saint inheritance and has the ability to distinguish raw stones that ordinary people cannot match. Even the elders of the Shi family are not as good as Senior Brother Galaxy. If Senior Brother Galaxy can be allowed to go to Lingmei Mountain and pass through, it will definitely be possible to identify ore veins in rough stones more accurately. Qin Shangqin finished speaking in one breath, and many elders and sect leaders also began to discuss. Qin Shangqin felt ashamed again listening to the discussions of many elders. He had already thought about it, and as soon as he spoke, an elder would probably jump out and say, Chu Xinghe is just a disciple of the sect, how can he make such a decision? However, Qin Shangqin never expected that at this moment, no elders said that Chu Xinghe was not qualified. Instead, they were discussing whether Chu Xinghe could really find a better mine. At this moment, Qin Shangqian knew that Senior Brother Galaxy's status in Vast Heaven Sect had reached an extent that he could not imagine. Both the sect master and the elders of the various palaces even mentally acknowledged that Chu Xinghe was qualified to discuss matters here. This has never been done by a disciple in the history of Vast Heaven Sect. Galaxy, what do you think? The sect leader looked at Chu Xinghe with a smile and asked. Returning to the sect master, it is my duty as a disciple. You know it's a very important matter. If you make a mistake, you will be severely punished. The sect master still smiled. Serving the sect, the disciples have never thought about severe punishment or not. They only know how to do their best. Ha ha ha, good boy, I will discuss this matter with the elders. You can go back first. Yes, Chu Xinghe didn't say much, nodded and pulled Qin Qianqian out of the Vast Heaven Hall. It wasn't until he arrived outside the Vast Heaven Hall that Qin Shangqian realized that in just a short period of time, all his clothes were soaked with cold sweat. But when he looked at Senior Brother Galaxy, he looked indifferent. Qin Shangqian felt afraid that only Senior Brother Galaxy could be so calm and composed in the face of such a group of big men in the sect. In the main hall of Vast Heaven, Ji Yu Mingqiao looked at everyone. What do you think? It goes without saying that the child Galaxy is capable, but this child is still young after all. If there is an accident, it will probably be a blow to this child. Yes, if you make the wrong choice, the sect will suffer a small loss, but I can't bear to punish this child. Punishment is all. Even if the child is kicked into the outer door, it is just a matter of reputation. But I am afraid that the child will be demoralized by the punishment. Many elders were talking to each other, and if Qin Shangqian heard this, he would immediately vomit blood. So, you don't care at all what kind of losses Chu Xinghe will bring to the sect if he chooses the wrong one, right? Even if you punish Chu Xinghe, it's not because you are angry at all, right? Or you just worried that Chu Xinghe's self-confidence will be damaged after being punished? I think this kid's journey has been so smooth. If he really screws up this time, there's nothing wrong with letting him suffer a little setback. The sect master finally spoke after scanning the audience. The great elder nodded. What the sect master said is true. This child is not the kind of character who will be hit by punishment. Instead, he is the kind of person who becomes more courageous with every setback. He will always be exposed to more things in the sect in the future. As the saying goes, the greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Naturally, it's bigger, so let this kid handle this matter, and there's nothing wrong with giving him some training. The great elder's words caused everyone to nod, including the sect leader, who all looked in agreement. In the end, the sect leader made the decision, and the matter was handed over to Chu Xinghe. Everyone was happy when it was done. Even if it was done wrong, Vast Heaven Sect could not bear the blow. If this loss can bring experience to the kid Galaxy, everyone they all felt it was worth it. Chu Xinghe did not wait too long. Just after noon, Chu Xinghe came to the Vast Heaven Hall again. But this time it wasn't trespassing, but the sect leader summoned him. At this moment, only the sect master and the great elder were left in the Vast Heaven Hall. Qin Shangqian was also summoned together. Disciple pays homage to the sect leader, the great elder. After saluting, the sect leader Ji Yu Mingqiao said, Galaxy, the spiritual mine is of great importance this time. Such an important matter requires at least a person at the level of the first elder to handle it. However, you have the inheritance of the medicine saint, so you are the best candidate. Therefore, the sect has decided to leave the matter of the spiritual mine to you, and there will be no elders to follow, so you will handle it alone. The sect leader finished speaking in one breath. Chu Xinghe looked solemn. Qin Qianqian looked confused. In fact, after leaving the Vast Heaven Hall, Qin Shangqian had been thinking, would the sect really be handed over to Senior Brother Galaxy? After all, this matter was of great concern. Qin Shangqian felt that even if the sect would eventually agree to let Senior Brother Galaxy go, at least it would send a chief elder or even a grand elder to lead the team in person, so that it would be easy to make a decision at that time. But now Qin Shangqian is really confused. The sect not only agreed, but also gave Chu Xinghe full authority to handle it. Even the elders did not need to follow. This is no longer a question of trust or distrust. What a terrifying symbol of power and status this is. Qin Qianqin looked at Chu Xinghe. At this moment, he knew that he was strong. Brother Galaxy, what kind of thighs are there? This is simply the pillar to heaven. If you hug Brother Galaxy, will your future be prosperous? Thank you, Sect Master, Elders, for your trust. Chu Xinghe almost couldn't help but sing, "Good day." Okay, next you can select some disciples from the sect to accompany you, and you can leave anything to them to handle. Yes, Chu Xinghe nodded in agreement. Buzz. A white light flew out from the sect leader's hand, which was the lost Vast Heaven Order. The Vast Heaven token flew into Chu Xinghe's hands again, and the sect leader also spoke, "Galaxy, you take this Vast Heaven token. You can use the Vast Heaven token to handle this matter of the spiritual mine with full authority. There is no need to report it to the sect." Thank you, Sect Master. Chu Xinghe's heart has started to play a good life automatically. Having full authority to handle the matter without reporting it to the sect is tantamount to giving all the decision-making power to oneself. When the Vast Heaven Order is outside, it is as if the sect leader is here in person. In other words, it doesn't matter if he breaks the sky. This is the right time, the right place, the right people, and all the people are converging on me. I wonder how I can lose this time. Qin Shangqin's mind was in chaos until he left the Vast Heaven Hall. He couldn't believe what he was hearing. There is no need for elders to follow. The sect has 100% trust in Chu Xinghe. Chu Xinghe has full authority to handle everything with the Vast Heaven Order. He does not even need to report to the sect. Qin Shangqin felt that even if the sect leader said that he would immediately pass the position of Lord of Vast Heaven Sect to Senior Brother Galaxy, he would not be completely unable to accept it. Chu Xinghe did not waste much time in selecting his accompanying disciples. Fortunate General, Ma Liang didn't know where he heard the news that Brother Galaxy was going out. He immediately found Brother Galaxy and cried and shouted that he wanted to follow Brother Galaxy. Chu Xinghe originally rejected this false lucky general, but after thinking about Ma Liang's ability to cause trouble, he still nodded and agreed. After all, when you are away from home, one less thing is worse than one more thing, right? What if Ma Liang will give himself a new surprise? In addition to Ma Liang, junior sister Wan Lin also came. Wan Lin, who has realized the stick intention, has now become a core disciple. So bring it with you too. Then he selected some disciples who knew the basics of the matter, and these selected disciples all had one thing in common: they were all thorn-level beings in each palace and were extremely good at causing trouble. However, they were convinced by Senior Brother Galaxy, and everyone who was selected cried with joy. Although I don't even know where to go or what to do, I can finally fight alongside Brother Galaxy. When the senior brothers in Ling Palace learned that Chu Xinghe was going out again, they were all very reluctant to leave. Then Chu Xinghe got a lot of pills that he knew and didn't know how to use. As for the spirit stones, senior brother Feng Fei, who was said to be stingy last time, directly prepared 2 large boxes of high-grade spirit stones. Chu Xinghe just wants to know how lucrative Vast Heaven Sect's procurement is. Is Brother Feng so corrupt that no one cares about it? This time, not only the Ling Palace, but also other palaces had fellow disciples come to deliver things. What's the spell from Fufa Palace, the poison from Chongchun Palace, the hidden weapon from Baibing Palace? All kinds of messy stuff filled up 2 universe rings. This is the reason why Chu Xinghe kept only half of them despite repeated rejections. If he accepted them all, Chu Xinghe would have to wear all the universe rings on all 10 fingers to be able to wear them all. After all, I am going to select spiritual minds, not to kill people, so why do I bring so many things that can be beaten? Everything is ready, and the sect leader has also arranged the teleportation array. Qin Shangqin's eyes were filled with tears again. Look at this treatment. He broke his legs walking back and forth, and Brother Galaxy went out to teleport casually. Every time the teleportation array is activated, a lot of materials are consumed. Therefore, under normal circumstances, sects rarely use teleportation arrays. However, the sect leader personally prepared a teleportation array for Chu Xinghe and headed to Lingmei Mountain. Although Qin Shangqin used the teleportation array for the second time, when the light fell and everyone appeared in Lingmei Mountain, this guy almost vomited his stomach juice due to his low cultivation level. Chu Xinghe naturally didn't react much after sitting there twice, while the other junior brothers and sisters were all decent in cultivation. Although they reacted, they were much better than the first time. President Qin can't completely abandon his cultivation just because of the Chamber of Commerce. Ma Liang smiled and looked at Qin Shangqin, who almost fainted from vomiting. Qin Shangqin couldn't laugh or cry about this. Young master, you think I am just like you. You are an inner disciple, unparalleled in talent and a genius. I am just a person from the outer sect who has no achievements and was let into the Chamber of Commerce. As long as there are, who the hell goes to the Chamber of Commerce to cultivate talents? The teleportation array landed directly on the Lingmei mountain side. Chu Xinghe told every accompanying junior fellow apprentice the purpose of his visit without hesitation. Although he said he must not let it out, his heart was full of longing. It's a pity that the solemnity on everyone's faces made Chu Xinghe understand that the junior brothers and sisters would probably disappoint him. Senior Brother Galaxy, don't worry. This matter is of great importance. We will never leak a word and we will never betray Senior Brother Galaxy's trust. Ma Liang assured, patting his chest. The other junior brothers and sisters also nodded heavily. Brother Galaxy told us such a big secret without hesitation. If we tell it, will we still be human? Brother Galaxy trusts us so much. We must not let Brother Galaxy down. It feels so good to be trusted. Lingmei Mountain is the southernmost mountain range of Liang continent. It is called Lingmei Mountain because it is rich in spiritual stones. And all the major sects in the world also have their own spiritual mines here in Lingmei Mountain. Qin Shangqin, who was in a semi-depressed state, forced himself to lead the way. After half a day deep in the entering Spirit Mountains, we arrived at our destination, Spirit City. Lingcheng is the largest city in the entire Lingmei Mountain. It is also where the chambers of commerce of various major sects usually reside. The raw stones collected from the spiritual mines in Lingmei Mountain are also transported to the residences of each sect. Various transactions are also conducted here. The raw stones produced by the spirit mine do not mean that they are directly spiritual stones. To turn the raw stones into spiritual stones, they need to be touched. The Shi family, one of the three major aristocratic families, made their fortune by turning stones, and they are also the most proficient family in the world today. It is not an empty talk that the world's spiritual stones come from Shihia. After the produced spiritual stones are transported to Lingcheng, they will be touched here before being transported to the major sects. So even though this spiritual city is not too big, it is the place with the most spiritual stones in the world. The vast Heaven Sect Chamber of Commerce is also located in the most prosperous Dongcheng district of Lingcheng. Qin Shangqin brought all the staff of the vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce branch to visit Chu Xinghe. The eyes of some young people in the Chamber of Commerce almost shone when they heard that the person in front of them was Chu Xinghe. These days, Chu Xinghe's name has spread all over the world, especially among the younger generation, who doesn't yearn for it. However, compared to the yearning of young people, some senior leaders of the Chamber of Commerce who knew the specific situation of the number one spiritual mine were feeling uneasy. They pulled Qin Qianqin aside. President. You didn't inform the sect about the number one spiritual mine this time. I told you. Then. Why didn't anyone from the sect come to deal with this matter? The senior officials didn't understand. This is the most important matter. Logically speaking, the sect should send a high-ranking elder-level figure to deal with it as soon as possible. Isn't this coming? What, President, you mean? Chu Xinghe. The senior officials were confused, and they even doubted whether the president had made it clear to the sect. The number one spiritual mine has been exhausted, and a new spiritual mine needs to be selected. Choosing a new spiritual mine requires a huge amount of assets to purchase. Why should Chu Xinghe handle such a major matter? Is this a joke? But soon after Qin Shangqin quietly explained to the senior officials everything that happened in the vast Heaven sect, everyone fell silent. The sect leader personally took out the vast Heaven order and gave Chu Xinghe full authority to handle the matter. Even an elder didn't need to follow him, which simply subverted everyone's outlook. By letting such a young disciple handle this matter, isn't the Dao sect afraid that Chu Xinghe's mistake will cause the sect to suffer huge losses? So what do the big guys of the sect think? The senior officials couldn't understand, but Qin Shangqin thought it through. In their eyes, the spiritual mine is of great importance, but in the eyes of the sect, the spiritual mine is obviously not as important as Senior Brother Galaxy. So even though they knew that Senior Brother Galaxy was young and might make mistakes in handling this matter, the sect still handed it over to Chu Xinghe without hesitation, just to give Chu Xinghe a chance to handle big things alone. Even if he messed up this time, the sect would be willing to teach Chu Xinghe a lesson. The sect is training Chu Xinghe as the future leader of Vast Heaven Sect. After everyone saw Chu Xinghe, they went about their own work. Qin Shangqin came to Chu Xinghe with 2 deputies from the Chamber of Commerce. Senior Brother Galaxy, this is some information about the spiritual minerals that we have collected before that can be purchased. Please take a look. The information is opened, and the specific information of the various spiritual minerals for sale is clearly marked on it, including the location, the output and the possible mining time of the spiritual minerals are very detailed. President Qin has taken the trouble. Chu Xinghe took a cursory glance, but secretly shook his head. It's not that the spiritual mineral marked above is not good, it's that it's great. Is this the spiritual mine I want? Take a look at this. It says that although the price is the highest, the spirit stones produced are not much different from the number 1 mine, and may even exceed the number 1 mine if the mining is in depth. I want to buy Vast Heaven Sect and still make a lot of money. Can such a potential spiritual mine be purchased? And this. It says that although the output is not as good as number 1 mine, the future is promising, and the price is low, making it the most suitable to buy. This is even worse. If you buy this, how can you ensure that the sect loses money? So Chu Xinghe looked at it and shook his head. General Qin Fu, you have disappointed me a little this time. What's this crossed out? Ma Liang pointed to one of the crossed out openings. Back to Senior Brother Ma Liang. This spiritual mine is the Tianyi spirit mine discovered by the Shi family before. It was also the spiritual mine that produced those false rough stones last time. Now this spiritual mine is an abandoned mine. Abandoned mine. Chu Xinghe's eyes lit up when he heard this. This is not a waste mine, this is simply the mine of my dreams. The last time the Tianyi Ling mine produced a large amount of rough stones, the major sects in the trap almost vomited blood and died. If it hadn't been for their accidental collision, Vast Heaven Sect would have been scolded by the trap. After missing the last opportunity, Chu Xinghe vowed that he would never miss it the second time. Tianyi Ling Mine, right. This name sounds like something different from Fan Mine. 1 day at a time, number 1 in the world. I wonder where to find such a perfect spiritual mine. Is Yiling Mine for sale today? Chu Xinghe said solemnly. The Shi family put it up for sale a few days ago, but as you know, Brother Galaxy, there are so many people trapped in this mine, so how could any fool buy it? In the past few days, I heard that the Shi family is planning to take it off the shelves. That's okay, just buy it. The whole audience. Ahem. Brother Galaxy, the Tianyi Ling mine has been proven to be a waste mine, and the Shi family may take it off the market soon. So contact the Shi family quickly and buy it quickly. We will never bargain. If you really can't afford to pay more, you can buy it. If you don't buy it, you won't be able to buy it anymore. Chu Xinghe was anxious, this was the love mine of his dreams. If he missed this mine, where could he find something worse than this? Qin Shangqin was dumbfounded. The senior officials of the Chamber of Commerce were even more confused. Even Ma Liang couldn't help but say, Senior Brother Galaxy, it's not suitable for Tianyi Spirit Mine today. It's perfect. President Qin, go and organize this matter immediately, Tianyi Ling Mine. Chu Xinghe was so anxious that he even took out the Vast Heaven Order. Looking at the shining Vast Heaven Order, Qin Shangqin burst into tears, but soon Qin Shangqin seemed to have thought of something. He glanced at Chu Xinghe. Senior Brother Galaxy was not a rash person. Last time, it was because I didn't understand what Senior Brother Galaxy meant, so I left so much raw ore behind. In the end, I paid all my money to finally close the hole. So this time, could it be that Senior Brother Galaxy discovered something that no one expected? It doesn't quite look like it. Brother Galaxy didn't even take a second look at the Tianyi Spirit Mine when he came here, and he decided to buy it. This is too mysterious. Qin Shangqin felt uneasy, but the Vast Heaven Order had come out. How could he dare to disobey it, so he could only lead his people to follow Chu Xinghe's instructions. But when he left the station, the 2 senior officials next to Qin Shangqin grabbed him. President, why do I think this is nonsense? Why don't we report it to the sect? The deputy almost cried. In the past, buying the spirit mine required various investigations and evidence collection, and various inspections and analyses. He did not dare to make a final decision easily within 2 or 3 months. Chu Xinghe had only been here for a day, and he wanted to buy the mine, which was considered a waste mine by the Shi family. Tianying mine. This is crazy. Qin Shangqin's eyes were firm and he shook his head. The sect leader himself said that Senior Brother Galaxy has full authority to handle the matter. We will just obey orders. No need to say any more, let's go. Let's go to Shi's house. Qin Shangqin led his deputy to the Shi family's residence in Lingcheng without saying a word. When the person in charge of the Shi family in Lingcheng heard that Qin Shangqin wanted to buy the Tianying mine, they were stunned. Vast Heaven Sect. What the hell is wrong with your brain? But regardless of whether the people in Vast Heaven Sect were mentally ill, the person in charge of the Shi family was so moved that he cried. When he found out that he bought this Tianying war family, he suffered a lot. Now it is discovered that it is a waste mine, and the Shi family wants to sell it, but no one will take it over. Just when the Shi family themselves are desperate, do they want to buy Vast Heaven Sect? Faced with such an enemy, the person in charge of the Shi family took out all the good tea he had collected for 20 years and personally brewed a strong cup for Qin Shangqin. He even nodded and bowed when talking to Qin Shangqin, not because he was afraid of Qin Shangqin. Before, I was simply afraid that the fool would react and run away. The negotiations went very smoothly and all the details were quickly finalized. The fastest spiritual mineral transaction in history was born on the first day Chu Xinghe came to Lingmei Mountain. On the first day when Chu Xinghe came to Lingmei Mountain, he directly purchased the Tianying mine from the Shi family in the name of Vast Heaven Sect. When the Vast Heaven order was placed on the contract, almost all the senior executives of the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce, except Qin Shangqin, had sleepwalking expressions on their faces. The people from the Shi family were the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce who laughed with wild laughter. That last expression seemed to say to the people of the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce, you are all a bunch of idiots. Not to mention the Shi family. After the news spread within the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce, even the people in the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce thought Chu Xinghe was an idiot. The Tianying mine was once priced at the highest price in history by the Shi family, but after the waste rock incident, everyone realized that the Tianying mine was actually a waste mine that the Shi family had overlooked. Even so, the price of Tianying mine has been cut in half by the Shi family many times, but the actual price is still an astronomical figure. Even many major sects feel numb when they hear this number. Vast Heaven Sect. Even though the family is big and has a big business, such a large transaction volume will not be a big deal, but this is a waste mine. Isn't it an idiot to buy waste mines like this? If yesterday the young people in the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce all admired Chu Xinghe, today these people just think that Chu Xinghe is a fool. A complete fool. Naturally, such an important transaction could not be concealed. The news spread throughout Lingcheng in a short time, and even each sect reported the matter to its own sect as quickly as possible. The first reaction of everyone who heard the news was, has this Chu Xinghe been kicked in the head by a donkey? But even if his brain is caught in the door panel, will the brains of the other Vast Heaven Sect also shrink? Even if the sect leader does not handle such an important matter as purchasing a spiritual mine, it should at least be handled by a highly respected elder. Whoever buys spiritual minerals is not allowed to conduct various comparisons, investigations, and bargaining. Purchasing a spiritual mine is like fighting a tough battle. But you, Chu Xinghe, bought the Tianying mine on the first day you came here without saying a word. What else is this but a fool? You just want to buy other spiritual mines, but this is the Tiany spiritual mine. Everyone knows that it was a waste mine that the Shi family had set out to buy. Is Chu Xinghe sure he didn't have a grudge against Vast Heaven Sect and deliberately consume Vast Heaven Sect's strength? This Chu Xinghe has been rumored by all parties before. What a peerless talent, the number one among the younger generation. But now after this transaction, everyone has begun to doubt, can such a fool be the legendary number one of the younger generation? Or is this guy too inflated because of everything before? Lingcheng, Dongcheng District, the headquarters of Martial Emperor City is also here. At this time, in the residence of Martial Emperor City, the steward of the Martial Emperor City Chamber of Commerce was standing next to a man who seemed to have walked out of a comic book. Now the outside world is saying that this Chu Xinghe is a fool. If such a guy really becomes the future leader of Vast Heaven Sect, there is no need to worry about Vast Heaven Sect being destroyed in his hands. The steward reported to Zheng Yu in front of him with a smile on his face. But after listening to the steward's words, Zheng Yu didn't speak for a long time, and he didn't know how long it took before he shook his head. You are wrong. They say Chu Xinghe is a fool because they have never seen Chu Xinghe. He is the most outstanding young man I have ever seen. He is unfathomable. This time Chu Xinghe acted like this. Purchasing Tianyi spiritual mine with lightning speed is by no means as simple as it seems. In this case, isn't there a small mine next to Tianyiling mine that has the same origin as Tianyiling mine? You should find a way to take down this small Ling mine immediately. Ah, the steward is stupid. Now the outside world says that Chu Xinghe is a fool for buying a waste mine like Tianyiling mine. But Zheng Yu actually wants to buy the small mine next to Tianyiling mine that is also considered an abandoned mine. What is this operation? This matter, should I report it to the city lord? Need not. Zheng Yu flicked his hand, and a black martial emperor order appeared in his hand. Chu Xinghe can get the vast heaven order. Considering Zheng Yu's status in martial emperor city, it is reasonable to get the martial emperor order. Do this now, or it will be too late. Ah. Yes. Yes. The steward went to do his work with a bitter look on his face. When the steward left, Zheng Yu looked up at the sky at a 45-degree angle, with a sense of vicissitudes in his eyes. Outsiders all say that Senior Brother Galaxy is a fool, but that's because they have never personally experienced how terrifying Senior Brother Galaxy is. To buy the Tianyi spirit mine so quickly, that Senior Brother Galaxy must have discovered some important secret. It's a pity that the news was received too late. Otherwise, I, Martial Emperor City, would have to eat a portion of the spiritual mine today, but now I can only eat this small mine, which is better than nothing. There was worry in Zheng Yu's eyes. Although he had no idea why Brother Galaxy acted so strangely, Zheng Yu believed that Chu Xinghe was definitely not an innocent person, so he bought this small mine without hesitation. The news that Tianyiling mine was sold quickly spread back to the Shi family. The head of the Shi family, Shi Qingshan, and a group of elders were so excited that they almost peed after hearing it. God help my Shi family. I thought that the Tianyi spirit mine would really become a nightmare for my Shi family, but I didn't expect this vast heaven sect. Ha ha ha. Don't be too happy yet. Although the contract has been signed, vast heaven sect has not yet paid. No one in this world has ever dared to break the contract with vast heaven sect. Similarly, there is no need to worry that Vast Heaven Sect will violate the contract. What kind of existence is Vast Heaven Sect? How can it be possible to refuse to pay? Yes, today is a great event, let's celebrate it. Celebrate. But just as a group of elders were laughing, a voice came from outside. You idiots, the Tianyi spiritual mine is a peerless spiritual mine, and you sold it. You will regret it. Following this sound, a crazy guy ran in from the door. Upon seeing this man, many elders of the Shi family suddenly had unlucky expressions on their faces. Why did he get released? Someone, take him back for me. A disciple from the Shi family hurried over to pull this lunatic away, and this lunatic was none other than Shi Qingshan's younger brother Shi Qingtang. This guy had been obsessed with the Shi family's spirit detection techniques since he was a child, and followed his family elders to explore the spirit mines. There is nothing else in this guy's eyes except the spirit mines, but Shi Qingtang's spirit detecting technique is really powerful, and many of the Shi family's spirit mines were discovered by him. The Tianyiling mine was also discovered by Shi Qingtang this time, but this time Shi Qingtang took a blind eye and the Tianyiling mine became a waste mine. Even before, the Shi family was blocked by major sects because of the Tianyiling mine incident. When the door was about to be confessed, the Shi family was forced to bleed violently before revealing the matter. Now that he finally got rid of the Tianyi spirit mine, Shi Qingtang is still alarmist. Does this guy know how much spiritual damage the Tianyi spirit mine he discovered has caused to the family? A group of Shi family members were not in a bad mood because of the Shi Qingtang. The Shi family held a banquet and had a great time. Vast Heaven Sect, the Vast Heaven Mirror in the Vast Heaven Hall is not activated. This time when Chu Xinghe came down the mountain, the sect leader didn't let anyone stare at him. However, at this time, the heads of the various palaces still gathered in the vast heaven hall, all because of the spiritual bird in the hands of the sect leader. Everyone had read the news brought by the spirit bird, and all the elders who had read it were silent. Sect Master, please allow me to go down the mountain and bring the child galaxy back, and let me handle the affairs of the Shi family. It was the elder who spoke. The great elder's face was dark now. This time Chu Xinghe went to deal with the matter of the spiritual mine with the vast heaven order. The great elder had high hopes for Chu Xinghe. Who could have imagined that one day later, the spiritual bird came from the sky? The news that Chu Xinghe directly purchased the abandoned Tianyi spirit mine on the first day of his arrival shocked everyone. The great elder almost spat out a mouthful of blood after seeing it. Great elder, please be patient. I, vast heaven sect, am not so depressed that I can't even afford to lose this little money. As soon as the sect master said these words, all the elders nodded silently. Purchasing the Tianyi spirit ore is expensive, but to say that vast heaven sect is a pain in the ass is a joke. The great elder sighed and sat down. This kid galaxy doesn't need me to say anything. Everyone knows that. I don't think this matter is that simple. This kid is by no means the kind of person who behaves recklessly, so we should wait and see what happens. When the sect master said these words, everyone nodded again. There's nothing wrong with that. You want to say that other disciples of the sect are misbehaving outside, but the elders don't think there is anything wrong with them at all. Do you want to say that this kid Galaxy is acting up? The elders would definitely deny it. Galaxy is a good boy. When has he not dedicated himself to the sect? As long as it's a sect matter, when has he not been at the forefront? Don't be afraid of hardship. Don't be afraid of tiredness, don't be afraid of punishment, don't be afraid of crime. Do you think a child like this is acting wildly? Vast heaven sect can't agree to anyone I randomly pull out. Besides, even if the kid really made the wrong choice, let's just make the wrong choice. This will teach him a lesson and make him more stable in the future. It's also a good thing. Yes, even if this child makes a mistake, it is a good thing to teach him a lesson. I think it's reliable. A group of elders exchanged words with each other, and finally the sect leader slammed the table and waited to see what happened behind this kid Galaxy. The sect leader firmly believes that this kid Galaxy will never act recklessly, and there must be a reason for the purchase of Tianyi spirit mine that outsiders cannot understand. In Lingcheng, Chu Xinghe took the contract to purchase the Tianyi Ling mine and kissed it hard. Just ask me if I am stable this time. If you successfully capture a waste mine like Tianyi Ling mine, let's ask the sect whether it's a loss this time. This time I will definitely be punished. Who can stop me? However, why is there no response from Compass of Misfortune even after the contract was signed? Is it because I haven't paid yet? How does this work? Hurry to find Qin Shangqin and urge him to go through various procedures quickly. We have bought all the spiritual mines. If you don't hurry up and give money to others, I, vast heaven sect, have no face. What should I do if I am accused of defaulting on my debt? Qin Shangqin smiled bitterly when he heard that senior brother Galaxy was urging him to pay. Although the contract was signed, Qin Shangqin felt that after reporting this matter to the sect, would the sect really pay? Although he was completely incomprehensible to senior brother Galaxy's mysterious operations, Qin Shangqin still believed in senior brother Galaxy's methods. But no matter what, Qin Shangqin could only follow Brother Galaxy's instructions and ask the sect for payment. I was already prepared to be scolded or even rejected directly by the sect. But something unbelievable happened to Qin Shangqin. After the sect received the news, almost without saying a word, the entire amount was handed over directly to Qin Shangqin. Qin Shangqin is really stupid. Is this, senior brother Galaxy's transcendent status in the vast heaven sect? For such an outrageous transaction, if it were another person, the sect would probably have sent an investigation team to investigate whether this person had betrayed the sect. But senior brother Galaxy performed a mysterious operation, and the sect directly transferred the money without saying anything, so he asked who could be dissatisfied with this operation. When Qin Shangqin handed over the money to his men to deliver to the Shi family, the entire vast heaven chamber of commerce was in a sensation. Many people had speculated before that the sect would not pay at all, or even acknowledge the transaction. But I never expected that the sect not only admitted it, but didn't even ask any more questions. For a moment, Those who shouted that Chu Xinghei's matter should be reported to the sect were all silent. Only at this moment did they realize what the three words Chu Xinghei represented in Vast Heaven Sect. The full amount was paid to the Shi family, and the Tianyiling mine officially became the property of Vast Heaven Sect from this moment on. All the people in the Shi family quit the Tianyiling mine, and not even a stone was allowed to be taken away. The people from Vast Heaven Sect also officially took over the entire Tianyiling mine. Chu Xinghei waited for a day after receiving the news, but there was still no response from Compass of Misfortune. What the hell is this? Buying such a waste mine for such an astronomical price and causing such huge losses to the sect, wouldn't it be worth it to just upgrade it to 3 levels in a row? But what do you mean you don't have any reaction now? After thinking about it, Chu Xinghei felt that the settlement of Compass of Misfortune was not started because the incident had not come to light yet. It only takes a few days, so Chu Xinghei is not in a hurry. Idle and idle, Chu Xinghei found Qin Shangqin. President Qin, if there is anything else you can't solve, I happen to be here to help you solve it. Chu Xinghei is extremely satisfied with Qin Shangqin, the blessed general. Every time as long as Qin Shangqin is there, everything is stable. What can't be solved? There is one thing to say. I have told the sect before that it is difficult to recruit minor disciples. The number is getting smaller and smaller, and the number of raw stones mined is also decreasing. The minor disciples Qin Shangqin mentioned were actually mining rough stones in the spiritual mines. Not everyone can mine spiritual minerals. If you want to mine raw spiritual mineral stones, you must have spiritual power. The so-called minor disciples are actually Vast Heaven Sect disciples from a certain perspective, and they are a lower-level disciple than the outer disciples. However, these disciples cannot be considered true disciples. After all, there is only one kind of person who will become a minor's disciple, and that is someone who is talented but extremely poor, and who does not believe in fate and insists on practicing. Such people generally do not even have the qualifications to become an outer sect and can only become minor disciples. Although the minor disciples will also get some training skills, these skills are the lowest level skills, and they will not have any chance after practicing for a lifetime. The reason why the sect gives the skills is, to put it bluntly, they want to make use of these skills. The disciples cultivate their spiritual power and then mine the ores. Chu Xinghei didn't know much about these minor disciples. Now that Qin Shangshang mentioned it, Chu Xinghei planned to go and see what was going on with these minor disciples. Accompanied by Qin Shangqin, Chu Xinghei brought a group of junior brothers and sisters from Vast Heaven Sect to the spiritual mine of Vast Heaven Sect. But as soon as he arrived here, Chu Xinghei was stunned by what he saw. The minor disciples stood in rows, waiting for Chu Xinghei's inspection. However, these minor disciples standing there were all in ragged clothes and looked even more sallow and thin. You call these disciples? They're not even minors. This is a group of refugees, okay. Soon Chu Xinghei was completely stunned by the situation of the entire spiritual mine. 10 people live in a small shabby house. There are not even beds in the house. All the minor disciples can only make bunks on the ground. The food he eats is like pig food. From the day you become a minor's disciple, it's like being sold to Vast Heaven Sect. Let alone leaving, you don't even have days to rest. You can only work in the mines of Vast Heaven Sect like a walking zombie until you die. That day. Qin Shangqin, you call this a Vast Heaven Sect minor disciple? This is a violation of the Geneva Convention. Ah, what day? You don't care what day it is this the minor disciple of our Vast Heaven Sect? Not only Chu Xinghei, but also the junior brothers and sisters who came with Chu Xinghei were shocked. As we all know, there are 3 levels of Vast Heaven Sect disciples. The inner disciples who receive the best treatment are naturally the inner disciples, followed by the outer disciples, and the minor disciples. But if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, how would I know that minor disciples were treated like this? Brothers and sisters, you don't know something. Qin Shangqin explained the reason bitterly. In fact, many years ago, although the salary of the minor disciples of various sects was not high, it was not too bad. And the mining disciples of large transcendent level sects like Vast Heaven Sect can even compete with the outer disciples of some small sects. In addition to having to work every day, some of various resources will also be provided, and you can even get some acceptable training techniques. But what really made things happen like this was because of the Shi family. The Shi family was the first family to reduce the salary of miners' disciples on the grounds that miners' disciples should not have such high treatment and it would affect output. Although it is very inhumane, I have to say that the Shi family's method is very effective. It reduces the various treatments of the miners' disciples and increases the working hours of the miners' disciples. As a result, the output has really increased sharply. When each sect sees this good guy, roll it up. Then the nightmare of the miners' disciples began. Then you really cut me off and put me on stage, each one doing whatever it takes for the sake of production. To this day, what kind of benefits do miner disciples have? Apart from being able to learn the lowest and lowest skills of the sect and occasionally receiving some negligible resources, miner disciples are like a group of slaves. It was not that the various sects were unaware of this situation, but they all chose to acquiesce in the end, which resulted in the current situation. When Qin Shangqin finished speaking, all the junior brothers and sisters of Vast Heaven Sect looked at Chu Xinghe. Seeing the treatment of these minor disciples with their own eyes, they couldn't bear it, but they didn't know that they were humble in the Vast Heaven Sect, and even if they spoke, there would be no results, so it would only be useful if Senior Brother Galaxy spoke. I don't know if others acquiesce or not, but I, Chu Xinghe, will never allow this. Although minor disciples are even less talented than outer disciples, since they are my Vast Heaven Sect disciples, how can they live such a slave-like life? Quote. Chu Xinghe was really angry. Is this a disciple? This is a coolie exploited by capitalists. Brother Galaxy, please don't mess around with this matter. This matter is not just for me, Vast Heaven Sect, but also for every sect in the world. If I, Vast Heaven Sect, do something rashly, I'm afraid it will cause dissatisfaction from all parties. When the time comes, it's inevitable that they will attack in groups. Qin Shangqin quickly reminded Chu Xinghe. Attack them in groups. What about this good thing? Originally, when I saw the treatment of the miners' disciples today, I really felt sorry for them, and I sincerely wanted to change everything. I didn't think about anything else at all, but a lucky general is a lucky general, and he brought such a huge surprise to himself at the slightest disagreement. Ma Liang, let's see, we are both blessed generals, but how can we be so different as human beings? You don't need to talk about this anymore. Chu Xinghe took out the Vast Heaven Order again. Pass my order, starting from today, the treatment of all minor disciples will be reformulated, and I will personally determine it. In addition, pour out all the pig food in those pots, and go to the city to invite me some of the best people. Good cook, from today on, all minor disciples' meals will be served according to the standards of outer disciples. This, Qin Shangqin was shocked. Didn't Senior Brother Galaxy hear clearly what he just said? The result of the minor disciples is the result of the involution of each sect. Everyone is frantically reducing the salary of the minor disciples for the sake of production. If anyone dares to do the opposite at this time, he will be an enemy of all sects. I am afraid that it will bring about consequences. Terrible consequences. But with the Vast Heaven Order there, Qin Shangqin naturally did not dare to say anything and immediately ordered people to do it according to Chu Xinghe's request. Soon, chefs from the city were invited and various ingredients were purchased. Large pots began to form around the mine. The aroma of the meat in the pot quickly spread throughout the mine, and although the miners' disciples had a smile on their faces when they smelled the aroma, they were still mostly numb. A big shot from the sect has arrived. Our food should be improved today. A dark-skinned young miner disciple said cheerfully. Tianyu, don't you know that others don't know? Isn't this improvement of food just for show? When the big shot leaves, everything will continue as before. What's the matter? I like eating meat. I'm happy if I can eat meat. The other minor disciples just smiled and said nothing. Is your name Tianyu? A voice came from not far away. Chu Xinghe came here accompanied by Qin Shangqin. See you, sir. A group of minor disciples from the Vast Heaven Sect all knelt on the ground looking at the clothes of Chu Xinghe's direct disciple. But Chu Xinghe felt indescribably heartwarming when he saw this scene. Get up, get up, get up, I'm not a sect elder, you can just call me Senior Brother Galaxy, there's no need for that. Chu Xinghe quickly stepped forward and helped the minor disciples with dull eyes up from the ground. Sir, I, Tianyu, would like to ask, how many days will you stay here? My name is Senior Brother Galaxy. Why do you ask that? Oh, big. Brother Galaxy, if you stay here a few more days, we can eat more meat. Tianyu looked not very smart, but his words made Chu Xinghe ashamed. Looking at other miners, they should have the same idea as Tianyu. Looking across the audience, Chu Xinghe spoke slowly. It doesn't matter how many days I stay here, but I can tell you that from today on, you can eat meat every day, whether I am here or not. Whoever dares to defraud you, no matter how much treatment you receive, I guarantee that I won't be able to protect him even if the King of Heaven comes. The aroma of Ling mine meat at noon is overflowing. All the minor disciples lined up to eat a big bowl of braised pork. Perhaps it was the enjoyment brought by the delicious food that brought a rare smile to the faces of these minor disciples who had suffered countless inhumane treatments. Tianyu followed Chu Xinghe while eating the braised pork in the bowl. Senior Brother Galaxy, woo woo woo. You are a good person. Don't let me follow you. I am a very unlucky person and I am afraid I will bring you bad luck. Tianyu said with an honest look. Tianyu's surname is Wang, and his first name is Wang Tianyu, and what he said about his bad luck is not nonsense. After Chu Xinghe and Qin Shangchen inquired, they found out that Wang Tianyu was indeed a very unlucky person. Not only is this kid not very smart, but his luck is also extremely bad. Ever since he entered the entering spirit mine, he has never mined a large area of rough stone. Wherever Iron Bull goes, it is basically black. Darker. In the words of the people on the spiritual mine, this guy has a bad luck constitution. So many people are reluctant to get close to Tianyu. But after hearing this, Chu Xinghe was so excited. Bringing your own bad luck. What about this good thing? I have summarized it before. Why do I fail to succeed every time I work so hard? It should be because of luck. My luck is so unbelievable. Now that someone with bad luck comes to tarnish your luck and suck it away, then the road to becoming the martial emperor is just around the corner. So Chu Xinghe did not hesitate to take Tianyu to patrol the spiritual mine. After lunch, a group of miners prepared to continue working according to the usual rules. There was no rest time here. Except for the necessary sleeping and eating time every day, you must work with all your strength at all times. But just when they were about to start work, a piece of news made all the miners stupid. Starting today, after lunch, all disciples will have an hour's rest. Hearing the news, the minor disciples were stunned. After confirming again and again that they heard correctly, a burst of cheers erupted in the entire spiritual mine. But their cheers were not over yet. Countless carriages from the vast heaven chamber of commerce also appeared in the spiritual mine. Countless brand new minor disciple uniforms were taken off the carriage and began to be distributed in the spiritual mines. Each miner received 2 brand new minor disciple uniforms at once. The minor disciples were completely stunned at this moment. What big day is today? Improved food. Can rest, and issued new disciple uniforms. What the hell is this? While countless minor disciples were discussing, Qin Shangchen also looked at Chu Xinghe with a wry smile. Brother Galaxy, you just want to improve their living conditions, but if resources increase, something will really happen. Qin Shangchen was confused when he looked at the distribution of various resources and benefits formulated by Chu Xinghe for the minor disciples. In the past, these minor disciples consumed about 1% of the spiritual mine output every year. Chu Xinghe became anxious on the spot after hearing this. WTF, 1%, is this considered human treatment? Must improve. Crazy improvement. Brother Galaxy, according to your plan, these minor disciples must consume at least 10% of the spiritual mine output every year. How can we ensure the sect's supply of spiritual stones? This will bring losses to the sect. Bring losses to the sect. Chu Xinghe's eyes gleamed when he heard Qin Shangchen's words. Just now, I was only sympathizing with these minor disciples, and almost forgot about the problem that caused the sect to lose money. Now look at the plan you made. Only consume 10% of the output. I am too arrogant. Am I still a human being? So Chu Xinghe waved his hand and resources increased again. Qin Shangchen almost fainted when he saw the number Chu Xinghe finally wrote down. The spiritual mine's treatment of minor disciples is based on 30% of the spiritual mine's output every year. All minor disciples have 4 days off every month. If there is a special event, can I still take leave for no more than 3 days, and no benefits will be deducted? The cultivation techniques practiced by all the minor disciples have been upgraded from the lowest to the cultivation techniques second only to the outer disciples. Or all minor disciples second only to outer disciples in terms of treatment. As the items appeared, Qin Shangqin could only think of 4 words: treason and immorality. Brother Galaxy, are you trying to break the sky? In the past, 99% of the output of the spiritual mine would be sent to the sect, but even so, the sect still asks for an increase in production every year. Now you ask for 30% to be kept and only 70% given away. Moreover, these minor disciples used to work full days every month, but now they not only have rest time every day, but also have to rest every month. As a result, isn't the output of the spiritual mine even lower? After all this calculation, Qin Shangqin had only one idea. It is estimated that the spiritual stones sent to the sect every year may not even reach half of the past, right? No matter how superior your status is to Senior Brother Galaxy, if the sect loses half of its spiritual stones every year, is that still going to turn the world upside down? Qin Shangqin wanted to persuade Senior Brother Galaxy, but Senior Brother Galaxy did not listen at all and directly asked Ma Liang to post the treatment he had written for various minor disciples. The flashing Vast Heaven Order mark on it represented the supreme authority of Vast Heaven Sect. Qin Shangqin knew something big was going to happen. Brother Galaxy's series of operations are much scarier than buying Tianyi Spirit Mine. The sect's spiritual stones are damaged every year. What's even more terrifying is that once the Vast Heaven Sect came out, the minor disciples of other sects would have to rebel. In the past, everyone was miserable, so we acquiesced to the rules, but suddenly one day we found that others were better than us, so nothing happened. People are like this: you can't compare, and you'll be in trouble if you compare. But Chu Xinghe didn't listen to a word of Qin Shangqin's persuasion. Something big happened. Haha, I'm just waiting for something big to happen. I finally came out and got the Vast Heaven Order. Can I finish it this time if I don't break the sky? Soon, when Ma Liang posted the treatment that Chu Xinghe had planned for the minor disciples, all the spiritual minds in Vast Heaven Sect exploded. When all the minor disciples looked at this newly formulated treatment, their first reaction was that this was a dream. This treatment is unpleasant to say the least. It is a bit worse than the outer disciples of the Vast Heaven Sect, but it is higher than the treatment of the outer disciples of other sects. Even in some small sects, this is the treatment that inner disciples get, right? Could this be true? But when the Vast Heaven Order mark, which represents the highest authority of the Vast Heaven Sect, flashed in front of everyone, the minor disciples understood. Brother Galaxy is serious. He is not like those so-called high-level sects who came here to make so-called promises before, but then left after patting their butts one by one. What he said out loud might as well taste like farts. What a mess. The entire Vast Heaven Sect's spiritual minds are in chaos. Ma Liang was surrounded by countless minor disciples. My lord, is what is written above true? Call me Senior Brother Ma Liang. Ma Liang said calmly, imitating Senior Brother Galaxy. Senior Brother Ma Liang, this is not a joke. Yes, Senior Brother Ma Liang, is this a bit of a joke? Ma Liang glanced at a group of minor disciples. Joke. Snort. You are the one kidding me. Open your eyes and take a look. What is on this? It is the Vast Heaven Order of the Sect Master. Who dares to joke about the Vast Heaven Order? And do you know who made this plan? That's Senior Brother Galaxy. You probably don't know who Senior Brother Galaxy is. Let me tell you, Senior Brother Galaxy is the #1 among the young generation in the world today. Ma Liang shared Chu Xinghe's series of incidents in the Vast Heaven Sect with the minor disciples one by one. And Senior Brother Galaxy in Ma Liang's mouth is just like a saint. Take care of every junior brother and sister, and do not hesitate to be punished for the sake of the junior brothers and sisters. Respect every senior brother and sister, even if they are direct disciples and inherit the fighting spirit of the Sect Master Vast Heaven. They will never look down on anyone because of their status. Defeated by one man, the younger generation of Martial Emperor City, Zheng Yu with a 7-colored glass body was defeated with one move in front of Senior Brother Galaxy. Later, as a 5th-grade alchemist, he refined the Peerless Divine Pill, and was called the #1 among the young generation in the alchemy world. This time, the sect has even entrusted an important task, asking Senior Brother Galaxy to come and select the spiritual minds for the sect, and even make the final decision. As Ma Liang's words came out, the eyes of all the miner's disciples were filled with disbelief. In addition to Ma Liang, Wan Lin and other junior brothers and sisters also spoke one by one about what Senior Brother Galaxy did in the vast heaven sect. Slowly, every minor disciple became fascinated. Brother Galaxy. Is this the legendary Senior Brother Galaxy? When he came to the spirit mine yesterday, everyone thought it was just a formality, and everyone just had a meal of meat and everything was business as usual. As for what Senior Brother Galaxy said, who really takes it to heart? But they found out they were wrong. What a big mistake. Brother Galaxy didn't just say it, he really did it. Do what others dare not do, and do what others dare not do. Why do you all become minor disciples of Vast Heaven Sect? Is it because you like mining? No, it's because who hasn't had the dream of becoming a god? What's wrong with the poor qualifications? What's wrong with not having enough talent? Don't you have the qualifications to pursue your dreams? I don't know how many people chose to enter the spiritual mine of Vast Heaven Sect and become a minor disciple after experiencing countless rejections and ridicules. They also had dreams, and they imagined countless times in their dreams that one day they would hold a sword in their hands and become a warrior in the sky. But reality dealt them a heavy blow. As minor disciples, they gained nothing except the most basic skills and the resources to sustain their mining. But why do they still persist? Because they still have dreams. But slowly, they discovered that maybe it could only be a dream. Today, Brother Galaxy stood up and told each of them that starting from today, you are eligible to pursue your dreams again. The resource treatment is second only to the outer disciples, and what is even more unbelievable is that Senior Brother Galaxy has given them higher level techniques. Start mining here from today and you can get resources. As long as you work hard enough and meet the relative requirements, you can learn the higher level techniques of Vast Heaven Sect. If your performance is good enough, you can even become an outer disciple of Vast Heaven Sect, or even become an inner disciple. Be the future of Vast Heaven Sect. At this moment, all the miners' eyes were wet. What Brother Galaxy gave us was not just skills and resources, but the qualifications to pursue our dreams. Hula la la. Countless miners around him knelt on the ground spontaneously. For a moment, all of them kowtowed crazily towards the notice behind Ma Liang. Ma Liang, Wan Lin and all the Vast Heaven Sect disciples were shocked. They are all the proud ones of heaven. They have lived in the praise of others since they were born. After entering the Vast Heaven Sect, they are also the best among the best. They are the pride of the family, they are the pride of the sect. They never thought that there are so many people chasing dreams in this world. In fact, when Qin Shangqin stopped Chu Xinghe and said that giving so many resources might cause losses to the sect, Wan Lin also hesitated. Do you want to persuade Brother Galaxy? But at this moment, Wan Lin knew that he was narrow-minded. My level is low. Not only has the gap between me and Senior Brother Galaxy not narrowed, it has actually gotten wider and wider. What did you see? If the number of spiritual stones in the sect decreases, the sect will suffer losses. But what Brother Galaxy saw was countless dreams and the future of the sect. You can say that these minor disciples are not talented, but you can't kill their dreams. You can't say that they can only be useless in this life. Vast Heaven Sect. The first generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor did not have any unparalleled talents, but he relied on hard work to create Vast Heaven Sect. Who can say that the next Vast Heaven Great Emperor, the next Martial Emperor level, and other beings will not appear among these minor disciples? Losing half of the spiritual stones may sound scary, but what is the background of Vast Heaven Sect? Vast Heaven Sect cannot afford the loss of these spiritual stones. Isn't it worth using these spiritual stones in exchange for an opportunity for everyone to pursue their dreams? Senior Brother Galaxy's realm has really reached a level that everyone can look up to. Ma Liang was also extremely shocked. He swore that from this moment on, his dream changed. His dream was to become a person like Senior Brother Galaxy, but today he realized that he was wrong, a big mistake. Become someone like Brother Galaxy. He deserves it. As long as I can become a follower of Senior Brother Galaxy, it will be like smoke rising from the graves of my family. The other junior brothers and sisters also understood now why Senior Brother Galaxy brought them with him this time. It turns out that I want to use this to educate myself. Thinking of how he behaved in the sect and even bullied other junior brothers and sisters, they all turned red in the face. Shame on you. What a shame. Faced with his own misbehavior, Senior Brother Galaxy did not punish them or scold them, but said nothing but told them such shocking things. Look, I am still in the realm of bullying my junior brothers and sisters, but Senior Brother Galaxy has reached the point where even if he is a minor disciple, Senior Brother Galaxy treats him as a family member. Everyone silently swore in their hearts that they would follow Brother Galaxy in this life. Even if you can't become someone like Senior Brother Galaxy, you must follow him to the death. I don't know how many years have passed since the spiritual mine in Vast Heaven Sect, but today the spiritual mine is full of joy and laughter. Those minor disciples who were like walking zombies all looked up to the sky and screamed. The wait is here, the wait is finally here. Waiting for the qualification to pursue dreams, waiting for the opportunity to change your life against the odds. Wang Tianyu looked at every word on the notice stupidly. There were still 5 bloody fingerprints on his face that he had given himself a hard time just because he suspected that he was dreaming. He thought of what Senior Brother Galaxy said when he first came here. From today on, anyone who dares to deprive them of their resources will not be able to protect him even if the King of Heaven comes. Wang Tianyu once thought that these words were just a joke. Although everyone said that Tianyu was stupid and that Tianyu was riddled with bad luck. Many people even stay away from themselves. But Brother Galaxy didn't. Senior Brother Galaxy's spring-breathing smile made Wang Tianyu think for the first time that there was such a good person in the world. Since Senior Brother Galaxy arrived yesterday, many people have been talking privately, saying that this Chu Xinghe is a man who works both covertly and covertly. His words are beautiful, but in other words, everyone should not take them seriously. I don't know how many people are slandering Brother Galaxy in private. Wang Tianyu himself even felt that what others said was right. But at this time, snapped, Wang Tianyu once again gave himself a big competition. This is not a test to see if he is dreaming, this is Wang Tianyu's regret. I, Wang Tianyu, am not a human being. I actually slandered Senior Brother Galaxy like that. I am not a human being at all. Wang Tianyu burst into tears. From today on, he must be a person with dreams, be a useful person in the eyes of Senior Brother Galaxy, and work hard to become a person like Senior Brother Galaxy. The Vast Heaven Sect spiritual mind shook, and all minor disciples were reborn from the ashes. But when the news came out from the Vast Heaven Sect spiritual mine, the shock from all parties was far greater than that of the spiritual mine. What the hell? 30% of the output is used as resources for the miners' disciples. Give me higher level techniques. How many days can I rest every month? Vast Heaven Sect is so crazy. What the hell is that Chu Xinghe? Didn't you punish him for buying the Vast Heaven Sect? If the disciples of our sect were so reckless as to buy the Tianyi spirit mine, the grass on the graves would be half a meter high by now. Is this guy really not afraid of death? It's just a matter of buying the Tianyi spirit mine, but he dares to mess around like this with the minor disciples. This guy can't be Ji Mingchao's illegitimate son, right? Even if Ji Mingchao's illegitimate son dared to do this, Ji Mingchao would have to delay him. The Vast Heaven Sect is the best sect in the world, how dare you do such nonsense? All parties were shocked when they heard the news, but these people were not the only ones who were shocked, as were the minor disciples from all parties. The news spread to all the spiritual minds, and everyone was shocked when they heard the treatment Chu Xinghe had planned for the Vast Heaven Sect minor disciples. Before, they were all at the bottom, so don't laugh at the second brother. But now the minor disciples of Vast Heaven Sect are not the elder brothers. Isn't this the treatment of an elder brother? Is this the case for inner disciples of many sects? Although the minor disciples suffered a little bit, they were originally less talented and it didn't matter if they were a little bit tired and a little bit tired. Now I hope that it is true in front of me. So in a short period of time, the minor disciples from all major sects stopped working. Why do Vast Heaven Sect treat us like this? We also want the same treatment as Vast Heaven Sect. If not, we will quit working. We are no longer here. We will go to Vast Heaven Sect to be minor disciples. All parties had naturally expected such a huge change, so news quickly spread. Chu Xinghe is acting recklessly. The Vast Heaven Sect is aware of it and has sent people to punish him. They will probably kill him on the spot. The Vast Heaven Sect will soon be back to normal. As soon as this news came out, all parties were temporarily quiet, and everyone was waiting for the Vast Heaven Sect elder who came to kill Chu Xinghe. Vast Heaven Sect, in the Vast Heaven Hall. The news from Lingmei Mountain did not require the Vast Heaven Sect's spirit bird this time. Other sects had already helped deliver it. At this time, in the main hall, the sect masters and the heads of each palace were all sitting together. The great elder felt uncomfortable when he heard the news, he was in pain, and his hair fell out in handfuls. Galaxy, Galaxy, are you trying to break the truth? The previous news of the purchase of Tianyi Spirit Mine has already made Vast Heaven Sect a joke, and now everyone in the world is waiting to see the Vast Heaven Sect joke. But we haven't finished laughing yet, you actually made such a big noise. What are you doing standing still? Let's talk about it. The sect leader spoke first. Sect master, now all the sects are reacting very strongly, demanding severe punishment for the Kid Galaxy. Some sects have even suspended their previous cooperation with Vast Heaven Sect. Not only these sects, but the Shi family has also stated that if Vast Heaven Sect Chu Xinghe behaves so recklessly without punishing him, the Shi family will no longer cooperate with Vast Heaven Sect. Not only that, I just calculated that if we really follow this Kid Galaxy's approach, the sect will lose at least more than half of its spiritual stone supply every year. Although the remaining half can barely support it, but the elders spoke to each other and told each other the news from all sides. Sect master, let me go there myself and find a way to deal with this matter. The great elder stood up. Sit down, sit down. The sect master waved his hand towards the great elder and motioned him to sit down. But this time the great elder did not sit down. Sect master, this Kid Galaxy has really gone too far this time. I'm afraid that the various sects will take action one after another, and this kid will probably be difficult to deal with. When the great elder said this, all the elders nodded. Chu Xinghe's series of operations was like overturning the table. And it wasn't just Vast Heaven Sect's family's table that was lifted, it was everyone's table. Vast Heaven Sect can withstand losing half of its spiritual stones, but some people can't. In this way, all the sects will definitely take action for these spiritual stones to contain Chu Xinghe and force the Vast Heaven Sect to return to its original state. So there must be a series of combination punches behind it. The elder was worried that Chu Xinghe would not be able to catch him. How to punish Chu Xinghe is a matter of Vast Heaven Sect closing the door, but the actions of various sects are not so easy to deal with. Therefore, the great elder felt that he had to rush over now. When the time comes, it would not be impossible to suppress this matter by his own means. Everyone looked at the sect master. If the great elder rushes over at this time, he can suppress this matter, but have you ever thought about, if this is the case, where should the face of this child galaxy be placed? As soon as the sect master said these words, all the elders changed their expressions. Is the sect leader starting to consider the face of this Kid Galaxy? Or in the sect leader's heart? Chu Xinghe must have been placed in that position a long time ago. Even under such confusing operations, the sect master never wavered. I still say the same thing, we have watched this Kid Galaxy grow up, and I believe it if others say they are doing evil, but the original intention of this Kid Galaxy must be out of benevolence and righteousness. This Kid Galaxy can't stand the treatment of the miner's disciples, but he is different from us. We knew it, but chose to endure it, but he didn't. He did something that we didn't dare to do or do. After the sect master's words came out, everyone fell silent. Who doesn't know how the miner's disciples are treated, but who really stands up and speaks out for the miner's disciples? But today, Chu Xinghe dares to do anything wrong in the world. Don't just look at the bad side of this matter, look at the good side. This Kid Galaxy is rightly benevolent and righteous. Everything he does will definitely win the hearts of the miner's disciples and even all the benevolent and righteous people in the world. From this point of view, the kid did the right thing. This time even the great elder was shocked. You know, if ordinary people do such things as buying people's hearts, it would be absolutely treasonous. After all, the sect leader is still here, why are you trying to buy people's hearts? Do you want to seek power and usurp the throne? Are you more benevolent and righteous than the sect leader? But when Chu Xinghe bought people's hearts, instead of being angry at all, the sect master was very happy. This is outrageous. Chapter 51. All the elders, including the great elder, stopped talking. Chu Xinghe's approach may not be intentional to win people's hearts, but it does have this effect. If it were anyone else in this situation, it would be absolutely treasonous. However, instead of being angry about Chu Xinghei's actions, the sect master was extremely happy. Everyone knew that the sect leader had already trained Chu Xinghei as his successor. So the better Chu Xinghei is, the happier he is. Everyone, please don't give any answers to the various sects. When did it come time for me, Vast Heaven Sect, to explain to others? Who do they think they are? The sect leader suddenly felt a surge of momentum that made the entire Vast Heaven Hall seem to shake. As for how each sect will act next, haha. I also want to see it. No one should go and let Galaxy handle it. Opportunities to deal with each sect like this don't come often. Let this child experience it in advance and interact with each sect. It's not a bad thing to go through the motions. As for those who don't want to cooperate, just tell them not to cooperate. As for the Shi family who don't want to continue to give me the stone for Vast Heaven Sect, then tell the Shi family that the contract is invalid. What? After I Vast Heaven Sect left the Shi family, no one would touch the stones for us. After the sect leader finished speaking, he stood up and left without looking back. Only after the sect leader left did everyone dare to take a deep breath. Even the great elder looked in disbelief. Although the sect leader is usually gentle, don't forget that he is the Vast Heaven Great Emperor of the Vast Heaven Sect, the #1 person on the heavenly list. The sect leader has been keeping a low profile for so many years, and Vast Heaven Sect has always been calm, but this does not mean that Vast Heaven Sect is easy to bully. Not everyone is qualified to challenge the majesty of the #1 sect in the world. Whether it's the Shi family or other sects, they all seem to have forgotten that an angry Vast Heaven Sect has the ability to stir up troubles in the world. Vast Heaven Sect doesn't just have a gentle side. The sects that Vast Heaven Sect destroyed can circle the Liang continent 3 times. All sects are waiting for the people from Vast Heaven Sect to go to Lingcheng to deal with Chu Xinghei. Chu Xinghei himself is waiting. It should be the great elder who comes, right? How about the sect master come in person? Good guy, what punishment will you receive? Chu Xinghei would definitely not believe the rumors from outside that he was killed on the spot. Deprive your direct disciples and break them into the outer sect. Or even directly become a minor disciple. It's not impossible. Now, I ask who can block my way to punishment. But Chu Xinghei had been looking forward to it for many days, but there was no movement at all. Not to mention that the sect leader came in person, there wasn't even a disciple who came to deliver the news. Chu Xinghei was confused. Is the sect's communication so underdeveloped? Or is the teleportation array broken? But even if you leave, you still make it over, right? What does it mean that there has been no response so far? My side has broken the sky, and the Vast Heaven Sect has become the target of public criticism. But it's useless to be anxious. Qin Shangqin has brought new good news. Brother Galaxy, bad news. All cooperation between various sects and our Chamber of Commerce has been cancelled. The contract between the Shi family and us has also been cancelled. Now, we are completely isolated. Chu Xinghei is overjoyed. Is this bad news? A blessed general is a blessed general, and as soon as he opens his mouth, he will hear the best news. The cooperation with other sects is fine, but the contract with the Shi family. Qin Shangqin is in a dilemma. The Shi family is the #1 stone melting family in the world. More than 70% of the rough stones in the world have been transformed into spiritual stones by the Shi family's masterful hands. Now that the Shi family is unwilling to give the stone to Vast Heaven Sect is really in trouble. Haha, can't we eat pigs without stone butcher? Chu Xinghei said disdainfully. Qin Shangqin was helpless. In addition to the Shi family, there are also some other family forces that have a touch of stone. However, their ratio of producing spiritual stones is not as good as that of the Shi family, and the fees they charge are much higher than that of the Shi family. In this way, the sect is afraid that there will still be losses. Very good. Chu Xinghei was overjoyed. Lingcheng is a good place. Ever since he came here, he has received good news. Another loss, right, so how to maximize losses? We Vast Heaven Sect have no way to touch stones ourselves. Chu Xinghei asked tentatively. Senior brother Galaxy doesn't know. Midas is not that simple. To train a Midas master, you need not only the skill of Midas, but also finding the perfect candidate with Midas talent. The art of Midas is okay. Although it is difficult to obtain it from the outside world, it is not impossible to buy my Vast Heaven Sect if it costs a lot of money. However, the Midas master relies on talent. It is difficult to find a good Midas master. Like ascending to heaven. Chu Xinghe felt excited after hearing this. Cost a lot. Is it as difficult as ascending to heaven? Does that mean it's easy to get wasted? What are you waiting for? If you don't train your own stone masters, you will end up trying to draw water from a bamboo basket and get nothing. It is better to ask for help from others than to ask for yourself. No matter how much it costs, buy the Midas right away. Ah, Qin Shangqin was dumbfounded, but looking at the bright vast heaven order, Qin Shangqin could only nod. As for the selection of the stone master, I will be responsible for it. Chu Xinghe looked confident, because Chu Xinghe had already thought about the candidate for the Midas master. What, Ma Liang and the others? Absolutely not. These guys are all very talented, who knows if they have Midas talent. As a false and blessed general, Ma Liang would not be able to find a place to cry if someone like him, who is the one-of-a-kind Midas genius, were to be given to him. So after much thought, Chu Xinghe thought of a perfect candidate. Wang Tianyu. Stone masters rely on talent to make a living, but look at Wang Tianyu's talent, haha. A stone master needs smart people, but look at Wang Tianyu. Perfect. The stone master needs a luck bonus. Even if we put aside the first two things and just talk about the luck of the iron ox, we won't think twice about it at all. A person who can't even understand how to quarry stones is asked to learn how to quarry stones, and he asks how he lost this game. If this little bit of magic was not in vain, Chu Xinghe would even feel sorry for Wang Tianyu's extraordinary talent. Qin Shang went to buy the Midas touch, while Chu Xinghe found Wang Tianyu. Brother Galaxy, I'm here. Tell me what you want from me. If I frown, it's all your son's fault. Tianyu, now there is a very important and historic task entrusted to you. Do you think you are qualified for it? Then the designation is no problem. Leave it to me. Have a look. Chu Xinghe is satisfied. If you were to hear about such an important task from another person, you would have to ask about it. But look at Tianyu. He agreed without saying a word and asked if you were stable. Okay, senior brother is very happy to have you in Tianyu. You can go back. When things happen, senior brother will call you again. Okay, senior brother Galaxy, I'm leaving. Tianyu left, and Chu Xinghe was even more satisfied. This junior brother is so reliable. He doesn't ask a single question and doesn't even have to make up excuses for himself. Where can I find such a worry-free junior brother? Unlike Ma Liang, he only causes trouble for himself. In the past 2 days, the spiritual minds of various sects have become noisy again. It was agreed that Chu Xinghe would be severely punished and everyone would return to the same starting line and start rolling again. But what the hell is Vast Heaven Sect reverse involution now? In the past few days, many miners have gone to the Vast Heaven Sect spiritual mind to check on the situation. You don't know if you don't see it, it's really amazing. The minor disciples of Vast Heaven Sect are all wearing brand new minor disciple uniforms. These disciple uniforms are not crudely made, they are all made of the same fabric as the outer disciples of Vast Heaven Sect. The 2 most famous chefs in Ling City were invited by Vast Heaven Sect to cook in Ling Mine. The 3-layered and plump braised pork, the delicious stir-fried dishes, the exquisite snacks, and even drinks. What the hell kind of divine food is this? Vast Heaven Sect even found someone to rebuild a dormitory for minor disciples. There are 4 people in a room with complete beds. Each minor disciple can take an hour's rest after lunch. Is this how people live? Look at some miners turning on their own vacation mode, and the vacation mode does not deduct any resources. The eyes of all the minor disciples from all sects turned red. Look at the minor disciples of Vast Heaven Sect, and then look at us. Is this a comparison between people? This is the comparison between humans and slaves. We are all miners' disciples, so how come their treatment is so different? Mining disciples from various sects quit working. Did you agree to kill Chu Xinghe? What if we all agreed to get back to the same starting line? When it comes to relationships, we are the only ones who are hard-pressed, and everyone else is really a master, right? Mining disciples from various sects were in trouble, and the first general strike also occurred. Although various sects used various threats and inducements against these minor disciples, the minor disciples were willing to give it all this time. The worst we can do is quit. Sect, let's abolish our cultivation, let's go to Vast Heaven Sect and start over. Faced with the counterattack of the minor disciples, each sect began to turn their pressure on the Vast Heaven Sect. All cooperation was cancelled, and even the hypocrisy of Vast Heaven Sect was spread everywhere. Different from the spiritual minds of various sects, in the spiritual mind of Vast Heaven Sect, all the minor disciples were so grateful after receiving the treatment guaranteed by Senior Brother Galaxy. Ma Laosin, how dare you be lazy? Are you worthy of Senior Brother Galaxy? Ma Laosin, you don't deserve to stay in the spiritual mine. I'm sorry. I was blinded by Lard just now, and I don't dare to do it anymore. Ma Laosin, if there is a next time, we will never forgive you. In the past, people from the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce had to keep an eye on this group of miners, fearing that they would take advantage of the situation and reduce production. But these days, there is no need for it at all. If anyone wants to fish, there is no need for anyone from the Chamber of Commerce to ask. Other minor disciples will definitely give him a big showdown. Are you worthy of Brother Galaxy? This sentence has become the motto in the heart of every minor disciple. It's time for the miners to take a good rest, and they were really working hard when they were working. For several days, the person responsible for collecting the raw ore suddenly discovered a very strange thing. Obviously, the miners' disciples have much less time to work than before, but the output has not decreased at all, and has even increased by 30%. What the hell is this? I can't understand it at all. When the news reached Qin Shangchen was also confused. However, Qin Shangchen did not report it to Chu Xinghe and planned to observe it again. After all, sometimes it is possible for the output of a certain section of the vein to increase, so further observation is needed. While observing, Qin Shangchen finally spent a sky-high price to buy the Midas touch. But when Qin Shangchen carefully asked Brother Galaxy about the candidate for the Midas Master, he was dumbfounded. Wang Tianyu is plagued by bad luck. Senior Brother Galaxy, are you sure you are not kidding me? He is Tianyu. He is the one and only candidate for Grand Master. Believe me and trust Tianyu. If you surpass the Shi family, you will rely on Tianyu in the future. Qin Shangchen was dumbfounded. Beyond the Shi family. I'm afraid the money spent on the Midas touch this time will be completely wasted. Wang Tianyu still looked naive when he was called over. When Qin Shangchen handed him the Midas touch, Tianyu didn't even look at it and said, Brother Galaxy, don't worry, I will definitely arrange this for you. Everything is clearly arranged. Qin Shangchen cried. Big brother, I call you big brother now. Can you understand the Midas touch? Tianyu, senior brother is optimistic about you. Chu Xinghe looked serious. Wang Tianyu left with tears in his eyes. However, the news that Wang Tianyu became the person chosen by Senior Brother Galaxy quickly spread throughout the entire spiritual mine. Everyone's first reaction when they heard this news was that it was nonsense. But soon everyone thought of doing something that others wouldn't dare to do, and thinking of Brother Galaxy that others wouldn't dare to think of, and everyone was confused. There is no way that Senior Brother Galaxy could make a mistake. Wang Tianyu definitely has a hidden talent as a stone master. Compared to the certainty of the people in Vast Heaven Sect, the outside world almost laughed out loud when they got the news. Could this Chu Xinghe be the spy who broke into Vast Heaven Sect? I also think it's possible. Buying Tianyi Ling mine can be said to be young and frivolous. Later, it is said that he is just benevolent and righteous. But this Wang Tianyu, I have heard of it. This guy is quite famous. He just doesn't have a good brain, and his luck is extremely bad. For a person like this to learn the Midas touch, I think birds of a feather flock together. Birds of a feather flock together, it's true, this Chu Xinghe is a big fool. The other jokes were okay, but the Shi family almost laughed at them. You know, it was actually stressful for the Shi family to break the contract with Vast Heaven Sect. That's a Vast Heaven Sect, the best sect in the world. If you get really angry, you know what you can do. Originally, the Shi family had prepared all plans to deal with the possible counterattack of Vast Heaven Sect. But Vast Heaven Sect's counterattack didn't wait until news came that Vast Heaven Sect planned to train stone masters. When they first heard the news, the Shi family was really worried. After all, it was Vast Heaven Sect. Could it be that Vast Heaven Sect really found the Midas wizard? The Shi family also sent people to inquire, but before the news came out, it was revealed that the selected person was Wang Tianyu. Are you kidding me? Chu Xinghe is no longer a question of whether he is crazy or not, this guy is a complete fool, right? Why did Vast Heaven Sect send a fool here? Is Vast Heaven Sect really in decline? Chu Xinghe's series of operations really made countless people stand in a daze. Everything was fine before, but what did you think of training Wang Tianyu? It is extremely difficult to cultivate a Midas genius on your own. What is this Wang Tianyu? Now everyone is convinced that Vast Heaven Sect is really a mess. Martial Emperor City was stationed in Lingcheng. Zheng Yu was stunned for half a minute after hearing the news. Although he didn't know about Wang Tianyu, other people in the Martial Emperor City Chamber of Commerce still told him a thing or two. In everyone's eyes, this is a fool, and a fool with extremely bad luck. What does it mean that Chu Xinghe chose such a fool? Did Senior Brother Galaxy really get punched in the eye? No, Senior Brother Galaxy is an extraordinary person. Not only is his strength amazing, he is also thoughtful. If Wang Tianyu is a normal person, then it is possible that Senior Brother Galaxy has chosen the wrong person. But Wang Tianyu is a fool in everyone's eyes and has bad luck. There is no reason for Senior Brother Galaxy not to know about the haunting, so Senior Brother Galaxy's move must have extraordinary significance. But what exactly is Senior Brother Galaxy thinking about? I can't guess. I really can't guess. Is there any news about Xiaoling Mine? Zheng Yu looked at the steward. We have been working overtime to collect it, but what comes out so far is still waste rock. The steward looked worried. Don't worry, keep digging, Chu Xinghe will never hit the target without aim. Yes, the steward took the order and left. In the next few days, the statement that Chu Xinghe was a big fool resounded throughout Lingcheng, and all the sects had no scruples, and each one even said it openly. I think Chu Xinghe is a big fool. It's okay to say that Vast Heaven Sect is really in decline. This disciple is doing such mischief outside and doesn't even take action. I really can't understand it. Hush, I heard, this Chu Xinghe is Ji Yu Mingchao's illegitimate son. Real or fake? Think about it yourself. Tisk, it's interesting. The topic that Chu Xinghe is the illegitimate son of Ji Yu Mingchao has also spread. Everyone is waiting and watching to see how Vast Heaven Sect will step down this time. You are the #1 sect in the world, right? Your disciples behave recklessly, but the sect doesn't care. In the end, it angers the whole world, so I ask if you want the face of the #1 sect in the world. On this day, Tianyiling Mine. Many energetic miner disciples are working hard in Tianyiling Mine. Second brother, we have been digging here for so many days and it is all waste rock. I am afraid this mine is really going to die. Fart, if you talk nonsense again, I will tear your mouth apart. This place was personally chosen by Senior Brother Galaxy. How could it be wrong? Senior Brother Galaxy has a keen eye. It must be that we haven't dug into the place yet. That's right. I don't need to say more about how Brother Galaxy treats us. Everyone, please work harder for me. Even if we dig through this spiritual mine, we must dig out the spiritual stones. Okay, everyone, work harder. There's a spiritual mine here. Suddenly there was a shout from a distance, and then many people gathered around. I saw a minor disciple digging up a piece of waste rock, and behind the waste rock, a shimmering ore of spiritual stone appeared. Aura. This is aura. Only high-grade raw stones can have a shimmer. It was dug out. It was really dug out. Go and report it. The news quickly reached Qin Shangchen. After hearing the news, Qin Shangshang was so excited that he ran to see it without even bothering to report to Chu Xinghe, but he was soon disappointed. Because apart from this shimmering rough stone, there is still waste rock behind. Although a high-grade spirit stone was produced, it still couldn't change the fate of Tianyi Spirit Mine. Let's keep digging. I still don't believe it. Yes, keep digging. It must be hidden deeper. The minor disciples were not discouraged at all, but Qin Shangchen sighed helplessly. Could it be that Senior Brother Galaxy really made a mistake? But just as he was thinking, the deputy sent a piece of news that almost made Qin Qianchen bleed. President, Wang Tianyu has understood the art of Midas and asked for some raw stones to practice Midas. What the hell? Qin Shangchen was confused. Can Wang Tianyu understand the art of turning stones? Are you kidding me? He led the people straight to Wang Tianyu's side, and saw Wang Tianyu standing in the yard from a distance. President, I have learned the art of Midas. Give me some spiritual stones and let me try it. Tianyu, are you sure you're not kidding me? I never lie. Wang Tianyu looked serious. Qin Shangqin didn't say much, and directly arranged for people to get the rough stones. Be careful to get the worst ones, so as not to waste them. Soon, the rough stone was sent to Tianyu, and Qin Shangqin signaled that Tianyu could start. Tianyu didn't waste any time. He took a few steps to the original stone, and a flash of inspiration flashed in his hand. It was really a touch of stone. When the inspiration fell on the original stone shook slightly, and the outer shell began to fall off one after another. The next second, a low-grade spirit stone appeared in front of everyone. Quiet. At this moment, the entire courtyard was quiet. Everyone's eyes widened and they scanned the spirit stones and Tianyu crazily. Midas stone, success. Really successful. Does Wang Tianyu really have a bit of talent? And it's not just an ordinary talent. How many days has it been since you got the Midas touch from Wang Tianyu? Without the guidance of any famous teacher, he only relied on the Midas touch to understand. This guy actually mastered the Midas touch. This is not outrageous anymore, this is outrageous. Tianyu continued to take action, and soon all the rough stones were picked out by Tianyu. When Tianyu finished all this, Qin Shangqin was stupid again. WTF. Tianyu's speed is too fast, right? Qin Shangqin knew that ordinary stone masters were very slow in turning stones. After all, the stones were also consumed. Qin Shangqin had never seen or heard of Tianyu's speed. But just when Qin Shangqin was stunned by Tianyu's speed, the deputy spoke. President, the yield rate seems to be a bit high. The stone yield rate. There is a saying about the probability of producing stones. Why do everyone turn to the Shi family to turn stones? Because the Shi family's stone yield rate is around 70%, which means that at most only 30% of the spiritual stones handled by the Shi family will be lost, and 70% will be retained. It's the highest. But now looking at Tianyu. His stone yield rate. It seems like 50%. The 50% stone yield rate sounds far worse than that of the Shi family, but Qin Shangqin knows that the 70% stone yield rate refers to the level of the stone masters of the Shi family. Those people all grew up learning the art of turning stones from childhood. But what about Tianyu? How many days has it been since you learned self-taught? Previously Shi Zongtian, the best disciple of the Shi family, claimed that he achieved a 30% stone yield rate for the first time he touched stones. For this reason, the Shi family had to post announcements all over the world to tell others that their family had a peerless genius. Generally speaking, if you can get a 10% or even 50% stone yield rate for the first time, you are a little genius. But Tianyu, the way Qin Shangqin looked at Tianyu had changed. How could this be Tianyu? This was a golden bull. President, why are you looking at me like that? I know the stone extraction rate. My stone extraction rate is only 50%, which is embarrassing for senior brother Galaxy. But don't worry, I have studied it. As long as I practice for a few more days, the stone extraction rate will reach. There should be no problem with 90%, but the 100% stone yield rate is more difficult. I need to practice for a few more years to achieve it. After Tianyu's words came out, the whole audience fell silent. Others will brag and make everyone believe it, but what Tianyu says is absolutely what it is. He said that he could definitely achieve 90% of the 90% achievement, and he said that if he could challenge the legendary 10%, he could definitely complete it. Qin Shangqin felt that his blood pressure was a little high. In fact, not only him, but everyone in the entire courtyard who heard the news now has high blood pressure. Especially Chu Xinghe, who came after hearing the news and happened to hear Tianyu's words. His eyes darkened and he almost died. Chu Xinghe didn't recruit or offend anyone today, humming about a good life. I just sang happily and beat the gongs and drums to bring joy every year. I realized something was wrong. Why are you singing such an unlucky song again? But what are you afraid of? In this wave, Tianshou asked how he could lose. But before Chu Xinghe could continue singing, Ma Liang came. Stars, stars, stars. Speak with your tongue straight. Brother Galaxy, Tianyu has understood the art of turning stones. Crack. Chu Xinghe fell off the stool. WTF. Did Tianyu realize the Midas touch? You are telling me that you are crazy here. But soon Chu Xinghe was dragged all the way to the courtyard of the vast heaven chamber of commerce by Ma Liang, the lucky general. And Tianyu's words happened to be heard clearly by Chu Xinghe. What is a black eye? Today Chu Xinghe really knows. Wang Tianyu, I, Chu Xinghe, treat you well. How ungrateful you are. Are you worthy of me? Senior brother Galaxy, I didn't disappoint you, did I? Wang Tianyu's eyes were filled with tears. No. Chu Xinghe's teeth were almost broken. Is this a question of disappointment or not? You are giving me a huge backhand. Did I, Chu Xinghe, dig up your ancestral graves? How could you do this to me? What about the idiot who was promised to be 1 in a million, or the one who was promised to be riddled with bad luck? You've accumulated all your luck over the years just to wait for this one to trick me, right? Although Chu Xinghe was almost mad at this moment. But when I saw Wang Tianyu's Midas touch with my own eyes, I was still shocked. The first time you touch a stone, there is a 50% chance of producing a stone. You don't need any guidance from famous teachers, you can figure it out yourself. It's just a matter of comprehension. The Midas touch that Qin Shangqian bought is relatively low-end, but what about this guy Tianyu? That is simply a man born for the Midas touch. He was stunned to have thoroughly figured out the Midas technique in just a few days, and then improved and upgraded it. With this improvement, the original ordinary stone-making technique has been directly sublimated. Qin Qianqin glanced at it and was so frightened that he almost dropped the Midas touch on the ground. Then he held Tianyu's improved Midas touch and presented it to Chu Xinghe with a look of horror on his face. Brother Galaxy, I swear. I only saw the first few words, and I didn't see any of the rest. I definitely don't dare to leak any content. Although Qin Shangqian only glanced at it, he already knew that this Midas touch book was no longer the Midas touch book he bought. Even if this Midas touch book was combined with the Shiman magic that had been passed down from generation to generation by the Shi family, it's a bit lacking compared to fear. And such a magical book must definitely be placed on the top floor of the most secret hidden power tower in the vast heaven sect. If you look at something like this for yourself, it's not impossible for you to be killed and silenced. Chu Xinghe opened the Midas touch with a numb look on his face. Although he didn't understand the Midas touch, after just a few glances, Chu Xinghe knew that this was definitely a divine skill. Wang Tianyu was born for the art of turning stones. If God had not given birth to him as King Tianyu, his touch would be as long as the night. Although Ma Liang and others were also curious about what the magic of stone had been changed into, none of them dared to go up and take a look. I am not Senior Brother Galaxy, and ordinary people would not like to see this magic. If the sect's secrets were leaked, it would be a huge crime. Senior Brother Galaxy, don't worry, I will never dare to tell anyone else except our vast heaven sect people about this magic of stone. Although Wang Tianyu was stunned, he also knew that he had done something extraordinary. But Wang Tianyu is not proud at all, because he feels that he is where he is today thanks to Brother Galaxy. How do you say that a dog from 1,000 miles away is easy to find, but an uncle is hard to find? Aren't you just a 1,000-mile dog? Brother Galaxy is your uncle. However, Wang Tianyu is not at all proud of his small achievements. On the contrary, he believes that he must continue to work hard. Only in this way can he not waste all the hard work of Brother Galaxy. My lifelong goal is to follow Brother Galaxy. Chu Xinghe patted Wang Tianyu on the shoulder, his face full of seriousness. Wang Tianyu felt Brother Galaxy's expectations for his future. Hold on, Wang Tianyu was an accident. It will not affect the overall situation. Chu Xinghe kept comforting himself in his heart. He had to be as stable as an old dog. Wang Tianyu couldn't make a comeback. The results of his continuous attempts to commit suicide for so many days are not easy to break. But just when Chu Xinghe opened his mouth to perform Wang Tianyu, an exclamation suddenly came from the distance. Something happened. Something big happened. Something happened. Chu Xinghe was overjoyed. Finally there was good news. President, Senior Brother Galaxy is here too. Something happened at the Tianyi Spirit Mine. What happened? Chu Xinghe was surprised. Just now, a minor disciple accidentally dug a crack, and the spiritual mine collapsed. Great joy. Chu Xinghe's mood that was depressed by Wang Tianyu just now cleared up instantly. Emperor Tian will live up to his hard work, and if you are successful in life, you must be happy. Welcome the new year with joy and laughter, and have this day every year. Chu Xinghe almost sang it. But on the surface, he looked eager. Quick, go and save people. Then, regardless of the person who reported the news, he dragged everyone to the Tianyiling mine. By the time Chu Xinghe arrived at the Tianyiling mine, the entire Tianyiling mine was already surrounded by water. Everyone get out of the way. Qin Shangqin shouted, and the minor disciples around him also saw Chu Xinghe. Brother Galaxy. Congratulations to Senior Brother Galaxy. Senior Brother Galaxy, you have a sharp eye. I'm so happy, Senior Brother Galaxy. Chu Xinghe almost exclaimed when a group of minor disciples made unprovoked remarks. Did I go too far just now and they discovered it? But there is no explanation at this moment. Chu Xinghe has entered the Tianyiling mine. Collapsed. It really collapsed. The tunnel of Tianyiling mine collapsed dozens of meters downward, and another entrance appeared. Everyone filed in, but the imagined scene of the mine being blocked and killing people did not appear. After everyone walked along the new mine for dozens of meters. Aha! A burst of white light almost blinded everyone. Emmanuel, eyes full of spiritual light shine from the mine ahead. The mine that was originally supposed to be dark is now extremely bright, not to mention dark. Countless minor disciples stood in the mine, dumbfounded. But it wasn't just them who were stunned, everyone who came in was also stunned. Aura. It's all aura. High grade. It's all a high-grade spirit stone. It's been released. We've been released. Qin Shangqin seemed to be possessed by a demon at this moment. But not only he was possessed, but all the people who followed the vast heaven sect were also possessed. It's not that they have never seen a spiritual mine before, but they have never heard of a spiritual mine with so many high-grade spiritual stones gathered together, let alone seen it. There are 7 colors of light over there. I don't know who shouted, and the next second everyone looked along, and sure enough, 7-color light. The 7-color light that can only appear with supreme-grade spiritual stones. Supreme-grade spiritual stone. There are countless cases where a supreme-grade spirit stone cannot be found even after digging to death, and even if it does, it is very rare. But now, looking around, the wall over there is covered with 7-color light. All of them are supreme-grade spiritual stones. Vast heaven. Ma Liang took the lead and shouted loudly, and the next second, the entire mine, including the people from the vast heaven chamber of commerce, the inner disciples of the vast heaven sect, and the minor disciples, all shouted. God bless vast heaven. God bless Brother Galaxy. God bless you, Uncle. Chu Xinghe felt like a mouthful of old blood was spurting out at this moment. This must be a dream. Quick, sing when you wake up. I want to wake up, I don't want to dream. But it turned out that this was not a dream, because Tianyu had already rushed into the original stone of the spirit stone in 3 steps and 2 steps at a time. With a touch of the stone, the original stone was mined out. Immediately, the light of the high-grade spiritual stone appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Tianyu once again grabbed the 7-color raw stone and took action again. The supreme grade 7-color spiritual stone came into being. Quiet, the whole mine was quiet, everyone's eyes turned red when they looked at the spirit stone pointed out by Tianyu. Wan Lin couldn't stop his tears from rolling out. Senior Brother Galaxy. Sure enough, Senior Brother Galaxy is right. This Tianyi spirit mine is the best in the world. Following Wan Lin's voice, everyone reacted. When they looked at Chu Xinghe, who looked indifferent, everyone was moved. When Senior Brother Galaxy said that he wanted to buy Tianyiling mine, many of them thought that Senior Brother Galaxy was crazy. I even thought he was a fool. But Brother Galaxy did not hesitate at all and bought the Tianyi spirit mine. At that time, some people thought, why didn't Senior Brother Galaxy explain it to everyone? Seeing everything here at this moment, everyone knows it. No explanation. It can't be explained. As long as the situation here is known, if even a little bit is leaked, can the Shi family sell Tianyiling mine? This is the most terrifying spiritual mine discovered so far. Brother Galaxy. It has to be Brother Galaxy. Even though he has been subjected to infamy for so many days, even though he has been spread rumors and slandered by others, Senior Brother Galaxy has no excuse at all. Senior Brother Galaxy must have been waiting for this day. Finally, the day has come. Senior Brother Galaxy also proved with facts how discerning he is and how unfathomable he is. The outside world insults me, scolds me, hurts me, but I don't care, because the final result will always let people know who is the man at the top. Brother Galaxy's realm has indeed reached a level that is difficult for anyone to reach. Qin Shangqin burst into tears. He had also doubted Senior Brother Galaxy, but today, he was completely convinced. From today on, no one can sway me from following in the footsteps of Senior Brother Galaxy. No wonder Senior Brother Galaxy treats the minor disciples like this. It's not that he never thought that the sect would be damaged, but he stands at a height that none of us can reach. He already knows the secret of Tianyi Spirit Mine. With the Tianyi Spirit Mine, so what if we give more minor disciples higher treatment? With this spiritual mine, let alone the loss of the sect, the amount of spiritual stones produced every year would probably increase many times. Brother Galaxy is so awesome. With Brother Galaxy, why worry about my vast heaven sect not being prosperous? The Tianyi Ling mine exploded. Not Xiaobang. It's a huge explosion. Today is a day that will go down in the history of vast heaven sect. According to historical records, on October 10, 8562 in the Liang calendar, vast heaven sect, under the guidance of Chu Xinghe, the most outstanding disciple in history, obtained the Tianyi Spirit Mine. This spirit mine was the largest in the history of Liang continent. Chu Xinghe didn't know how he came out of the spiritual mine. It's over, it's all over. I was as fierce as a tiger in one operation, but in the end I lost 205. Tianyi spiritual mine has jumped from a well-known abandoned mine to the #1 spiritual mine in the world. Wang Tianyu also jumped from a big fool to a man who opened up a new era of the art of turning stones. Only Chu Xinghe failed to draw water from a bamboo basket. After working so hard for so many days, in the end I ended up making a wedding dress for someone. Naturally, the news about Tianyi Ling mine cannot be concealed. When the news spread, the entire Lingcheng fell silent. The first reaction of everyone who got the news was that this is absolutely nonsense. But the Tianyi spiritual mine is in Lingcheng, and everyone ran to watch like crazy. When they saw baskets of transcendent level spiritual stone raw stones shining with spiritual light and 7-color light being carried out, everyone's eyes went straight. A few people even wanted to rob it on the spot. Fortunately, I calmed down. Spiritual stones are precious, but life is even more valuable. Grab the vast heaven sect. This is not crazy. This is the way to die. If you dare to steal the spiritual stone of vast heaven sect today, tomorrow Yu Mingqiao will step on the shattering void and chase you. Even if you hide in the awesome, you will not be able to escape death. This should belong to our Shi family. Others were fine, but the Shi family collapsed. The kind of hemorrhage. I heard that when the head of the Shi family heard the news, he couldn't breathe and vomited 2 ounces of blood on the spot. Our Shi family won't sell it. We won't sell it anymore. Tianyi Ling mine belongs to us. The head of the Shi family shouted loudly before he passed out. But although everyone in the Shi family wanted to say this, they knew it would be useless. Now you tell Vast Heaven Sect that you won't sell it. Believe it or not, tomorrow Vast Heaven Sect will kill all the more than 3,000 members of the Shi family on the spot. What do you think Vast Heaven Sect is? Soft persimmon. They had a lot of fun with the Vast Heaven Sect, and later they didn't even have any grass on their graves, because they died so tragically that they couldn't even collect the bodies for burial. The Shi family doesn't have the courage, and they don't dare to have the courage. Blood from various sects flowed all over the ground. People who heard this blood were so angry that they vomited blood. When Chu Xinghe set a record for buying the Tianyi Ling mine in the shortest time, how many people jumped out and pointed at Chu Xinghe and shouted, "What a fool!" At that time, everyone thought that Chu Xinghe's brain was screwed up by the door panel. But at this moment, everyone realized that it was not Chu Xinghe who was caught by the door panel, but us. Our brains were caught in the door panel. Tianyi spiritual mine, the best spiritual mine in the world. Vast Heaven Sect was originally said to be bought at a sky-high price, and everyone shouted that Vast Heaven Sect was losing blood. But then everyone realized that it was a sky-high price. So it's just a cabbage price, okay. What's the difference between giving it away for free? Now that the head of the Shi family saw the original contract, he was so angry that he ate the contract. Is Chu Xinghe a big fool? We are the complete idiots. Martial Emperor City was stationed in Lingcheng. The steward looked at Zheng Yu, who was shocked. Chu Xinghe is really unfathomable. He has single-handedly manipulated everyone in the world. I am not as good as him. Zheng Yu, who had always been arrogant, was dejected at this moment. Senior brother Zheng Yu, don't be so decadent. Although we didn't get the tiny spiritual mine, the small mine also exploded. Although the vein is small, it has the same effect as the tiny spiritual mine. The spiritual stones inside almost killed me. My eyes are blinded. The steward was really convinced now. Everyone in the world is mocking Chu Xinghe, but brother Zheng Yu has always believed that Chu Xinghe is unfathomable. There was a time when I thought that senior brother Zheng Yu was possessed. Now it seems that it's not that senior brother Zheng Yu is obsessed, it's that he is too naive. Chu Xinghe is really, as senior brother Zheng Yu said, unfathomable. Having single-handedly manipulated everyone in the world at the palm of his hand, when had the Shi family ever fallen so hard? When have all the sects in the world been played with like this? But Chu Xinghe did it. He said nothing, but he seemed to be a man sitting on the highest throne. Laughing at the turmoil in the world, I remain unmoved. With such a charming appearance, even those in charge would inevitably be fascinated by her. The number one person of the younger generation. He really is the number one person. Not only his strength, but his mind is also terrifying to the extreme. Every move he makes seems to be a random operation, but in retrospect at this moment, every move is like a wild and unconstrained move, making it impossible to detect the slightest trace. By the time you react a little, he has already won. Although the martial emperor city was also envious and jealous, senior brother Zheng Yu was so smart that he predicted the trajectory of Chu Xinghe in advance. Now, in addition to the vast heaven sect, the martial emperor city has also become the second biggest winner. Tianyiling mine shocked the world. But what happened to Wang Tianyu shocked everyone. If heaven had not given birth to my king Tianyu, the touch of stone would last forever like a long night. A man who understood and even created a new Midas touch without the guidance of a teacher. A god-like being who can achieve a 50% stone yield rate with the first touch of stone. Vast Heaven Sect initially said that it would train its own stone master. Everyone thought that Vast Heaven Sect was crazy and Chu Xinghe must have drunk too much. But at this moment, everyone received a loud slap in the face. Wang Tianyu told everyone with the facts, Chu Xinghe is not only amazing in strength and mind, but he also has an eye for discerning people. Vast Heaven Sect not only obtained the Tianyi spirit mine, but also produced a transcendent level Midas master like Wang Tianyu. With Wang Tianyu's qualifications, it won't take many years for Vast Heaven Sect to no longer need to rely on the outside world, and he will be able to easily complete the Midas stone on his own. But when I think about it carefully, it's not Wang Tianyu who's scary, but Chu Xinghe. This person is unfathomable. The news didn't stay long and eventually came to Vast Heaven Sect. Vast Heaven Hall, not only the heads of each palace, but also all the elders are here today. But at this moment, the Vast Heaven Hall was deathly quiet. Everyone is still digesting the news from Lingcheng. Buying the Tianyi spirit mine is considered a fool by everyone. Improving the salary of the minor disciples has attracted various sects to take action, and the Shi family's ugly face has been revealed. Choose Wang Tianyu and let the whole world laugh at him. Galaxy's every move was unexpected by everyone, and now, Tianyi spirit mine, the number one spirit mine in the world. Even if Vast Heaven Sect improves the treatment of all minor disciples, it will still increase the income several times compared to the past. Train Wang Tianyu, the future great Grand Master of Midas, and improve the sect's Midas magic. Tell me, this kid Galaxy, what should I say about him? Although the sect master said what to say about him, the smile on his face was infinitely closer to the elder's chrysanthemum face. As for the great elder, he said nothing at the moment. Maintaining his demeanor was enough under the circumstances. The other elders shook their heads. I shake my head not because I feel bad, but because I feel sorry for myself. Before, we had even the slightest suspicion when this kid Galaxy had done so many things, but now it seems, we were totally wrong. This kid Galaxy is simply perfect. Vast heaven. I don't know which elder shouted something, but all the elders echoed. The smile on the sect leader's face never disappeared. At this moment, he felt that he was the most wise and powerful person, and he was not wrong about the person. Even when everyone thought Chu Xinghe might be doing something wrong, I still supported Chu Xinghe. And it turns out that Galaxy really did not disappoint. The entire Vast Heaven sect was in a state of excitement after the news came out. The previous series of news made everyone in Vast Heaven sect a little nervous, and even because some people suspected Chu Xinghe, a disciple of Ling Palace, got into a fight with someone. Therefore, he was also punished. But now those who were beaten are coming to apologize. I am really ashamed of myself for doubting Junior Brother Galaxy. HMPH. You know it now. Junior Brother Galaxy is unfathomable. How can you ordinary people be able to see through him? We will personally apologize to Junior Brother Galaxy. No need. Don't you know about Junior Brother Galaxy? Will he hold grudges? Will he be angry because of your suspicions? He won't. Junior Brother Galaxy has an outstanding character. You can take care of yourself in the future. Hearing the words of the Ling Palace disciples, everyone became even more ashamed. Yes. How could we forget that Junior Brother Galaxy is an outstanding person, so how could he be angry because of our suspicions? Everyone in Vast Heaven sect was shocked by the news from Lingcheng. Sigh. I knew I would have gone to Lingcheng with Senior Brother Galaxy. I really regret missing such a grand event. Yes, I knew I should have taken the initiative to ask to go. Senior Brother Galaxy would definitely not refuse. What a pity, what a pity. Outer door. After fat-headed fish beat Chu Cheng every day, he also told Chu Cheng the news. HMPH. Little thief Chu Cheng. They are both from Kaoshan village, how can they be so different as human beings? Look at your appearance, and look at Senior Brother Galaxy, you are really a role model for our generation. Chu Cheng vomited blood. He had never vomited so much blood even after being beaten by the fat-headed fish. Chu Xinghe is a thief, two-faced, double-dealing, despicable, and cunning. You have all been fooled. He is just a despicable person. Hey, how dare you slander Senior Brother Galaxy? If you don't get beaten today, your face will be full of peach blossoms. You don't know why the flowers are so red. No one still knows how long the beating lasted, but the peach blossoms must have bloomed. I don't know the chrysanthemums. Lingcheng, in the Vast Heaven sect station, Chu Xinghe was lying on the rocking chair helplessly. The creaking rocking chair told Chu Xinghe's inner sorrow. Senior Brother Galaxy. Sigh. It's a step too late. Before, Senior Brother Galaxy asked me to buy the entire Tianyi spirit mine, but I forgot that there was also a small spirit mine. I made a mistake and regretted it forever. I just got the news, the Xiaoling mine was bought by Zheng Yu from Martial Emperor City. Miscalculation, miscalculation. Fu Zhong Qin Shangqian finally brought some good news. Buzz. Just as Qin Shangqian finished speaking, the compass of misfortune started to rotate. Is there any reward for this? Chu Xinghe is confused. The subsequent rewards calmed down Chu Xinghe's loveless mood a little. Chu Xinghe was already hopeless. But the sudden rotation of the compass of misfortune gave him a glimmer of hope. I have been defeated like this in this round, and there is still a reward. Soon the hand of compass of misfortune stopped. At the same time, a powerful force was also released from the compass of misfortune. Chu Xinghe felt himself trembling, and then his cultivation level had directly entered the 4th grade from the peak of the 3rd grade, and directly impacted the 4th grade martial sect peak. So cool. Chu Xinghe was feeling happy and in pain at the moment. Completing a large level jump directly made Chu Xinghe feel comfortable, but it also made Chu Xinghe realize how much blood he had lost. If the Tianyi spirit mine did not disappoint me, would I be able to soar directly to the realm of 6th grade martial king or even 7th grade martial saint this time? But it's too late to say anything now. The reason why compass of misfortune will improve itself this time is probably because of the news brought by Fu Zhong Qin Shangqian just now. Zheng Yu is also good at picking up leaks. A small mine with the same origin as the Tianyiling mine was captured. So compass of misfortune defaulted that this was supposed to be the Vast Heaven sect, but it became a loss because of Zheng Yu's action. Brother Galaxy, the cooperation between various sects and our Vast Heaven sect has also begun. Qin Shangqian stabbed Chu Xinghe again. What the hell? Aren't these guys trying to isolate us? Why are they cooperating again? Chu Xinghe felt extremely heartbroken. What about the isolation you promised? What about not cooperating? What about continuing to retaliate as promised? Can you order some billion? Senior Brother Galaxy doesn't know. This time, Senior Brother Galaxy won the Tianyi spiritual mine. The supreme grade spiritual stone produced by the Tianyi spiritual mine is scarce in every family. They are all worried that they will not be able to obtain it from our vast heaven sect. How can you dare to negotiate any terms with us if you get the supreme grade spiritual stone? Qin Shangqin was very excited. When all the major sects in the world united to isolate vast heaven sect, Qin Shangqin was actually extremely worried. How can this be done? But Qin Shangqin never dreamed that Senior Brother Galaxy had already planned a decisive victory thousands of miles away. As soon as this supreme grade spirit stone came out, all the sects bowed their heads. In the past, when we cooperated with various sects, each sect had to put forward these and other conditions, but now it's better. Let alone the conditions they set, they are not even qualified to bargain with the various conditions of Vast Heaven Sect. It's exactly what the Vast Heaven Sect says. Qin Shangqin has never negotiated such a satisfactory deal in all these years. There is no need for any intrigues or too much thinking. The Vast Heaven Sect is responsible for setting the conditions, and the other sects are responsible for agreeing. Qin Shangqin felt happy, and Chu Xinghe cried. The bad news came one after another, which made Chu Xinghe feel very angry. Get me all the supreme grade spiritual stones produced, and I will bring them back to the sect as gifts for everyone. Chu Xinghe gritted his teeth. You don't want billion from each sect, but you still want to get the supreme grade spiritual stone. Wait, Senior Brother Galaxy, don't worry, all the supreme grade spiritual stones produced in this batch have been packaged. If each sect wants to get the supreme grade spiritual stones, that will be a matter of next year. Qin Shangqin said with a smile. Only the universe ring was delivered to Chu Xinghe. Holding the universe ring and looking at the shining supreme grade spiritual stone inside, Chu Xinghe felt a little more comfortable. After seeing off the lucky General Qin Shangqin, Chu Xinghe rested for a day. Taking advantage of this day, Chu Xinghe also went to the spirit mine for a tour. I specifically told the minor disciples of the spiritual mine not to waste their cultivation because of mining. Mines can be dug at any time, cultivation is important. Countless minor disciples were grateful to Senior Brother Galaxy for his instructions. Listen, this is our Senior Brother Galaxy. Other spiritual minds are worried that the minor disciples are lazy, and all of them require the minor disciples to complete their tasks before they can use their own time to practice. But looking at Brother Galaxy, he tells us not to work too hard and practice hard. Faced with such a reasonable Brother Galaxy, countless minor disciples swore that they would never give up mining because of their cultivation. Brother Galaxy treats us like this, and we must never let him down. Then Chu Xinghe went to visit Wang Tianyu again. Good guy. In just a few days, Tianyu has made rapid progress in the art of turning stones. Now Tianyu's stone yield rate has reached 70%, which is on par with the Shi family. Tianyu was not excited at all about this. Instead, he repeatedly expressed that his entry was too slow. Senior Brother Galaxy gave him such an opportunity and valued himself so much. Could he let Senior Brother Galaxy down? I want to grow up in the shortest possible time, I want to completely surpass the Shi family, and I want to become the best in the world in the art of turning stones in the Vast Heaven Sect. Not only did Tianyu work hard on his own, Tianyu also recruited a dozen disciples in the past few days. These disciples were all Tianyu's former friends, and none of them seemed very smart. But Tianyu's luck, which had been dormant for so many years, suddenly exploded in just a few days. Among the disciples chosen by Tianyu, except for a few whose talents were relatively poor, all of them were extremely talented in the art of turning stones. And even the very few who were relatively poor are at least on par with the geniuses of the Shi family. After hearing Wang Tianyu's report, Chu Xinghe became even more angry. Sure enough, Lingcheng is a big pit. Nothing good has ever happened to Lingcheng since I arrived. So Chu Xinghe did not choose to stay in Lingcheng, but prepared to leave. Qin Shangqin personally sent Chu Xinghe and the others to the teleportation array. Not only Qin Shangqin, but also all the senior officials of the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce came. Although Chu Xinghe has only been here for a short time, every move made by Chu Xinghe has become an investment recorded in the history of the Vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce. Although Brother Galaxy has been here for a short time, the things he left behind are enough for us to learn for a lifetime. Not only the top executives of the vast Heaven Chamber of Commerce, but also the minor disciples gathered to send Brother Galaxy off. Many of the minor disciples had tears in their eyes, calling Senior Brother Galaxy to come often. Come often. I always have a hammer. If you can come less in the future, you will definitely come less. Amidst the farewells of countless people, Chu Xinghe walked out of Lingcheng. Wan Lin, Ma Liang and others followed behind Chu Xinghe. They were all discussing that they must tell everyone about their trip to Lingcheng after returning this time. Junior brothers and sisters, let them know how far-sighted Senior Brother Galaxy is. Chu Xinghe was stabbed again. The teleportation array was not far from Lingcheng, and everyone quickly arrived at the teleportation array. However, the people responsible for setting up the teleportation array are still busy and may have to wait for a while. After explaining that Qin Shangqian must go to him if he encounters any trouble in the future, Chu Xinghe also asked Qin Shangqian to leave. Seeing Qin taking 3 steps forward and looking back twice, Chu Xinghe was speechless again. After sending Qin Shangqian away, everyone rested in place and waited for the teleportation array to open. And just when Chu Xinghe was reflecting on what he had done wrong during his trip to Lingcheng, there was a sudden sound of fighting in the distance. Brother Galaxy, let me go take a look. Ma Liang was born to join in the fun, so he took the initiative to ask for help. Wait, I'll go. Chu Xinghe glared at Ma Liang. Do you want to go? Go get a hammer. As the saying goes, one less thing is worse than one more thing. If there is an opportunity that can bring losses to the sect, what should I do if you go first? After asking everyone to stay put, Chu Xinghe moved towards the direction where the sound of fighting came from. Soon, Chu Xinghe found the source of the sound. Take a closer look. Good guy, Zheng Yu. At this moment, Zheng Yu was covered in fire and was leading a group of disciples from Martial Emperor City to fight with a group of men in black. However, the number of men in black is obviously higher than that of the people in Martial Emperor City. Although Zheng Yu is very strong, the men in black are obviously stronger. Zheng Yu and the others have been surrounded by layers and are about to be wiped out. Brother Galaxy, Zheng Yu didn't know how he discovered Chu Xinghe during the bloody battle. Zheng Yu was overjoyed when he saw Chu Xinghe appear. Chu Xinghe's appearance here means that the people from Vast Heaven Sect are also there. At this time, the people from Vast Heaven Sect are here and they will definitely be able to save them. Zheng Yu was overjoyed and called Chu Xinghe for rescue. The man in black also discovered where Chu Xinghe was and was shocked. But just when the man in black was worried that Chu Xinghe's appearance would cause trouble, Chu Xinghe yelled, I'm just passing by, you go on, this matter has nothing to do with my Vast Heaven Sect. After saying that, Chu Xinghe ran away without looking back. Man in black, Zheng Yu. Everyone was dumbfounded, what the hell is this? Originally, the people in Vast Heaven Sect were a little panicked when the man in black appeared, but now the people in Vast Heaven Sect saw that the people in Martial Emperor City were being surrounded and killed. What does it mean to turn around and run away without saying a word? They have seen people who are greedy for life and afraid of death, but they have never heard of people who are so greedy for life and afraid of death. Is this still the Vast Heaven Sect they know? Where is the promised number 1 sect in the world? What about the promised Tongqi Lianji? Zheng Yu is really stupid. He was already prepared for Chu Xinghe to rescue them, but he never expected that Senior Brother Galaxy would leave them alone. But while everyone was stunned, a man on the outermost edge of the man in black who had never made a move saw everything. Everyone, those who abandoned Martial Emperor City, catch him. He is Vast Heaven Sect Chu Xinghe. Following this shout, the man in black rose into the air, and Yufeng chased after Chu Xinghe. Walk with the wind. 7th grade martial saint, Chu Xinghe, who pretended to be greedy for life and afraid of death, was also stupid. What the hell, you guys are having a good fight with Martial Emperor City, I'm just passing by to make soy sauce, what do you mean by giving up Martial Emperor City and arresting me? And what the hell is 7th grade martial saint? But now Chu Xinghe couldn't care so much. All the men in black gave up on the people of Martial Emperor City and immediately chased Chu Xinghe. Zheng Yu, disciple from Martial Emperor City. In this way, the people of Martial Emperor City who were originally besieged were left behind, and everyone went after Chu Xinghe. Zheng Yu burst into tears. It turned out that Senior Brother Galaxy was not greedy for life and afraid of death. He was using this method to lure away the enemies for the people of Martial Emperor City. Chu Xinghe now said that he was a fool. I just came to watch the fun and pretend to be greedy for life and afraid of death. It would be best for Zheng Yu to hang here today. If one of the surviving disciples from Martial Emperor City runs out to tell us about today's situation, then as a Vast Heaven Sect disciple, he will be surrounded and killed by disciples from Martial Emperor City, and greed for life and fear of death will probably spread throughout the world in a short time. At that time, people will not say that Chu Xinghe is greedy for life and afraid of death. People would say that Vast Heaven Sect people are greedy for life and afraid of death, and Vast Heaven Sect will not save people even if they die. This would not bring a huge blow to the sect. Originally, Chu Xinghe wanted to ask how I could lose this game. But now Chu Xinghe knows. Nima, you all leave me alone. What do you mean by the people from Martial Emperor City chasing me? And that 7th grade Martial Saint? You didn't even take action against the people in Martial Emperor City just now. You didn't take action against Zheng Yu. Why are you chasing me at your own risk? Although speechless, Chu Xinghe was not stupid. The direction of his escape at this time was not the direction of the teleportation array. After all, Ma Liang and the others are still over there. If they really run in that direction, whether they can escape or not, they will all be in trouble. Therefore, the direction Chu Xinghe chose to escape at this time was Lingcheng. As long as he could run into Lingcheng, let alone the 7th grade Martial Saint, the 8th grade Martial Saint would never dare to catch him in Lingcheng. But after just half a minute, Chu Xinghe realized that he was too naive. The 7th grade Martial Saint walked through the air, and after several ups and downs, he was already behind him. The eyes of Martial Saint were gleaming, and the way he looked at Chu Xinghe was as if a stinky gangster had seen the goddess he had longed for strip naked and lie there. Chu Xinghe, where can you escape? Martial Saint's palm flashed with black energy, and instantly turned into a big black hand and grabbed Chu Xinghe. Don't do it. I surrender. The moment the big black hand was about to grab Chu Xinghe stopped. Martial Saint never expected that Chu Xinghe would stop. He didn't even have time to stop and rushed forward dozens of meters before stopping. And all the other men in black chased up from behind, surrounding Chu Xinghe in an instant. Hero, don't do anything, I surrender. I surrender. Chu Xinghe said and squatted down holding his head. This scene made all the people in black confused. They were from the Shadow Demon Sect, and they originally planned to ambush and capture Zheng Yu today. But I never expected to encounter Chu Xinghe, a big transcendent level fish. Compared with Chu Xinghe, Zheng Yu is nothing. In recent days, Chu Xinghe can be said to be famous all over the world. Even those who are in the Shadow Demon Sect have their ears set on fire. Chu Xinghe, the first person of the younger generation, Chu Xinghe, the genius of the Vast Heaven Sect. It would be a great blessing to catch Chu Xinghe today. Shadow Demon Sect is even ready for Chu Xinghe to fight to the death. But why did you surrender in 1 second? Is this still the Vast Heaven Sect everyone knows? Is this really the first person of the younger generation? 7th grade Martial Saint Demon Lord Mengyang was also a little skeptical. Logically speaking, how could someone like Chu Xinghe be greedy for life and afraid of death? Is this guy definitely Chu Xinghe? But when she came to Chu Xinghe, after looking up and down for a long time, Mengyang was sure. The clothes Chu Xinghe wore that belonged to Vast Heaven Sect's direct disciple must not be faked, and because Chu Xinghe was so sharp these days, Shadow Demon Sect naturally got Chu Xinghe's portrait. Mengyang took out his own portrait and compared it repeatedly, and was sure that the person in front of him was definitely Chu Xinghe himself. Take him away from me. Mengyang gave an order, and a group of men in black swarmed forward. In an instant, Chu Xinghe was directly controlled, and then he was put in a sack. Mengyang left in a hurry with Shadow Demon Sect's people. Less than a minute after Mengyang left, Zheng Yu also rushed over with people from Martial Emperor City. Zheng Yu was shocked when she saw the traces left behind by a group of men in black. Something big happened. Brother Galaxy was caught. After all, facing the 7th grade Martial Saint, Senior Brother Galaxy has no qualifications to resist. Looking at the direction of Brother Galaxy's escape, Zheng Yu was determined at this moment. Senior Brother Galaxy is not someone who is greedy for life or afraid of death, nor is he unwilling to save others. Senior Brother Galaxy is someone who deliberately helped Martial Emperor City lure away the Shadow Demon Sect. Today, Zheng Yu and the others originally planned to take the teleportation array back to Martial Emperor City. But he never expected that he would be ambushed by the Shadow Demon Sect as soon as he arrived. Zheng Yu originally thought that the day was over. Martial Emperor City resisted desperately, but just when they could no longer hold on, Senior Brother Galaxy appeared and lured away the Shadow Demon Sect people in this way. The reason why it is said that Senior Brother Galaxy lured him away deliberately instead of fearing death is because of the direction in which Senior Brother Galaxy fled. If Senior Brother Galaxy is really a person who is greedy for life and afraid of death, he should escape towards the Vast Heaven Sect disciples, but Senior Brother Galaxy is obviously heading towards Spirit City. He wanted to go to Lingcheng to ask for help, but Senior Brother Galaxy's cultivation level was there. Facing a 7th grade demon lord, he had no time to escape to Lingcheng. Bang! Zheng Yu crushed the Martial Emperor Order in his hand. In an instant, countless auras shot up into the sky. This was the Martial Emperor's way of asking for help. Because the battle was so fierce just now, Zheng Yu didn't even have time to crush the Martial Emperor Order. But at this moment Zheng Yu knew that something big had happened. In order to rescue them, Senior Brother Galaxy was captured by the Shadow Demon Sect. If something really happened to Senior Brother Galaxy, Zheng Yubai would never redeem himself. What's going on? Soon, the surrounding Vast Heaven Sect disciples rushed over under the leadership of Ma Liang and Wan Lin. After all, after the Martial Emperor Order is crushed, the news will spread instantly, and everyone around will see it. Zheng Yu. Ma Liang recognized Zheng Yu. Senior Brother Zheng Yu, what's going on? Wan Lin also asked. Something happened. Senior Brother Galaxy was captured by the Shadow Demon Sect. As soon as Zheng Yu said these words, everyone in Vast Heaven Sect was stunned. What the hell? Didn't Senior Brother Galaxy go to check on the situation just now? Why were you taken away? But soon they learned what happened from Zheng Yu's mouth. The disciples of the Martial Emperor City were besieged by the Shadow Demon Sect. Chu Xinghe was not afraid of the danger and lured the Shadow Demon Sect away alone. Unfortunately, there was the 7th grade demon lord on the other side. Brother Galaxy could not resist at all and was captured by the Shadow Demon Sect. Zheng Yu. Wan Lin almost fainted after hearing Zheng Yu's words. But isn't what Zheng Yu described exactly what Senior Brother Galaxy has always done? Senior Brother Galaxy is a man of righteousness, and he never refuses to save others. He loves helping others the most, but today, Senior Brother Galaxy lost himself because of the people of Martial Emperor City. Without saying a word, Ma Liang took out the sect's discipleship order and crushed it on the spot without saying a word. Not only Ma Liang, but all Vast Heaven Sect disciples took out their disciple orders and crushed them into pieces. The disciple order has the ability to communicate with the sect. At this time, Ma Liang crushed the disciple order, and the sect would immediately know that something happened to the disciples. What's going on? Several streaks of light came from the Lingcheng side. It belongs to the people of Martial Emperor City. In addition to the people of Martial Emperor City, people from various major sects have obviously also received the news of the broken Martial Emperor Order and came here. Something happened. Something big happened. Brother Galaxy was captured by the Shadow Demon Sect. Zheng Yu was not as calm as usual at this moment. He was so panicked that he felt like he had lost his mind. Countless strong men came from Lingcheng, and after hearing the words from Zheng Yu's mouth, everyone's eyes darkened. Something big happened. Something really happened. Chu Xinghe was captured by Shadow Demon Sect. Is there anything bigger than this in Lingcheng? Who is Chu Xinghe? Vast Heaven Sect would be in complete chaos if they knew this news. If something really happened to Chu Xinghe, Vast Heaven Sect would have to pierce the sky. No one needed to speak at all. At this time, all the strong men were scattered. Everyone had only one goal, to find Chu Xinghe. Save Chu Xinghe now, at all costs. Qin Shangqin also came with the masters of Vast Heaven Sect in Lingcheng. But after hearing the news, Qin Shangqin's eyes darkened and he knelt on the ground. Quick, inform everyone in Lingcheng and send them all to me. If I can't find Senior Brother Galaxy, no one will be alive. Qin Shangqin's order quickly spread throughout Lingcheng, and Lingcheng was completely turned upside down for a while. What? Senior Brother Galaxy was captured by Shadow Demon Sect. Everyone go find Senior Brother Galaxy immediately. The stupid Shadow Demon Sect. How dare you capture Senior Brother Galaxy? Everyone in the vast heaven sect of Spirit City was mobilized without leaving any part behind, and nothing was more important than the safety of Senior Brother Galaxy. Not only the vast heaven sect, but also no one from the Martial Emperor City was left after the news spread. This time, Chu Xinghe was captured by the Shadow Demon Sect in order to save Zheng Yu and save the people of Martial Emperor City. The people in Martial Emperor City were in disbelief when they heard the news, but the people in Martial Emperor City knew that everyone could ignore this matter, and Martial Emperor City definitely could not. Even if something happens to Chu Xinghe, Martial Emperor City will definitely be blamed. Everyone in Martial Emperor City came out, frantically looking for Chu Xinghe. Other sects are not idle either. Chu Xinghe is different from ordinary Vast Heaven Sect disciples. If today Vast Heaven Sect had a team of elite disciples who were all ambushed by Shadow Demon Sect or even completely annihilated, Vast Heaven Sect will be furious and will go to Shadow Demon Sect to recover the blood debt. But if something happens to Chu Xinghe, then it won't be a matter of recovering the blood debt. Vast Heaven Sect may fight to the death with Shadow Demon Sect. The outside world says that Chu Xinghe is the most outstanding disciple of Vast Heaven Sect in the past 400 years, even surpassing the existence of the 10th generation Vast Heaven Great Emperor. Vast Heaven Sect also trained Chu Xinghe as the future master of Vast Heaven Sect. This can be seen from everything that happened when Chu Xinghe came to Lingcheng. Vast Heaven Sect not only did not interrupt Chu Xinghe's series of actions that everyone regarded as ridiculous, but always supported him. Even the loss Vast Heaven Sect doesn't matter. What does it mean? This clearly shows that the sect's resources and losses are being used to train Chu Xinghe. If Chu Xinghe succeeds, even if Chu Xinghe fails, the sect will not hesitate to pay such a high price to give him a long memory. Such Chu Xinghe is now captured by Shadow Demon Sect, and it's because of Martial Emperor City. If something happens to Chu Xinghe, with the dominance of Vast Heaven Sect, it is estimated that the whole city of Martial Emperor will suffer as well. The entire Lingcheng is completely turned upside down. No matter what you do, put everything aside and search for Chu Xinghe. If you can't find Chu Xinghe, then just wait for the thunderous wrath of Vast Heaven Sect. It is not impossible that Vast Heaven Sect leveled the entire Spirit Vein Mountain in a fit of rage. Lingcheng exploded. What mining? What business? Now even a panting dog needs a slap and then goes out to look for Chu Xinghe. Vast Heaven Sect. Before the Vast Heaven Mirror at this time, Ma Liang and others finally got in touch with Vast Heaven Sect because they all crushed the Disciple Order. Sect leader Ji Yu Mingchao contacted Ma Liang with the Vast Heaven Mirror. But when he heard what Ma Liang said, Ji Yu Mingchao almost sat down on the ground. What did you say? Ji Yu Mingchao's eyes turned red. Sect Master. Senior Brother Galaxy was kidnapped by the Shadow Demon Sect because he rescued people from Martial Emperor City. His whereabouts are unknown and his life and death are unknown. Ji Yu Mingchao felt dizzy. Ring the bell. All the elders and disciples of Vast Heaven Sect come to Vast Heaven Palace. Ji Yu Mingchao couldn't care about anything else and gave an order at this time. Vast Heaven Sect Hong bell rings 9 times. The disciples and elders of each palace, no matter what they were doing, at this moment they all dropped everything and rushed madly to the Vast Heaven Palace. After a while, almost the entire Vast Heaven Sect gathered in the Vast Heaven Palace. Everyone inside and outside the Vast Heaven Palace was densely packed with people. Everyone was talking wildly about what happened, and the sect leader actually rang the bell. The Great Elder and a group of elders were all dumbfounded when they heard what the sect leader said. The Great Elder couldn't stand upright and almost sat on the ground. Fortunately, the other elders nearby were quick to help him. Quick, prepare the teleportation array. Head to Lingcheng immediately. The Great Elder couldn't care less about anything else. Something happened to Chu Xinghe. How could something happen to Chu Xinghe? If something happened to Chu Xinghe, it would really turn the world upside down. The news quickly spread from the Vast Heaven Hall, and the entire Vast Heaven Sect was in chaos for a while. What? Something happened to Senior Brother Galaxy. Was he captured by the Shadow Demon Sect? Zheng Yu. Let him die. Why is Senior Brother Galaxy so out of his mind that he helps people from Martial Emperor City lure away the enemy? Senior Brother Galaxy is too reckless. Don't say that. I don't know about others, but don't you know about Junior Brother Galaxy's character? If Junior Brother Galaxy didn't help today, then I think it's weird. That's right. Junior Brother Galaxy is good at everything. He is just too kind and helpful. He will never turn a blind eye when he sees others in danger. Shadow Demon Sect is simply audacious. Stop talking, let's rush to Lingcheng immediately to find Senior Brother Galaxy. Without much discussion, Ji Yumingqiao personally ordered the teleportation array to be set up. Except for a few elders who stayed behind to guard the vast heaven sect, all the other experts came out to target Lingcheng. They must find Chu Xinghe and ensure that Chu Xinghe is safe and sound. Issue a vast heaven order. Please take action from all parties in the world and we must find Galaxy. Ji Yumingqiao ordered again, and as soon as the order came out, all the elders nodded. Vast heaven order. Vast heaven sect has not issued a vast heaven order for hundreds of years. Vast heaven sect. When the demon sect was destroyed, the vast heaven order was issued, and no one in the world dared not follow it. But every time vast heaven orders it, it must be a big deal. This time, a vast heaven order was issued for a person, which was something that had never happened in the history of the vast heaven sect. However, no one felt that there was any problem with the sect leader's order. Because that's Chu Xinghe. The vast heaven order was quickly issued from the vast heaven sect, and all major sects in the world received the vast heaven order immediately. Looking at the vast heaven order, everyone was shocked. But after understanding what happened, everyone understood why vast heaven sect was so crazy. Something happened to Chu Xinghe. Shadow Demon Sect dared to attack him. Originally, we didn't attack vast heaven sect, but Zhengyu from Martial Emperor City. I didn't expect that this child Chu Xinghe would be so generous. In order to rescue Zhengyu from Martial Emperor City, he even lured away the people of Shadow Demon Sect alone. But I didn't expect that there was a demon king inside, and the child was kidnapped because of this. There were rumors before that Chu Xinghe Martial Dao was the best young man in the world, and his character was even higher than that of Martial Dao. I didn't believe it. Now it seems that the rumors are true. Listen to my order. The sect elders go out and look for Chu Xinghe. Quote. The vast heaven command was issued, and the world was shaken. But soon, something even more shocking happened. The Martial Emperor order from Martial Emperor City has also been issued. Zheng Yu immediately spread the news to Martial Emperor City, and Cheng Xiaoshan almost fainted after hearing it. But Cheng Xiaoshan knew that although Chu Xinghe was arrested in this incident, the cause of everything was still Martial Emperor City. This kid Galaxy, Cheng Xiaoshan didn't even know what to say about him. It really makes people love and hate it. Love because such an outstanding disciple is not only invincible in cultivation, but also so righteous and noble in character. And the hatred is because why is such an outstanding disciple not from my Martial Emperor City? But no matter what, things started because of Martial Emperor City, and Martial Emperor City would never sit idly by. Cheng Xiaoshan issued the Martial Emperor order, and all the powerful men in the Martial Emperor City came out to find Chu Xinghe. In one day, the Order of Vast Heaven was issued, and the Order of Martial Emperor was issued at the same time. The world is shocked. However, the two great gods can only be issued by one person, which has never happened before in the entire history of Liang continent. Countless powerful men descended on Lingcheng, frightening the people of this small town. In the past, we could not see many strong men in Lingcheng, but today we can see strong men flying everywhere in the sky above Lingcheng. Countless people were shocked when they saw a 7th-grade martial saint before. But today, more than a dozen martial emperors have passed just by stepping on the shattering void. Among them are the vast heaven sect patron of the Ming dynasty and the martial emperor Cheng Xiaoshan. The world is shocked by one person. Chu Xinghe's name is powerful in all directions. Zheng Yu had been awake all day and night, and at this time he had only one thought in his mind. If something happened to Senior Brother Galaxy, he would probably be blamed for it for the rest of his life. This will become his inner demon, Zheng Yu, and he will never be able to forgive himself in this life. And just when all parties were turbulent because of Chu Xinghe, Chu Xinghe was taken out of the sack in the basement of an extremely luxurious compound on the edge of Tianrun City, a small city thousands of miles away from Lingcheng. What came into view was the demon lord Meng Yang, who caught him. At this time, Meng Yang didn't know what was happening in the outside world. He was looking at Chu Xinghe with a smile on his face. I am Chu Xinghe, a direct disciple of Vast Heaven Sect. Hello, demon lord. Chu Xinghe's words immediately confused Meng Yang. What the hell, haha, he deserves to be the first person of the younger generation. He is really talented. Many Shadow Demon Sect disciples around Meng Yang's words couldn't help but complain. Mr. Demon Lord, how could you tell that he was capable? Did you forget about surrendering in 1 second? I thought I could catch Zheng Yu, but I didn't expect you to throw yourself into the trap. What a surprise. Ha 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 ha. Meng Yang smiled so hard that she could see her tonsils. Although Zheng Yu is good, compared with Chu Xinghe, they are completely different concepts. Yes, Lord Demon Lord is right, it is indeed a surprise. Meng Yang, what the hell is this guy not afraid of at all? Meng Yang gritted his teeth and said, Chu Xinghe, I think you already know our identities. Vast Heaven Sect has done a lot of damage to our Shadow Demon Sect in recent years. Before Meng Yang finished speaking, Chu Xinghe spoke. Master Demon Lord is right, it is our duty to destroy Vast Heaven Sect. Meng Yang, not only Meng Yang, but all the Shadow Demon Sect disciples around him were dumbfounded. What the hell? According to the normal routine, shouldn't you point your finger at our noses and say that those who do unjust things will be punished by their own death, and that it is our duty to destroy the demon sect? Why on earth are you talking about destroying the sect? And looking at Chu Xinghe's indignant look, it didn't look like he was pretending at all. For a moment everyone began to doubt, is this really Chu Xinghe? Make no mistake. Of course Chu Xinghe is not wrong. I am not a fool, you have captured me, and now I am shouting Vast Heaven, why don't you eat me? I want to destroy the sect, but that doesn't mean I want to kill people in the sect. I, Chu Xinghe, have my own bottom line. Okay, if I cooperate with your demon sect, once this news comes out, even if I become a martial emperor, I will be punished by the whole world. Chase. But as the saying goes, everyone under the roof must be a movie star. When it comes to acting, I can't make arrangements for you clearly. Chu Xinghe, you don't have to be so pretentious. Now that you've fallen into the hands of our Shadow Demon Sect, you'd better submit. Submit. I must obey obediently. Lord Demon Lord, if you want to know any secrets of Vast Heaven Sect, I will definitely know everything. By the way, Lord Demon Lord, I have here the most recent copy of Vast Heaven Sect's Midas Magic. Please also ask Lord Demon Lord to take a look. As Chu Xinghe said that, he directly sent the stone-making magic spell compiled by Wang Tianyu to Meng Yang. What does that sentence mean? If you can't let go of your children, you can't trap the wolf. If you don't show some sincerity and don't give something, how can you become an actor? Meng Yang. But before Meng Yang could figure it out, Chu Xinghe spoke again. In addition to these, there are also these supreme grade spiritual stones are all from Vast Heaven Sect. Now that they can be handed over to Lord Demon Lord, I am very relieved. Chu Xinghe handed over all the universe rings without hesitation. Just kidding. You can still act by yourself now, but if they take them away later, you will really have nothing. Then the universe ring opened, and boxes of high-grade spiritual stones and countless supreme-grade spiritual stones shone with various colors, making the eyes of all the Shadow Demon Sect people around them turn red. Meng Yang stared at the spiritual stones placed there with wide eyes. Is this the Vast Heaven Sect? Is this Chu Xinghe? There are so many spiritual stones. I have never seen a demon lord before. And this bit of stone magic. Meng Yang took one look and almost peed in shock. Meng Yang also learned the art of turning stones when he was young, but he was not very good at it and finally gave up, but he still had good eyesight. The book Chu Xinghe handed over, The Art of Turning Stones, is definitely worthy of the word magic. Such magic is simply unbelievable. But Meng Yang felt that what was even more outrageous was Chu Xinghe in front of him. What the hell is this? Is this guy so sensible? According to the routine, shouldn't you slowly torture this kid, and then take it out bit by bit when the kid can't bear it anymore? But I didn't ask anything here. What do you mean by just taking it out? Meng Yang was stunned. Meng Yang was confused, but Chu Xinghe was not confused at all. When he was arrested, Chu Xinghe figured it out on the way. This time it wasn't me. Chu Xinghe took the initiative to betray the sect. The main reason was that the demon sect was too cruel. If I didn't give it to them, would they let me go? But I still have to thank Kid Jung Yu. Thank you, Shadow Demon Sect. It gave me Chu Xinghe a chance to passively cause losses to the sect. The entire basement was quiet for a full minute. Finally, Meng Yang looked at Chu Xinghe in front of him and said, What conspiracy do you have? Master Demon Lord is joking. I have been arrested. My life and death are all in your hands now. Why is there such a conspiracy? You don't know anything about it. I have been full of yearning for the devil since I was a child. Can I entering the demon sect is my lifelong wish. What bullshit vast heaven sect is just a show. Now that the demon sect Great Tao is in front of my eyes, I yearn for it. My admiration for the demon lord is like a torrential river. Absolutely. Do you know who I am? Meng Yang felt that she was almost persuaded by Chu Xinghe, but do you know who I am? That's not important. The first time I saw Lord Demon Lord, I knew that if I didn't follow you in this life, I would regret it for the rest of my life. So when I faced you, I couldn't help but want to betray Vast Heaven Sect. Please help me, sir. When Chu Xinghe said these words, all the Shadow Demon Sect disciples in the room were stunned. At this moment, everyone has only one thought in mind. Is you're acting a little too outrageous. Shadow Demon Sect has captured countless people from prominent families. 5 of these 10 people refused to obey. Even if they were tortured to death, they died with insults. Even people from Shadow Demon Sect can't help but admire these people. The 3 of them would be unable to hold back and confess some less important things after all kinds of torture, but they would not reveal the sect's top secrets. The remaining 2 weak-minded people may eventually explain everything clearly, but such people are generally of very low level, and even if they do, they won't be able to say anything. I've seen tough guys, I've seen people who can't stand it, I've seen people who are betrayed. But they had never seen Chu Xinghe explain all the torture and interrogation in 1 second without even starting. You just have to say that Chu Xinghe is a little guy. Aren't you the first among the younger generation? Aren't you Vast Heaven Sect Chu Xinghe? Do you still have moral integrity? Can you resist for a while? We didn't even ask, but you left all the underwear sold by the sect. Are you still considered a human being? Many Shadow Demon Sect disciples said that compared with the despicable and shameless Chu Xinghe in front of them, they looked so much more decent. You long for the demon sect. Meng Yang also had a question mark on his forehead. That's so longing for me. Let Vast Heaven Sect be shattered. That's my dream in this life. Chu Xinghe looked determined. Wait, are you sure? Definitely and definitely. Meng Yang prepared many methods and questions today. He was even prepared that Chu Xinghe would not speak until he died, but now, he was confused, and he didn't know what to do with Chu Xinghe in front of him. Because he has never seen such a cooperative person in his life. You imprison him first. Let me confirm if there is anything wrong with the things he handed over. Under Meng Yang's order, the Shadow Demon Sect disciples imprisoned Chu Xinghe and arranged for someone to watch him in case Chu Xinghe had any conspiracy. But Meng Yang looked at what Chu Xinghe took out and felt melancholy. Sir, we have identified all the spiritual stones and there is nothing wrong with them, and this book on the magic of turning stones is even more valuable. Soon, his subordinates sent news. In fact, even if his subordinates didn't send any news, Meng Yang knew that there was nothing wrong with what Chu Xinghe took out. This thing is scratching my face. Is there a thread problem? Shuji, what on earth do you think this Chu Xinghe is doing? Meng Yang asked Shuji, the think tank next to him. It's hard to say, but this guy's status in Vast Heaven Sect is extraordinary. I have never seen those spirit stones in my life, and the magic of stone is even more extraordinary. I guess he wants to temporarily stabilize us. There must be a conspiracy. Haha, what he said about dreaming of destroying the sect is simply nonsense. Meng Yang was disdainful. Sir, I heard that this boy has learned the Vast Heaven fighting spirit of the Vast Heaven Sect. You can use this as a breakthrough. Didn't he say that he wants to join the demon sect? Ask him to hand over his Vast Heaven fighting spirit. If he refuses, haha. Meng Yang's eyes lit up when Shuji said these words. Then without saying much, he took Shuji to the basement. Hello, Lord Demon Lord. Ahem, okay. Chu Xinghei, you said you want to join the demon sect. Do you want to destroy the vast heaven sect? Absolutely true. Well, I heard that you have learned the vast heaven fighting will of the vast heaven sect. Since you want to join the demon sect, why not use the vast heaven fighting will as your pledge of honor? After Meng Yang finished speaking, he looked at Chu Xinghei with a sinister smile. Pack, you kid, keep pretending this time. Those spiritual stones and their magic touch are of great value, but they are nothing compared to the value of your Chu Xinghei. Vast Heaven Sect will never blame you for what Chu Xinghei did to save his life. But now Vast Heaven's fighting spirit is different, that is the top secret of Vast Heaven Sect. It depends on how you pretend. But just when Meng Yang wanted to see Chu Xinghei reveal his true colors because of the petition he requested, Chu Xinghei laughed wildly. As expected of the Demon Lord. I adore you. Being imprisoned here just now, Chu Xinghei was thinking about how he could get the most benefit from this incident. Although he has an extraordinary status and knows a lot of secrets, telling them all will not necessarily cause huge losses just by relying on these few things. Vast Heaven Sect, the best sect in the world, is that a joke? I really want you to grab the resources of Vast Heaven Sect, but why don't you just take a pee and look in the mirror? Are you worthy? So I have a headache. I am so sleepy that someone gives me a pillow. Vast Heaven Fighting Spirit. Yes. Is there any way for the sect to lose money faster than by announcing Vast Heaven's fighting intentions? I was caught by the demon sect, and the Demon King used the demon power to forcibly take away the Vast Heaven Fighting Spirit. This is also reasonable. Vast Heaven's fighting intention is the secret skill of the sect. Although the complete version of Vast Heaven's fighting intention must be passed down by the sect master personally, the incomplete version on his side is also Vast Heaven's fighting intention. Although the demon sect will not get this incomplete thing, it really had a huge impact on Vast Heaven Sect, but if word spread, it would also cause a lot of damage to its reputation. This time I risk my life. Lord Demon Lord, I will tell you Vast Heaven's fighting spirit now. Meng Yang, Shu Ji. Both of them were dumbfounded. What was Chu Xinghei doing? Chu Xinghei then taught Meng Yang his understanding of Vast Heaven's fighting spirit word for word, and even explained some of his own experiences clearly. Then, Meng Yang was completely dumbfounded. Can someone tell me what this is going on? Is Vast Heaven's fighting spirit fake? Meng Yang is sure this is fake. Chu Xinghei, please be patient and wait until I confirm whether the Vast Heaven's fighting intention is true or not. Master Demon Lord, please make sure quickly. If you are not sure, it is best to report it directly to the sect. If it is really not possible, you can just announce Vast Heaven's fighting intentions. Although it is an incomplete version, if it is really spread, the sect will not look good, right? This incomplete version of the Vast Heaven battle accident has been leaked, it's safe. Shu Ji was dumbfounded. He felt that Chu Xinghei hated Vast Heaven Sect more than he did. Meng Yang and Shu Ji left the basement. Before leaving, Shu Ji made arrangements. Don't be too careful at night, give this kid a chance to escape, you know. The Shadow Demon Sect disciple was dumbfounded. Do as I tell you. After Shu Ji finished making arrangements, the Shadow Demon Sect disciples took the order. Are you trying to see if this kid wants to escape? Meng Yang certainly understood what the think tank's arrangement meant. I guess this Vast Heaven fighting spirit is fake, and this kid will definitely find a way to escape in the middle of the night. Let's see how he can pretend. Meng Yang gave Shu Ji a thumbs up, and then found a place to study whether Vast Heaven's fighting spirit was true or false. At night, the Shadow Demon Sect disciples in the cell deliberately did not lock the cell door according to Shu Ji's instructions. Some of them even drank some wine and got drunk, giving Chu Xinghei a chance. Brother, your cell door is unlocked. And, don't drink while guarding the prisoner. What if the prisoner escapes? Look, I locked the cell door for you. This way I can't run away. Shadow Demon Sect disciple, Shu Ji hiding in the dark. Then Shu Ji saw an incredible scene. If Chu Xinghei insists on persuading these Shadow Demon Sect disciples to sober up, it's best to find more people to watch over him. Don't give him a chance to escape. Run, what a joke. I finally got in. This is a good opportunity to break into the magic door. I've already acted to this extent. If I don't get any benefits, why don't you let me run away? There is no door. Then Shuji waited all night. Not to mention Chu Xinghe ran away, he slept very peacefully. At dawn, Shuji rubbed his forehead filled with question marks. At this moment, he began to wonder what kind of trouble Chu Xinghe was going to make. But before Shuji could figure it out, a terrifying wave suddenly came from a distance. That was where Meng Yang was, and Shuji rushed over. Soon I heard Meng Yang's wild laughter coming from inside. Ha 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 ha, vast heaven fighting spirit. This is the real vast heaven fighting spirit. I broke through. Meng Yang flew out in the air, and Shuji looked in disbelief when he saw the imposing Meng Yang. Breakthrough. The Demon Lord actually made a breakthrough, from the 7th grade to the 8th grade and became the Demon Lord. So, the vast heaven fighting spirit given by Chu Xinghe, is it true? Meng Yang fell from the sky, and 8 grades aura overwhelmed the entire audience. Congratulations to the Demon Lord. Countless Shadow Demon Sect disciples knelt down to congratulate. Get up. Meng Yang waved his hand, and he lifted everyone up. Lord Demon Lord, that vast heaven fighting spirit. It's true. Meng Yang was extremely confident at this time. He originally thought that Chu Xinghe would give him a fake vast heaven fighting spirit, but after he went back to practice, he found that there was nothing wrong with this vast heaven fighting spirit. In one night, he had been shackled for many years. Break in. It's really the vast heaven sect's peerless magical skill. But thinking of this, Meng Yang was speechless again. Why? Chu Xinghe even expressed vast heaven's fighting intention. What does this mean? Could this guy be telling the truth? Does he really dream of joining the demon sect? No matter how you think about it, it seems unreliable, but even vast heaven's fighting spirit has been expressed. Isn't it too much to pretend? To say that spiritual stones and stone magic are okay, vast heaven sect can't afford to lose, but vast heaven's fighting spirit. This is the fighting spirit of vast heaven. Can vast heaven sect afford the loss? Meng Yang fell into deep thought for a while, and Shuji also fell into deep thought. Meng Yang learned that Shuji had watched him all night yesterday, and Chu Xinghe not only refused to escape, but also persuaded the guards to keep an eye on her. After knowing this, Meng Yang became even more thoughtful. Shuji, do you think this kid is really? Absolutely impossible. Shuji gritted his teeth. How can it be? There is absolutely no such outrageous thing in the world. Chu Xinghe definitely has a conspiracy. Absolute. But vast heaven has shown its fighting spirit, this. Meng Yang didn't know what to say. Lord Demon Lord, in my opinion, this boy must have a conspiracy, and what he said is definitely a lie. If you want to find out, I have a way. Any solution. Mirror of truth. Didn't this kid say he wanted to destroy the sect? Is what he said true or false? Use the mirror of truth to look at his lies and your true colors will be revealed. The truth mirror mentioned by Shuji is a treasure belonging to Demon Lord Meng Yang. This object can tell the truth from falsehoods. If a person lies, there will be no hiding in front of the truth mirror. Meng Yang nodded after hearing Shuji's words. Good. Truth mirror. With the truth mirror, let's see how Chu Xinghe's lies can be hidden. The two looked at each other, and then headed towards the dungeon together. In the cell, Chu Xinghe was still telling the Shadow Demon Sect disciples various tips on how to prevent prisoners from escaping. All Shadow Demon Sect disciples have the same idea in their hearts. This kid is so sick. See Demon Lord. Meng Yang's arrival made all the Shadow Demon Sect disciples breathe a sigh of relief. I never thought that guarding prisoners would be so painful. We can no longer call you Demon Lord, but Lord Demon Lord. Galaxy congratulates Lord Demon Lord for entering the 8th grade. Chu Xinghe looked excited. It seems that this old guy must have learned Vast Heaven's fighting spirit and made a breakthrough. Although the incomplete version of Vast Heaven's fighting spirit is prone to various side effects, it is still very powerful after first practice. Lord Demon Lord, please continue to work hard and follow your cultivation progress. In another half year, you will definitely be able to train yourself to death. A group of Shadow Demon Sect disciples were shocked and called him Lord Demon. At the same time, they looked at Chu Xinghe and became even more annoyed. See what you can do. Galaxy, I didn't expect that this Vast Heaven war intention is actually true. I have received your petition, but you said you really want to join the Demon Sect and destroy the Vast Heaven Sect. Absolutely true. Haha. Okay, if you really have this intention, then I, Shadow Demon Sect, will naturally welcome it. However, to verify the authenticity, you need to go through the truth mirror to distinguish it. Do you dare? Truth mirror. Chu Xinghe was stunned. What the hell? Shu Ji was overjoyed when he saw Chu Xinghe in a daze. See it. This guy is about to reveal his true colors. He couldn't stand facing the truth mirror. Shu Ji told Chu Xinghe the power of the truth mirror in detail, and at the same time thought that this guy might not be able to withstand it this time. But after Shu Ji finished speaking, Chu Xinghe spoke. Master Demon Lord, what you do makes me very sad. Joining the Demon Sect is my lifelong wish, and destroying the Vast Heaven Sect is what I want. You actually doubted me. Come on, I am willing to accept the test of the truth mirror. Ah, Shu Ji was dumbfounded. Meng Yang was also confused, but now he knew that the truth mirror would give him an accurate answer. Soon the truth mirror flew out of Meng Yang's hand. It was a dark green mirror. Meng Yang first asked Shu Ji to go up and test it. As long as Shu Ji tells a lie, the truth mirror will immediately turn red. After finishing the test, Shu Ji looked at Chu Xinghe with excitement. Let's see how you can escape this time. Chu Xinghe, now I ask you, do you really mean it when you say you want to join the Shadow Demon Sect? Not now. Lord Demon Lord has broken my heart. But destroying the Vast Heaven Sect is my lifelong wish. No matter how difficult the road ahead is, I will definitely move forward. Fortunately, I reacted quickly. If you really want to join the Demon Sect, why don't you just explode? Buzz. The truth mirror vibrated. Then, green. Real. This time, Meng Yang and Shu Ji were both stunned. Chu Xinghe knew that this was a sure thing. You. The two of you have been talking to each other for a long time and don't know what to say. Then there's no conspiracy behind what you handed over before. Meng Yang couldn't believe it. Lord Demon Lord, everything I handed over before was to weaken Vast Heaven Sect. It is my lifelong dream to destroy Vast Heaven Sect. Buzz. It's green again. It's still true. Quiet. The whole cell was quiet. Meng Yang fell silent. Shu Ji went crazy. You are such a good direct disciple of Vast Heaven Sect. You are the #1 among the younger generation. What is your bottom line? Don't talk about the bottom line. You don't have any panties anymore, okay? Doesn't your conscience hurt if you think about destroying the Vast Heaven Sect so much? Meng Yang then asked Chu Xinghe a few more questions, but no matter how he asked, Chu Xinghe always said, it is my duty to destroy the Vast Heaven Sect. I am sincere in everything that can bring losses to the sect. The truth mirror all shows the truth. Meng Yang even suspected that there was something wrong with the truth mirror, so he specially tested it by asking Chu Xinghe to tell some lies. However, the result was that there was no problem with the truth mirror, and everything Chu Xinghe said was true. I don't know how long it took before Meng Yang accepted the result. But Meng Yang was overjoyed when he accepted it. Originally, catching Chu Xinghe, getting the spiritual stone, getting the magic touch, and getting the fighting spirit of Vast Heaven was already a huge achievement. And now, if Chu Xinghe joins the Shadow Demon Sect, if he breaks into the Vast Heaven Sect, if he becomes a high-ranking member of the Vast Heaven Sect in the future, or even becomes the master of the Vast Heaven Sect. So, Meng Yang didn't dare to think about it anymore. The disciple of the Demon Sect became the leader of the first sect in the world. No one in the world would dare to make up nonsense like this. But Meng Yang also knows that if this thing can come true, then the status of Shadow Demon Sect will skyrocket. When Meng Yang gets all the resources of Vast Heaven Sect, what a terrifying thing it will be. He will become the martial emperor and the #1 demon in the world. When everyone knows that it was he, Meng Yang, who discovered Chu Xinghe, the whole world will be in chaos. Someone, let Galaxy out and arrange a place for Galaxy to live. Meng Yang personally gave the order. Shu Ji wanted to say something, but the truth mirror verified it. How could it be false? However, Shu Ji decided that even if Chu Xinghe was released, he would definitely keep an eye on Chu Xinghe and never give Chu Xinghe any chance to carry out his conspiracy. At noon, Meng Yang ordered his men to prepare a large table of good wine and food for Chu Xinghe. News from the outside world was also spread to Meng Yang by his subordinates. What? Vast Heaven Sect issued a Vast Heaven order. Martial Emperor City also issued a Martial Emperor order. Almost all the powerful people in the world are searching for Chu Xinghe. Back to the demon lord. Yes, everything is in chaos outside now. All places where there may be news about Chu Xinghe are being watched. 4 of our churches have been uprooted by the people of Vast Heaven Sect, and the disciples have suffered countless losses. Quote, as the Shadow Demon Sect disciple reported, his eyes unconsciously looked at Chu Xinghe with anger. Bang! But just when the Shadow Demon Sect disciple was angry, Chu Xinghe slapped the table and stood up. It's too much. The righteous way of Gori is to kill everyone like this. Our demon sect will never let this matter go. Lord Demon Lord, in my opinion, let's fight back now. We will directly lead people to invade the Vast Heaven Sect and eradicate the righteousness of the world. The whole audience, the reported Shadow Demon Sect disciples, were dumbfounded. What the hell is this? What do you mean you're angrier than me? Didn't they attack just to find you? Shuji gritted his teeth. What a beast. This Chu Xinghe is simply a beast. The world's righteous people are going out of their way to find you, and even I, a Shadow Demon Sect person, was shocked when I heard it. After all, who would want to enter the demon sect if they could enter an existence like Vast Heaven Sect? Shuji swore that if Vast Heaven Sect did this to him, he would never betray the sect in his life. But you Chu Xinghe, the sect treats you like this, and you betray the sect without hesitation. How could there be such a shameless, despicable, unkind, unfaithful and unfilial person in this world? Wrong. This can't be called a human anymore, this is a beast. And speaking of which, conquering the Vast Heaven Sect and eradicating the righteousness of the world. What are you talking about here? If we have this ability, we will still catch you secretly. Meng Yang was silent for a long time. Just now he even secretly turned on the truth mirror. The truth mirror also gave an answer to what Chu Xinghe said to fight back. Real Galaxy, please calm down first. We need to consider the counterattack in the long run. Meng Yang is ashamed and counterattacks Vast Heaven Sect. What's going on? Although Shadow Demon Sect is known as the leader among the Demon Sect. But is Shadow Demon Sect's strength on the same level as Vast Heaven Sect? It is no exaggeration to say that the only result of Shadow Demon Sect's arm wrestling with Vast Heaven Sect is that Vast Heaven Sect's arm will be broken off. So counterattack or something. Chu Xinghe just talks about it, we can't take it seriously. But Meng Yang doesn't understand. Why do you think Chu Xinghe is so valued by Vast Heaven Sect? Is there really someone in this world who is born to become a demon? Human beings are indeed inherently evil in the beginning. This is definitely the weirdest meal ever. The demon lord of the demon sect and the direct disciple of the Vast Heaven Sect, the head of the righteous path, sat at the same table and had a happy meal. During this period, Chu Xinghe, the leader of the righteous way, a Vast Heaven Sect disciple, slapped the table and cursed the righteous way for being so despicable and despicable. He even attacked the demon sect crazily and would not give up until he fought back. The demon lord of the demon sect persuaded Chu Xinghe, the disciple of the Vast Heaven Sect, the head of the righteous path, to calm down and not to hurt his body because of the wrongdoings of the righteous path. Meng Yang didn't even know how he finished the meal. Anyway, Meng Yang has never been so aggrieved in his life, because according to the routine, if something like this happened before, he should be scolded here, and others should carefully advise him. But today, you are a direct disciple of Vast Heaven Sect, the head of the righteous path. What do you mean by asking me, the demon lord, to persuade you? Shuji's mind was like a ball of mush. He never dreamed that one day he would be able to witness such an outrageous meal. This can be regarded as the first dinner party in history. After the meal, Shuji personally arranged a place for Chu Xinghe. Shuji sent countless secret whistles all around, keeping an eye on Chu Xinghe and not making any mistakes. But Shuji is destined to be disappointed. A day and a night passed. Chu Xinghe, not to mention escaping, had become involved with the surrounding Shadow Demon Sect disciples and even discovered the location of the secret sentry. Chu Xinghe even gave some guidance to the secret sentry on how to do better. Hide yourself without being discovered. Shuji was dumbfounded. Could this lifelike creature be born evil? Does he really want to join the demon sect? But why? How great is the Vast Heaven Sect? What can be added to the demon sect? What a beast. At night, Shuji found that Chu Xinghe had been sleepless all night. Shuji secretly wondered whether this guy was going to carry out a conspiracy. Then Chu Xinghe came out of the room and pulled Shuji directly into the room. Shuji was shocked. Did this guy have any special hobbies? Should I obey him? But just when Shuji was not very determined, Chu Xinghe took out a piece of paper. Shuji took a closer look and saw that everything on it was Chu Xinghe's plan to fight Zhengdao. He even wrote about where he thinks it is weak and where he recommends starting. Looking at these, Shu Zili was stunned. Chu Xinghe, you think so highly of us guys. It's good that you wrote that these areas are all vital to the right path, but do you know how many martial emperor and venerable level guards there are? You call this an attack? I think this is just giving people away. Okay. Brother Shuji, please give these to the demon lord quickly. It is best to report it to the demon sect. We, the demon sect, should unite to deal with the righteous path. Although what I wrote cannot completely destroy the righteous path, it can definitely cause heavy damage to the righteous path. Shuji. Once upon a time, Shuji had no choice but to join the demon sect. He vowed that he would become a giant demon lord and that he would let those sects that had rejected him know what regret is. Shuji believes that one day, he will become the demonic supreme. Because his heart has long been infected by the devil, there is only darkness in his eyes. But today, Shuji feels that he is too naive. Compared with Chu Xinghe in front of me, how the hell can I be considered infected by the devil? Do you deserve to say that there is only darkness in your eyes? He is simply a man standing in the light. If there is only darkness in his eyes, then Chu Xinghe in front of him should be buried in the darkness. If you want to say black, you, Chu Xinghe, are black. And you are so dark. Shuji even wanted to kill Chu Xinghe for a moment. Are you Chu Xinghe still a human being? How does Vast Heaven Sect treat you? What does the world's righteousness mean to you? As long as 1% of these righteous people from Chu Xinghe are against me, Shuji, Shuji, will defend the dignity of the righteous path to the death. Shuji burst into tears. He had seen despicable and shameless people, but he had never seen such a despicable and shameless person like Chu Xinghe. In order to kill the right way, you Chu Xinghe are really willing to go out of your way. There is no need for interrogation. You just confessed everything. Are you still a human being? Such a despicable villain. Even as a member of the demon sect, Shuji wanted to do justice for heaven. Brother Shuji, we must keep these. The road to destroying the Vast Heaven Sect is long and arduous. We must not slack off at all. Chu Xinghe looked solemn. Shuji began to think about whether to kill this evil guy. Haha, it is really a blessing for the demon sect to have you, the sage brother Galaxy. Shuji smiled uglier than crying. Hey, brother Shuji is joking. I am nothing. Compared with the seniors of the demon sect, I haven't even gotten started yet. Shuji vomited blood. Have you started yet? Our seniors from the demon sect are much cleaner than you. In terms of despicableness, shamelessness, and obscenity, you, Chu Xinghe, are the best among the demon sect. As a demon, I think you are dirty. Shuji shook off Chu Xinghe's hand and walked out of Chu Xinghe's room. Shuji went to wash his hands first, using only 2 pieces of soap, and his hands were almost bald after rubbing them together. So dirty. Too dark. How could there be such a despicable person as Chu Xinghe in this world? Shuji held the battle plan in his hand and really wanted to tear it into pieces. This kind of battle plan makes me, the demon sect, feel ashamed. But after much hesitation, Shuji kept it close to his body. Although it was impossible to attack, he was still ready to show it to Lord Demon Lord. All the way to the small building where the Demon Lord was, Shuji was about to go in when he suddenly heard a loud bang. The next second a scream came from the small building. Shuji and a group of Shadow Demon Sect disciples rushed in frantically, but as soon as they entered, they were pushed backwards by the extremely terrifying spiritual energy. Lord Demon Lord, Shuji saw clearly after landing. At this time, Demon Lord Mengyang was covered in blood, and the spiritual energy in his body was running wild. Obsessed. Seeing this scene, Shuji's first reaction was that there was something wrong with the vast heaven fighting spirit given by Chu Xinghe. The sudden movement made Chu Xinghe rush out of the room. What the hell, isn't it someone from Vast Heaven Sect who came to kill me? My battle plan hasn't started yet. Sect, please don't come so early. But Chu Xinghe who rushed out was dumbfounded. Demon Lord Mengyang was seen kneeling on the ground at this time. The spiritual energy on his body was wandering wildly and uncontrollably. These spiritual energy pierced his body like long swords and turned him into a sieve. What the hell? Chu Xinghe was stunned. It can't be so fast. Even with the incomplete version of Vast Heaven's fighting spirit, you still have to hold on for 2 years before you self-destruct, right? But soon Chu Xinghe seemed to have thought of something. When the sect master passed down the Vast Heaven fighting spirit to him, he once conducted a test on his physical fitness. It seems that some special physiques cannot practice Vast Heaven fighting spirit, otherwise they may seem to be able to advance by leaps and bounds at first, but then they will directly backfire and explode and die. It can't be such a coincidence, right? I just felt something was wrong. I surrendered all my fighting spirit to Vast Heaven, so it stands to reason that compass of misfortune should not be turned around to cause sparks. But the compass of misfortune didn't move at all, which is weird. Something is really wrong now. Chu Xinghe is a thief. Demon Lord Meng Yang only had time to shout out this last sentence before it exploded into bloody foam. A generation of Demon Lord, the first Demon Lord of the Demon Sect to cultivate Vast Heaven's fighting spirit in history. Although it was an incomplete version, it just exploded. Lord Demon Lord, Shu Ji's eyes turned red. Sure enough, it turned out to be Chu Xinghe, a despicable villain, and he really had a conspiracy. It was he who killed Lord Demon Lord. Chu Xinghe, dog thief, everyone, kill Chu Xinghe. Shu Ji roared loudly, and instantly all the Shadow Demon Sect disciples around him had their eyes turned red. All the spirit soldiers moved to surround and kill Chu Xinghe. Can you believe it if I say this is a misunderstanding? Chu Xinghe was completely dumbfounded. Can he explain now? Let me explain with a hammer. Shu Ji's spiritual energy exploded all over his body, and the aura of the 5th grade martial spirit realm spurted out. Shu Ji took the lead and arrived in front of Chu Xinghe. Galaxy thief. Die. Shu Ji couldn't bear it for a long time. He killed such a despicable villain to do justice to heaven. Rakeage, come out. Purple light flashed on his left arm, and the thunder shadow flew out from the Vast Heaven sword sheath. Purple lightning flashed. Thunder fell from the sky, and the terrifying thunder instantly enveloped Shu Ji, who was rushing at the front. As a 5th grade martial spirit, Shu Ji felt that if he took action to kill Chu Xinghe, wouldn't he be able to catch him? But the facts proved that Shu Ji was wrong, a big mistake. The 4th grade's peak cultivation prompted the thunder shadow to flash with purple lightning. The thunder and lightning instantly hit Shu Ji. The terrifying thunder and lightning fell on Shu Ji, and Shu Ji's head exploded into tofu with a bang. The terrifying thunder swept through Shu Ji's body and burned him directly to ashes. Such thunderous power made countless Shadow Demon Sect disciples dumbfounded. But after being stunned, someone immediately stood up. Kill him. Another 5th grade. In this Shadow Demon Sect station, although there is only one strong person, Demon Lord Meng Yang, there are still many 5th grades. At this time, all these 5th grades have been killed. Locust. Chu Xinghe didn't dare to hold back at all at this time. He had worked so hard for so long and was screwed up by this idiot Meng Yang. If he wanted to get out alive today, there was only one possibility. Fight out. But without Meng Yang, how could these guys still want to keep him? Locusts appear and swords rain down. After breaking through to the peak of 4th grade, Mi Locust could already differentiate into 300 sword shadows. At this time, the 300 sword shadows turned into a sword storm with Chu Xinghe as the center. The sword swept across, and all those who came up were enveloped by the terrifying sword. Xuanjian, come out, Chu Xinghe called out, and a black shadow flew out from his left arm. Vast Heaven sword sheath the 3rd sword, Zhanjian. After reaching the peak of 4th grade, Chu Xinghe also unlocked the 3rd sword of Vast Heaven sword sheath. The Rakeage is very powerful, and its burst-killing ability is almost invincible. However, the Rakeage has a cooling time. The Rakeage is currently cooling down. During this period, the Locust alone cannot protect itself. At this time, Chu Xinghe did not dare to hold back at all, and the hanging thread flew out from Chu Xinghe's Vast Heaven sword sheath. The hanging Jian looks like a rhombus, but the flying rhombus-shaped hanging Jian split instantly in front of Chu Xinghe. In an instant, the hanging Jian turned into 2 sword wings composed of countless rhombus-shaped sword pieces. The 2 sword wings landed behind Chu Xinghe at this time. As long as Chu Xinghe moved his mind, the sword wings turned into countless diamond-shaped sword lights and flew out in all directions. Hanging sword wings. The spirit weapon in the hands of a 5th-grade Shadow Demon Sect disciple was directly cut into pieces when it came into contact with Zanjian. As Zanjian moved forward, wherever the terrifying Zanjian sword wing passed, the 5th-grade disciple was directly torn into pieces. The blade storm blocked the outside, and the hanging Jian protected Chu Xinghe's whole body. At this moment, Chu Xinghe's full combat power burst out. Purple lightning flashed. The cooldown ended, thunder fell, and another 5th-grade headshot was killed. With Zanjian, Chu Xinghe rushed into the crowd, and all those who dared to approach were torn into pieces by Zanjian. The remaining people in Shadow Demon Sect were really shocked at this time. The number one person of the younger generation. These days, everyone has forgotten because of Chu Xinghe's bottomless performance. The reason why Chu Xinghe is famous is not because of his despicableness, but because of his fighting power. I don't know how many people are even talking privately these days. Could it be that Chu Xinghe was promoted? But at this moment in the bloody battle, Chu Xinghe let everyone know that his title as the number one player of the younger generation has absolutely no water in it. Kill one person in 10 steps, leave no trace behind for 1,000 miles. Every time Chu Xinghe took a step forward, countless Shadow Demon Sect disciples were torn to pieces by the shadow of the sword. Blood, stumps, minced meat, offal. The entire courtyard became a sheer slaughterhouse. Sword light and screams intertwined, flesh and blood intertwined with sword shadows. Chu Xinghe didn't know how many people he had killed, but no one could stand in front of him at this time. Disciple of Shadow Demon Sect. Kill. 5th grade. Kill. Devil. He is a demon. Finally, someone collapsed. But the only response he received was the flash of Zanjian's sword, and his head rolled to the ground with a look of fear on his face. When the last Shadow Demon Sect 5th grade fell, all the remaining Shadow Demon Sect minions no longer had the courage to stay, and they fled in all directions. Chu Xinghe fought his way out of the compound, and the sword shadow enveloped Chu Xinghe as he escaped. He didn't know how far he had escaped, but Chu Xinghe felt weak all over. In the bloody battle just now, he didn't know how many people he killed, but he also left countless scars on his body. Although these Shadow Demon Sect's 5th grade were not strong enough, their desperate blows still left countless wounds on Chu Xinghe's body. Chu Xinghe, who had lost blood and exhausted all his spiritual power, could no longer support himself and fell down next to a big willow tree. I don't know how long it took, but a luxurious-looking carriage came slowly. The curtains opened, and a woman in luxurious clothes stepped out of the carriage. "Miss, this man smells so heavy of blood. Hiss, has he just been fished out of the bloody water? Miss, let's leave it alone. Uncle Feng, if we leave now, he will definitely die here. Let's take him back first. If he is really a villain, just wake up and drive him away." "Oh, miss, you are, that's all." Uncle Feng knew that the lady had a bodhisattva heart. On a normal day, let alone a person, a dog would not just sit idly by. But how much blood is stained on the young man in front of him? Is he being hunted by his enemies? Things have not been peaceful recently. I heard that masters from all the major sects in the world have come out. In the past few days, each sect has been frantically raiding all the forces of the demon sect. I don't know how many demon sects have been uprooted. I don't know how many people were killed, and it all seemed to be because of a man named Chu Xinghe. Isn't this guy in front of me a disciple of the demon sect? If it were the demon sect that was executed by various sects and escaped, it would bring great harm to the family. Uncle Feng wanted to identify Chu Xinghe from Chu Xinghe's clothes, but the clothes were already covered with wounds and were completely soaked with blood, making it impossible to see clearly. But the lady gave the order, and Uncle Feng had no choice but to obey. He lifted Chu Xinghe and threw it on the carriage. Uncle Feng drove the carriage again and slowly drove away. I hope everyone will support it and subscribe more.